Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Here's a live look inside the House chamber at this hour. The House is slated to go in at 9:30 or thereabouts. A number of bills up for passage on the House floor this morning, including Senate Bill 259, amending the Unfair Trade Practices Act. Senate Bill 459, requiring county boards of education to pay tuition to the Mountaineer Challenge Academy. Senate Bill 516, relating to registration for selective service, and Senate Bill 622, revising the composition of the PEIA Finance Board. And those are some of the bills up for passage today. A number of bills on second reading, the amendment stage, on the floor in the House of Delegates today. Here's news from the Associated Press. A West Virginia push to ban a second trimester abortion method has been vetoed. Democratic Governor Earl Ray Tomblin on Wednesday nixed the measure that would ban the commonly used abortion practice. The governor cited concerns about constitutionality and patient safety. Courts blocked similar bans that Kansas and Oklahoma enacted in 2015. The Republican-led legislature passed the bill alongside some Democrats. Lawmakers can override the veto with a simple majority of both chambers. Last year, lawmakers overrode Tomblin's veto of a ban on abortions 20 weeks after conception. Also, West Virginia Republicans have rejected 7 of the governor's appointees, including prominent Democrats and labor leaders. The Senate Confirmations Committee dropped them from consideration yesterday, angering Democratic senators. A spokesman for the governor, Chris Stadelman, said the governor was disappointed. The Senate has the Confirmations Committee, and we'll look at those confirmations on the final day of the session on Saturday. For now, we'll wait until Speaker Tim Armstead gavels in the floor session.
One, yeah. One.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Pastor Dan Vaughn. Pastor Vaughn is the guest of the lady from the 46, Doggett Smith. Pastor Vaughn.
Good morning. Let's pray. Father, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in this place. I thank you for these men and women who have given their lives to serve the citizens of West Virginia. I'm thankful, Lord. I'm reminded in the Word of God that it says, better is the end of a thing than the beginning. And we're nearing the end of this session. And we're thankful for the decisions that have been made and the wisdom that you've given. So, Lord, I pray, God, that we would be able to finish strong. I pray, Lord, that as all of these communities and cities and towns and districts are represented here, Lord, that we would give focus and we would ask for wisdom. The book of James tells us that if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God that giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. And so, Lord, I pray for wisdom for these men and these ladies who have given their lives to serve others. Lord, that they would make right decisions, and Lord, that they would serve well. And we'll thank you for that now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing as we're led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 46th, Delegate Smith.
Will the members and guests in the gallery please join me as we pledge our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Wednesday, March 9th, 2016.
Gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read, and suggest a 1-cent tax would solve all your problems. Thank you.
The gentleman, I'm not going to ask if there's objection to the last part, but the gentleman asks unanimous consent the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have an intern with us with the Communications Intern Program, and she's here to speak with us. Samantha Godby is a junior at Marshall University as a broadcast journalism major. Please welcome Ms. Godby to the podium.
Everyone. This session has been incredible. I've had the amazing opportunity to be one of 4 media interns here at the Capitol. These past few months, my fellow interns have truly gotten to witness history being made, and it has been mind-blowing to see. I've had the opportunity to personally get to know several of you out here on the floor, and I feel like I know at least most of you in passing. For me, the most impactful part of this session has been getting to see and learn that the category politician is not a blanket statement. Each of you are real, genuine people who come from all walks of life, and I find that incredibly comforting. I've had the opportunity to talk with some of you even about the inner turmoil you sometimes face when it comes to voting with your heart or with your constituents. And I cannot imagine how difficult it must be when the time to vote comes and you need to make that decision. During my time here, everyone, delegates and staff alike, have treated my fellow interns and I like colleagues. We've been asked our opinions, we've been asked for ideas, and I feel that we've truly been heard. We aren't running around making copies and getting coffee for people. We're working with you and for you. And the delegates that I write for have not held back their appreciation for the work that I do. And I cannot describe to you how fulfilling that is, to do something you love and be appreciated for it, and how propelled I feel toward my future as a result. In fact, my fellow intern Kylie back here has actually had coffee made for her by Delegate Alan Evans. So this has not been a typical internship for us at all. And truly, wholeheartedly, we appreciate it, and it has been the most incredible experience of my life so far. My journalistic skills have grown, My political understandings have grown, and I feel that as a person, I have grown just from being here. On behalf of myself and Kylie, we thank each and every one of you for this opportunity and for the experience to learn, especially those we've had the opportunity to speak with personally. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for showing us what it's like to be a true political leader. Thank you to my boss, Drew, and for everyone in our office for giving us a fun and open environment to work in, and for showing us that we can stretch ourselves as much as we choose to. And finally, I thank the entire intern committee for providing us with this opportunity, because without you, none of us would be able to be here today. And I have no doubt in my mind that each and every one of us will return back to school a totally different person as a result. So thank you.
Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us an intern with the Herndon Internship Program to speak about her experience during the session. Miss Veronica Gerald is a junior at West Virginia State University and has been an intern for delegates Anderson, Miller, and me. Please welcome Miss Gerald to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I really wasn't planning on speaking on this bill today, but I'm going to try to keep it brief. Oh, wait. Wrong speech. My name is Veronica Gerald, and I've had the incredible privilege of working for leadership this session. I genuinely feel that the other interns and myself have grown and prospered in such an incredible way, unlike Delegate Miller's palm tree that I forgot to water. Speaking of Delegate Miller, it was such an honor to work with her, seeing as she was the first Republican woman to preside over the House of Delegates. And she graciously was not too frustrated with me when I once had to rewrite a letter 3 times before it was sufficient. And I'm a professional writing major. I would also like to thank Speaker Armstead for allowing me to work for leadership, and to the rest of the leadership team for accepting me as one of their own from day one and teaching me more about the legislative process than I would have learned otherwise. One of my favorite staffers and supervisors, Crescent Gallagher, also deserves special thanks for being so open and engaged with all of the interns and keeping his frustration at a minimum anytime any one of us asked an obvious question or forgot our access cards. I also want to take a moment to recognize my parents and to show my gratitude to them. As some of you know, I had my son Dawson when I was 19 years old, and I just finished my first year of undergraduate college. Honestly, I can't tell you where my son and I would be without them, but I know that I would not be standing in this chamber with all of you. If it weren't for their unwavering support and unconditional love, I simply would not be in the same position that I am now. They've only ever requested that I put them in a good nursing home someday, so no matter what I go on to accomplish in life, it will ultimately be them who deserve the recognition. One lesson I've learned and applied in the last 58 days is that the most successful people do things before they are ready. I speak for many of the interns when I say that we did not feel qualified to be here, but somehow we made it through the application and interview process. So each of the Herndons are grateful to have worked so closely with each of you, because party lines aside, we all want what is best for the state of West Virginia and to be part of the solution. I will end by saying something I've heard daily, sometimes several times a day, from the gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Anderson. Wake up. Are we having fun yet? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for those remarks, and I would ask now if any of our interns who have worked with us this session are in the chamber, if they would please stand. And we want to express our appreciation and thanks for all of your hard work, and hope that you learned some good things over the last 58 days. And we certainly appreciate you being with us this year, and we want to give you a hand for all the hard work that you've done. Introduction of guests. The gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join the delegation from Wood County, Delegate Anderson, Delegate Border Shepherd, Deem, Azinger, and myself, in welcoming some pages that we have today here from Mineral Wells Elementary School. I'd like to introduce Laura Littman, Abby Francisco, Camden Prunty, Brianna Beveridge, and Olivia Edinger. And they're accompanied today by their parents who are in the North Gallery. And if they'd stand as we introduce them, please. The teacher, Matt Gwynn, John and Tammy Littman, Philip and Christina Prunty, Sean Francisco, Lisa Edinger, and Amy Beveridge. Please put your hands together and make these folks feel welcome. Thank you.
John from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery behind me, I have two special guests with me. Our judge, Mr. Will Thompson. I've had a great working relationship with him. He's very interested in making things better in Southern West Virginia. And a very, very special guest with me, who I guess is my cousin-in-law. She's married to one of my cousins, Miss Alicia Dolan. She's been in my life for, I guess, close to 10 years now. If you will, please don't ask her any stories about me and use it to blackmail me. I'd appreciate it. If the House would please make them welcome, I'd really appreciate it.
Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and me, I have a very special guest with me today. She is shadowing me today on the floor, but she is not a stranger to the House of Delegates. This is the 4th year that she has come down to the legislature because she really enjoys spending time learning about government and what we do here in the legislature. But this is Taylor McKinney. She is an 8th grader at Elkins Middle School. And her mother, Shelley, if she would please stand, is up in the gallery. And they are my neighbors and my good friends. If the House would please make them all feel welcome.
John from the 66th, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note the presence in our North Gallery of Mike Carl. Mike, if you please stand up. Mike is a past West Virginia State Tax Commissioner. He's now very active in the Eastern Panhandle Business Association. Will the House please make him welcome?
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on March 9, 2016, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee Substitute for House Bill 4228 relating to transportation network companies.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 14, Right to Farm and Ranch Amendment, reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 36, applying for an Article 5 Amendments Convention to propose a constitutional amendment, reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted.
Report be received. Reports to select committees. Messages from the Executive. Messages from the Senate. Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 112 by Delegates Ambler, Blackwell, and others requesting a study on interscholastic student-athlete safety issues.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
Gentleman from the 58th, ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution will be so introduced and so referred. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 54, altering how taxes collected on homeowners associations.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 64th, Delegate Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 54 would exempt membership dues, fees, and assessments paid by a member to his or her homeowners association from consumer sales and service taxes. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 54.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 202, authorizing Department of Commerce promulgate legislative rules.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Doggett Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rules bundle, so sit back while I read to you for a minute. The Senate Bill 202 is the Department of Commerce rules bundle. The bill is a comprehensive bill that adopts rules for agencies under the department as well as repeals all of the rules requested to be repealed by the various agencies. First, we have the DNR rules. 58 CSR 47 clarifies stylistic amendments and revisions to reflect electronic registering of game. 58 CSR 49 addresses electronic registration, the addition of crossbows to permitted weapons, submission of bare premolar tooth for DNR research purposes. 58 CSR 50 addresses the use of crossbows and electronic registration, also requires compliance with rules for certain antlerless hunting. 58 CSR 52 allows crossbows and makes revisions to reflect electronic game registration. 58 CSR 74 is a new set of rules regarding elk restoration management, addresses the management plans and zones, disease testing. 28 CSR 2 under the Division of Labor directs the Contractor Licensing Board to amend the Code of State Rules to change the definition of remodeling from $15,000 to $40,000 or less. 42 CSR 5 deletes some definitions, changes to accommodate the new law allowing wage payments twice monthly, eliminating a director's review of an employee's claim for unpaid wages or other violations of the Act, allowing access to both employer and claimant in investigations of claims. 42 CSR 8, various amendments made regarding the matching of the minimum wage, maximum hours, overtime compensation provisions to federal law. 42 CSR 21 regarding elevator safety, and 42 CSR 21A regarding elevator mechanics are amended to amend the references to the applicable American Society of Mechanical Engineers codes related to elevators. The 56 CSR 19 are amended to conform with the law regarding drug testing for coal miners, specifically with respect to suspension of a miner's certification for refusing or failing a drug test. 244 CSR 1 was amended to reflect changes concerning direct advertising grants. Wineries, craft breweries, distilleries are added to the definition of entertainment establishments. The percentage of grant funds that must be directed outside of a local market was lowered from 80 to 75%. And there are several rules that were repealed, including rules under DNR, the Division of Labor, Commercial Whitewater Advisory Board, the Commissioner of Employment, the Division of Forestry, and the Minimum Wage Rate Board. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. That question, 98 ayes, 1 nay, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 202.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Each and every member voted. So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 1 nay, 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 259, amending Unfair Trade Practices Act.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please bear with me because this bill really is counterintuitive to what you might, your reaction may be. The Unfair Trade Practices Act was enacted in 1939 with the intent to prevent monopolies from overtaking the market. And basically, the focus was to try to avoid predatory pricing. In other words, when a competitor moves into the market and has clout, let's say financial clout, and could underprice its competition to the point it runs its competition out of business, and then has a monopoly and is able to jack up prices. That was the intent. And I'll readily admit to you that I'm not, based on my experience, if that's any indication, I don't think it's been used very much, but it's here. This bill is before us. It kind of followed a tortured course. It started out in the Senate as a repeal of the Unfair Trade Practices Act. And as it worked its way through various committees in the Senate and through the House, it basically has, I'll call it, diluted the Unfair Trade Practices Act. So I'm going to suggest to you, and I'll go through this in more detail, but I'm going to suggest to you that if you don't like the Unfair Trade Practices Act and your instinct is to vote against anything that has that label, you may want to reconsider, because what this bill really does is it diminishes or dilutes the effect of the original bill or the bill that's on the books now. So in other words, if you vote against the bill, it goes back to the law the way it is now. So let me just kind of explain what the bill does that I believe dilutes the effect of the current law. First of all, it makes clear when the legislative purposes are stated that an intent is required. Under the old act, all you really had to show basically was someone was selling below cost, and that triggered a penalty or a misdemeanor and a potential lawsuit under the old act. What the legislature does by this bill is add the element of intent. In other words, the below-cost sale of goods with the intent to destroy or the effect of destroying competition is now an unfair trade practice, whereas in the past all you had to do was show a sale below cost. So that in and of itself makes it more difficult to establish a violation of the act. So if you like the act as it is, you may want to vote against this bill. If you don't like the act, you may want to consider voting for it, because it's added this element of intent. Further, it has reduced the attraction of filing a lawsuit under the act. In the past, if you had actual damage, you could get treble damages. In other words, 3 times the damages, which sort of added an attractive element to bringing one of these suits. Basically, this bill reduces that recovery to actual damages, no treble damages. The bill also adds some exemptions in the, I think it was in the House Government Organizations Committee. There was an exemption for a grand opening type sale, which was not in the act. So in other words, you don't have to worry about selling below cost now if you're in a grand opening sale. So that, in a sense, diminishes the effect. One of the more significant changes of the bill, when you calculate cost, remember the whole key is selling below cost. When you calculate cost under the bill, under this bill, we have now removed any markup for federal and state motor fuel taxes. In other words, under the current bill, you could add to your markup the amount of federal and state fuel motor costs. And the markup, and if you'll recall, we had this discussion yesterday, for retailers is 7% over cost, and for wholesalers is 4% over cost. So obviously, if you add the taxes into that cost, it bumps the price up further. This bill removes that from the calculation of cost. And there are a lot of factors in cost, but other than this change, it stays the same. The other change that I think is significant in the bill is the pardon me. It gives you a total defense if you can find someone else that's selling at the same price in that marketplace. In other words, you can get out of the case if you can just say, well, wait a minute, the guy across town sold the same product for the same price I am, even though it may be I'm offering it at a lower price than the guy next door. All I've got to do is find someone in the market area that's selling at the same cost, and presumptively I'm out of the lawsuit. So those are significant changes. There may be a few others, but I think those are the significant changes in the bill. Once again, it's kind of counterintuitive. Those of you who are free market people and hate this act may want to hit the red button instinctively, but I would suggest to you that a green is a more appropriate color for, in fact, it is green, okay? So that should give you a hint as to how this bill should be passed, but I think it is a step in the right direction. I'm personally, as I said, in my 40 years of law practice, I've never encountered this bill, so I've had to take a little time to understand it. I'm not sure it's used all that much, and it might even be a proper subject for an interim to study to see if we even need it. But this is a move in the right direction, from my standpoint anyway, my personal opinion. It improves the situation. It exempts out a lot of transactions from the prohibition of the act and actually makes a more competitive environment. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you. If the gentleman would yield for some questions.
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
As I understand it, the law we have right now says that it's a violation of the act if goods are sold for under cost, correct?
That is correct.
And there's no requirement to prove intent to destroy competition.
That's the way I read the act.
Okay. And it has the requirement that you're supposed to mark up 7% on retail and 4% on wholesale. Is that in the statute now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the idea of that is to make sure that there's no predatory pricing?
That's the theory, yes.
Okay. Now, what we're going to change today with the bill, if it's passed, is to allow stores to actually sell items under cost as long as it can't be proven that they're doing it with the intent to destroy competition, correct?
Yes, that's the way I read the statement of the intent of the legislature as well as the operation of the statute.
So if there's no intent to destroy competition, but an intent to be very, very competitive, and say gasoline prices were set at half the amount, that would be allowed under the bill as long as, well, help me, would it be allowed under the bill as long as there's no intent to destroy competition?
Let me clarify. It's intent to destroy or the effect of destroying competition. So you have to prove one or the other, plus the price is lower than is below the allowable sales price, cost plus 7% or cost plus 4%. So you can, but you got to prove one or the other, intent to destroy or the effect of destroying competition.
So stores, say grocery stores, how's that, can compete on watermelons or cantaloupe. And what this bill would allow would be for a store to sell their cantaloupes at 10 cents a piece, well below cost, because that's probably not going to destroy competition. Would that be correct?
I think that's a possible outcome. I guess you'd have to look at the entire situation, but or the other alternative is show somebody else in that market selling for 10 cents a cantaloupe.
Okay. Is there any idea that this might really help the largest of the retailers against the smaller retailers?
Well, the purpose of the law when it was enacted was to prevent predatory pricing leading to a monopoly. And so, you know, part of the, to answer your question, a lot would depend on how it affected the market. Okay.
Well, it would seem, and of course this was maybe economics, it would seem that a large retailer could afford to price their watermelon and cantaloupe at 10 cents, whereas a mom and pop might have trouble doing that.
That could happen. Now, the question is whether that cantaloupe sale is going to have an overall effect of depressing competition and creating a monopoly. And,
right. So if it was all produce, you know, on a standard basis sold under price, then, and if it put the mom and pop out of business, then they could sue the huge retailer for having done that, but only if they can prove intent to put it out of business or the effect that's what put them out of business.
That's my understanding of the statute, yes.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from the first, Doug McGeehan.
Will the chair just yield for a quick question?
Gentleman yield.
Certainly.
Thanks. From what I can see, there has been no additional enforcement mechanisms placed into this version. Is that correct?
That is true.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from 61st, Doug Duke.
Chair, continue to yield.
Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is there are two provisions in this bill that specifically deal with motor fuels and the wholesale and retail of those. Is that correct?
Yes, there are two sections that exempt out those taxes from the calculation of the cost.
And would this be a correct statement that under the current code, if, for instance, the price of gasoline or the price of motor fuel was $2 a gallon and there was a dollar total of federal and state motor fuel tax, making it a total of $3, the 11% would then require, under current law, a 33-cent markup of the total between the wholesale and retails. Is that correct?
And you're trying to expose my absence of math skills. Let me see if I can figure that one out. So we got $3, and we're figuring either 4% on a retail or 7% on the wholesale.
Total of 11.
Total of 11. 33 cents, that's right.
Under this bill, if it would pass, it would not calculate in that 11% factor the motor fuel tax. So therefore, it would be based on the $2 per gallon, and therefore the tax would be the markup would be 22 cents, not the current 33 cents in the example I'm giving. Is that not correct?
That's the calculation that I come up with, yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 19th, Doug Purdue.
Chairman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman from 27th yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you answered this yesterday, but this bill, as we have before it, if it passes, will have no influence or impact on any covenants or compacts that West Virginia has entered into with regard to the Marketplace Fairness Act. And that's internet sales.
I don't see any reference to that in here, and I can't see any impact on that. But as I said when I began my remarks, this is not an area of the law that I've ever worked in before. I'm trying to get up to speed on it, but I don't see any.
All right. Okay, thank you,
That's the best I can do.
Okay.
You know, I'm sorry, that just hadn't come up, so I can't really give you a firm opinion one way or the other on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from 67th, Doug Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but this bill really does one thing. It recognizes the prior practice of marking up retail prices, including tax in it, and it explicitly bans the practice. Now, I want you all to think about what has been happening in some parts of the state where this part of the code is being used to inflate prices. And if you can believe it, I believe that there's been collusion between gas retailers who've said, hey, let's take the price of gas, applying the formula that's in the statute, but let's include the federal motor vehicle tax, the gas tax on the federal level. And we're going to use that as the basis for our cost. I mean, it's really extraordinary that we're at this point, because this bill, which I think a version of it I first introduced 3 years ago, along with many of the my friends across the aisle from the Eastern Panhandle who recognize this problem, is basically explicitly saying what we all know. You can't calculate your cost for the purposes of an automatic profit, right? We're mandating this as a minimum profit. It's like a tax that a retailer gets to keep. But the original bill just gets rid of the whole section as to gas retailers. Just totally gets rid of it. This is a weak solution to the problem that we have in West Virginia. And I hope that all of you go back and talk to your constituents and explain to them that we're lowering your gas prices just a little bit with this, just a tiny bit. But if we completely get rid of the retail markup on fuel products, which we can do at any time, you're going to drop the price of gas on every gallon by 5 cents, by 6 cents, by 7 cents. We have the power to do that. And that money is not going into the state. That's going into retailers' pockets. So, although I want this bill to succeed this year, this should be the first step. Because if we want to have a competitive marketplace, let's get rid of the UTPA completely. Thank you.
Gentleman from 61st, Doug Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Urge support for this bill. What this does, and the question that I asked the chairman, concerns the price of gasoline. And what this bill does, it takes out the calculation of adding in the federal and state taxes on motor fuels. And when you do so, before you calculate the 7 and 11 or 7 and 4% mandatory markups as under current state code, then this artificially increases the price of gasoline. So this particular measure would indeed help to reduce the prices of gasoline and other motor fuels in the state of West Virginia. Urge passage. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from the 27th. Gentleman from 63rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just kind of ironic. I think 2 days in a row, the gentleman from the 67th is espousing free markets almost as much as I am. Do I think this bill is perfect? No, I think we need to have free markets. But it is a step in the right direction. If you look at the origins of most antitrust law, it was to prevent predatory pricing, which basically meant anytime you sell below cost to try to get rid of competition in the market. But this bill actually, and this code currently, sets a minimum markup. Anybody that's went to the grocery store knows that oftentimes the milk is basically sold at cost to bring people into the grocery store. In the case of this bill, at least in our area of the West Virginia, what has happened is there's been some market entrants that came in probably about 20 years ago. And what they did was they had a new concept of a convenience store where they really didn't care about making money on gas. Their goal was to bring people into the store to buy other products, made-to-order sandwiches, beer, any other candy, drinks. But there was an old, at that point in time, 25 years ago, there were still a lot of gas stations in our area that were just that, only gas stations. And therefore, they couldn't compete by selling down closer to cost. I think this is a step in the right direction. I do agree with the gentleman from the 67th. We need to promote free markets and would urge passage.
Gentleman from 27th, Doug Schott, to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to summarize, this bill does move us closer to a free market. It will reduce the price of gasoline. My counsel advises me that the calculation may not be as simple as the gentleman from the 61st and I reviewed, but it's close. And so we know it will reduce nothing else, this bill reduces the price of gasoline to everyone in the state. And it also makes it harder to invoke this current law, and therefore stimulates competition. So I would urge your passage of the bill.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. That question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 259.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 311, allowing permanent exception for a mortgage modification or a refinancing loan under federal Making Home Affordable program.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gosh, I could read through this in a lot of length, but what this does is matches up West Virginia with federal law and provides a method that those homeowners that happen to have a loan that is technically underwater or the value of their home is less than their outstanding mortgage right now. This just basically provides the opportunity for them to modify that loan, including balloons, so that they can continue to stay in their home. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 311.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 384, requiring Bureau for Medical Services seek federal waiver for a 30-day waiting period for tubal ligation.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, currently a woman that receives a Medicaid must seek a 30-day approval from the federal government before she may receive a tubal ligation. This results in some women having to undergo 2 surgeries. For example, if a woman has a cesarean section, before her 30-day approval period expires, that same woman would have to undergo the C-section and then return later after the 30-day period after receiving the approval for the tubal ligation. Senate Bill 384 requires DHHR to seek a waiver of this requirement no later than July 1st of 2016. The final decision, of course, rests with the federal government for the approval of the waiver. However, if the waiver is granted, it will result in women being able to have the tubal ligation without having to wait the 30 days, thereby avoiding the duplicative cost and, of course, the additional recovery and potential for infection, etc., with the second surgery. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 384.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 459, requiring County Board of Education to pay tuition to Mountaineer Challenge Academy.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 459 it deals with the Mountaineer Challenge Academy and expanding the program that has been in place since 2005. The Mountaineer Challenge Academy is currently run out of Camp Dawson under the Adjutant General of our National Guard, an extremely successful program that has basically trying to meet the educational needs of some of our at-risk youth in high school. Presently, the Academy runs 2 classes annually of 125 students each, a total of 250. What this bill does is provide an opportunity to increase the number of students that they can handle at the Mountaineer Challenge Academy up to 400. And to do that, this bill is basically looking to have 75% of the per student aid dollars go to the Mountaineer Challenge Academy. The other 25% stays with the local Board of Education. Presently, students are funded 25% by state funds and matched 75% by the Department of Defense. So having some of these additional funds that pass through to the Adjutant General will allow them to further leverage up and meet the needs of our at-risk youth students. We heard from the Adjutant General and have had great success with kids that normally would be dropping out of high school going through this program. 80% of them, 80% end up with a high school diploma. 17% of those ultimately end up in the military. The General mentioned that the other 20% will end up in vocational school or some other forms. But, Mr. Speaker, an excellent program that urge passage. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 34th, Delegate Boggs. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the distinguished chair, my friend. Am I correct in my remembrance of what General Hoyer mentioned when he was up, that this might also help them expand the program to accept more students down the road, which they are working to have the capacity to do, and thereby help more students?
Absolutely, at least doubling the size of the program.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this bill to just echo the comments of the distinguished finance chair. This is an opportunity that we have to help youth that are in great need of help, to help our school systems, to help families, and to really turn some young people around. I think it's been an outstanding program in the past. I think it has the opportunity to be expanded even further. And with that, I would urge everyone's support. Thank you.
Gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill. Not only is this program in my district at Camp Dawson, but I attend several of the graduation ceremonies, and the stories that these youth tell, and there's some of them that'll raise seven grade levels in reading, 5 or 6 grade levels in math, and it's all because for the first time in their life, like I said, most of them come from troubled families, not all of them, but the first time in their life they have someone that cares, and they have a goal, and they have some discipline. And I would like to see more of these programs across the state. But it's just, if anyone here ever has a chance to attend one of the graduations, it's well worth your while, because this is a state that is, or a program that is actually saving a lot of the youth in our state. The success rate is just tremendous, and I urge you to support it.
The gentleman from 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the best programs we have for alternative placement in the state. It's voluntary. The students go there. They're totally regimented to while they're there. The reason we only gave them 75% of the allowance is they're only there 6 months at a time. And if you'll do the statistical analysis as I have, you'll notice that the graduation rate for West Virginia went up a few points last year. And it was because we now allow those fellows and girls there to get a diploma out of there from their home school. And I might also add, along that same line, as a short commercial, Mr. Speaker, I have a study resolution in to look at the possibility of starting another 1 or 2 of those things here in the state, so we can capture a few more of these at-risk young men and women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 66, Delegate Espinosa.
Mr. Speaker, I'd also rise in support of this program. essentially what this program allows is for students that, despite the best efforts of our traditional school systems, are not meeting the needs of these students, based on the decisions of their parents, it allows that funding to travel with the student to an alternative program that by all accounts is a very successful program. I'm sure you may be aware that I've advocated a similar approach in the past. So I'd rise in support and would encourage your support as well.
John from the 36th Target Row.
Would the chairman of Finance yield for a question?
Gentleman yields.
I too think it's a great program, but I'm wondering, are we shifting the cost of tuition to the county boards? Is there a pay shift here?
No, these are at-risk students. So more than likely, these students will not be in a high school. Thus, they will not be counted to get the student aid formula. Going to the Mountaineer Challenge Academy, they are counted. So another way of looking at this is securing at least 25% of that student aid formula per pupil for the county.
Okay. In other words, we're giving the counties money for the students once they're in the academy. Therefore, the county, and actually we're only requiring the county board to pay 75% of the tuition.
Well, it's more of a pass-through. Realize that that student is not sitting in a seat in that county,
right,
but ultimately will come back and receive a diploma from that local school.
So as far as the county boards are concerned, it's effectively revenue neutral.
I would probably say that it would be revenue positive.
Positive. All right. Thank you, sir.
John from the 22nd Delegate Moffitt.
Will the chair continue to yield? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman for 35th, continue to yield. Gentleman yields.
On the same lines there, I had a question. The Mountaineer Challenge Academy goes for 22 weeks. The regular school year is 36 weeks. Do those students go to their regular school for the other 14 weeks? Or is that, and if that's the case, then they're taking 75% of the money for only 61% of the time?
It's a 22-week program.
Do they go back to their regular school?
Nope. No.
Okay, so they get their full year in 22 weeks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
The gentleman from 27th Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to speak in support of this measure. During some of the discussions in your select committee on the prevention and treatment of substance abuse, expanding the Mountaineer Challenge Academy was one of the suggestions that we had, and I believe all of the members were very supportive of programs like this. So I would urge your support also from a different standpoint. Thank you.
Lady from the 43rd Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Lady, may proceed.
Yes, I rise in support of this bill. There are several individuals from my district that have been successful graduates of this program. And one thing that I learned in the committee when they did the presentation in education is that they're not just in school 5 days a week for 6 hours or 7 hours. They go 7 days a week. They start at 5 o'clock in the morning. So they may go 22 weeks, but they definitely get a 24-hour-a-day education. And it does help West Virginia with the dropout rate. It will help us increase our students getting high school diplomas. And I am fully in support of this legislation, and I would ask for everyone else to please vote for it.
John from the 8th Delegate Anderson.
Death. At the risk of letting this bill to death, I do want to add my comments. I had the privilege of going over the Mountaineer Challenge Academy last December. I saw the gentleman from the 53rd there to watch a class graduate, and a young man that I know graduated from there. And what particularly, as I do when I go to one of these places, I kind of get off the beaten path and talk with other graduates with whom I'd never had any contact. And I can now see young men and women that have focused and see a future for themselves and moving in a positive direction. This is an excellent program, and I rise today in support of this bill. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. The gentleman from 35th wish to close debate. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 459.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 468, allowing lender charge and receive interest on rescindable loan during rescission period.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 468 is fairly straightforward. It allows banks to collect interest on loans during the rescission period required under the Federal Truth in Lending Act. That period is sometimes referred to as a 3-day cooling off period. Federal law allows banks to collect interest during this period. There are, however, 2 well-founded provisos that were added to the bill as it was originally introduced. First, it only allows the lender to collect interest if the loan goes through and is not rescinded. In other words, if you do cool off and decide that you're not going to go through with the loan, the bank cannot charge you interest during that period that you're considering whether to go through with the loan. The other prevents the interest from being charged if the loan that you're cooling off from is for the purpose of paying off a prior loan made with the same lender. In that case, in order to prevent double dipping, the bank is not allowed to charge interest during that cooling off period because it's already charging interest on the loan you're seeking to pay off. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House, gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request to Rule 49 as the attorney for a bank.
To the gentleman, I don't believe it would have a direct impact on you personally, but to the extent that it might, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be required to vote. Gentleman from the 11th, Delegate Atkinson.
My wife works at a bank.
To the gentleman, I believe that, again, that may have an impact on you. I think it would be indirect if there is an impact, and if so, it would be as a member of a class. Therefore, the gentleman would be required to vote. Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 468.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 493, allowing creation of self-settled spendthrift trusts.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 493 permits the creation of self-settled spendthrift trusts in West Virginia. The West Virginia State Bar's Probate Committee has spent considerable amount of time working on this particular legislation. Residents can currently form these types of trusts in other states, and some do. In those cases, the corpus of the trust must remain out of state in the state in which the trust is settled. Specifically, the bill permits a grantor to transfer assets to a qualified self-settled spendthrift trust. In order to be a qualified self-settled spendthrift trust, the trust must meet 8 different criteria, including but not limited to: the trust must be revocable, the trust must be created during the grantor's lifetime, the trust instrument must expressly incorporate the laws of West Virginia, and the grantor must duly execute a qualified affidavit before or substantially contemporaneously with the making of the transfer of the assets into the trust. The affidavit must contain 8 statements, one of those being that the grantor must state that he or she is not indebted pursuant to a court order for payment of support or alimony. The assets in the trust are exempt from most but not all of the creditors of the settler beneficiary. Once a distribution is made, however, to the settler beneficiary, his or her creditors may then levy against the assets directly held in the settler's hands. A claim under the West Virginia Uniform Fraudulent Transfers Act may still be made against the trust. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Manchin. Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Could you explain to us the rationale for the last money in counts as the first money out to a beneficiary for subsequent transfers into the trust?
Well, to my friend, I understand that there was quite a bit of discussion. The gentleman posed those questions upstairs to, I believe, to Mr. Olivato, who was from the bar and had substantially more involvement in drafting it than I did.
It was just a going away present for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My understanding is that it has to do with whether or not there is a creditor or an obligation on that money as it is put into the trust. And so if the first money in, for example, is obligated or may be determined to be obligated to a creditor, then that would be money that could be recovered. However, once it's determined that it was properly placed in the trust, then the determination should be made that the last money in was also properly deposited, and if not, then that money would be subject to recovery by creditors.
Now that we've thoroughly confused everybody, I thank you for that explanation, even if I didn't hear the rationale. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 39, Doug Walters.
We'll continue this conversation for another minute.
Sure.
In the settlement of the claim and the proceeds are not received by the claimant, they're put directly into one of these trusts. Would, for example, a Medicaid lien or a Medicare lien or a lien by a bank have an impact on that if it's a tax-free transfer?
Yeah, this is generally not used for Medicaid set-aside or Medicare type planning, and particularly in the scenario described by the gentleman where it is settled outside of the beneficiary settling it themselves, this would not apply. So the traditional rules that govern those would apply. This only applies in a case where a settler themselves determines to set it up.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from 38th wish to close? No. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. My question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 493.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purpose does the lady from the 43rd, Doug Campbell, seek recognition?
With unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to return to the second order of business for reasons of introduction.
Without objection, the lady may proceed.
Thank you. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and me, we have a very special page with us today. And she is from Randolph County. And her name is Olivia Mudry. If Olivia would stand. She is a 5th grader at North Elementary School, and she is accompanied today by her mom and dad, Brian and Lisa Mudry from Elkins. If the House would please make them all feel welcome.
John from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
I'd also like to return to the second order of business for introductions.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I introduced some pages. They weren't here yet. If they'd stand, please. Laura Littman, Abby Francisco, Camden Prunty, Brianna Beveridge, and Olivia Edring. Please put your hands together and make these young West Virginians feel welcome in the chamber. Thank you so much.
John from 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to turn to second order of business, please.
The gentleman may proceed.
I have a page here from the wonderful city of Oak Hill, Taven Tucker. Taven, can you stand and wave? This is a fine young lady who thoroughly enjoys the political process. Would the House make her feel welcome?
Lady from the 51st, Dr. Fleshauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two special pages sitting with me today, personal pages from South Middle School. This is Sage Hallbritter, and this is Jaden Davis, and their moms are in the gallery if they would wave. And could the House please make them feel very welcome today?
John from the 50th Delegate, Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You only have to put up with me for about 2 months a year. I'd like to introduce the lady who's been putting up with me for almost 36 years. Please welcome my lovely wife, Tina.
If there's anybody that deserves a standing ovation, it's her. Further introductions. Okay, further bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 505, exempting certain uses of field gas from motor fuel excise taxes.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 505 does just as the title says, exempts field gas from motor fuel excise taxes. Currently, any gas used on the roads has an excise tax, but in this case, the industry is starting to use field gas right there at the wellhead to run compressors and other engines right on site. They don't have any road traffic, and this is just putting in code that field gas used on site is exempt from the motor fuel excise tax. And yesterday, the body voted to make sure that any gas coming out of the wellhead, that it would not negatively affect royalty payments. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. My question, 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 505.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 516, relating to registration for selective service.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require automatic enrollment of certain persons required to register for selective service, and the enrollment would be through the Division of Motor Vehicles. By law, men 18 years or older are required to register for the selective service. However, many forget to check the box on the driver's license form, which is in violation of law and could subject them to penalties such as not being eligible for student loans. Over 40 other states, including our surrounding states, have similar laws helping them to maintain a high compliance rate. I think I used the word counterintuitive earlier. We all are proud of the fact that we have a higher percentage of our citizens that serve in the military. However, in terms of our compliance rate with this requirement to register with the selective service, we are currently the lowest in the region. So adoption of this bill will improve that and make it consistent with our service rate as well. So therefore, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the bill, or the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. No question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 516.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 545, relating to asbestos abatement on oil and gas pipelines.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 545 allows oil and gas companies the ability to remove, repair, and maintain pipelines, such as in the case of a leak, without having to do special asbestos abatement projects. The type of pipelines specifically at issue are ones coated with an asphaltic wrap that has asbestos fibers embedded in a resin-like compound. The revisions in this bill would permit the handling of this kind of pipe similar to what OSHA currently allows. Under the bill, a full asbestos abatement project is not necessary if the pipe is intact and not crumbling or posing a danger of releasing fibers in the air. The size of the job does not exceed 260 feet of disturbance. The asphaltic wrap is not sanded or otherwise handled to create dust or a release of the particles in the air, and the employees are trained in accordance with the applicable OSHA standards concerning asbestos removal in this fashion. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Gentleman from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just would ask pursuant to Rule 49, the company for which I work is a interstate pipeline company that may be affected by this legislation.
To the gentleman, to the extent your company would be affected, I would find that your company and yourself would be a member of a class, and a very large class, and therefore I would direct you to vote.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 545.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 relating to retirement credit for members of West Virginia National Guard.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 64th, delegate householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 595 would authorize the purchase of up to 60 months of service credit for a member's service in the National Guard. Currently, the only service that is considered active duty may be used to receive credited service. Credit available is equal to 1 month for each 15 points the employee earned toward a reserve component retirement during a qualifying year. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 23rd, delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
A couple questions for you. Does that apply to Title 10 and Title 32 orders?
They already apply, sir.
Okay, so that doesn't change. All right. So an individual who happened to serve in the House of Delegates for 2 years and then were to buy into the system could apply up to 5 years, basically, of National Guard service time towards state retirement.
That's correct.
Mr. Speaker, this would have a dramatic impact on me personally. I would ask your ruling on Rule 49.
To the gentleman, as we discussed, I believe that it may have a direct impact on you, but it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be required to vote. Are there further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman from 34th. Yes, sir. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 595.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 599 relating generally to Uniform Unclaimed Property Act.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, delegate Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 599 adds one proviso to the section regarding presumptions of abandoned property in the Uniform Unclaimed Property Act. Specifically, the proviso states as follows: provided that the obligations set forth in this subdivision and the application of subdivision E of this section relating to this subdivision are guided by policies, requirements, and interpretations of the insurance commissioner. And basically, the intent of this is to clarify as between the policyholder and the insurer, issues in the contract are basically subject to the insurance commissioner's regulations. As you may recall, this body has passed House Bill 4739, which established the Uniform Unclaimed Life Insurance Property Act. And basically what that did, as between the insurance company and us as a legislature and the insurance commissioner, it orders those insurance companies to search the death master list for confirmation of death in life insurance and annuity policies. So the distinction is, as between the policyholder and the insurance company regulation should govern as to the interpretation of that policy. However, if by virtue of a section of the law that we passed, 4739, the obligation is imposed on the insurance companies to search the death master records to determine if there has been a death. Once the death has been confirmed, or in the instance of which there is no confirmation of death under the terms of the policy, those funds become unclaimed. Then they go to the treasurer and are administered in accordance with this Unclaimed Property Act and the regulations of the treasurer. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Gentleman for 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had considerable discussion on this bill yesterday, and I think the members probably remember much of it. So that you understand, as the chair has addressed, there is another bill that the Senate passed yesterday, and we're waiting to come over on messages. And in that bill, it deals with what would happen if insurance companies are required to search the master death database that the Social Security Administration handles. What this bill does is to eliminate that need. If that bill doesn't pass, if this bill passes, there is absolutely no requirement on the insurance companies to search the master death file that Social Security administers. I would urge that this bill be defeated. It's not needed. It's inappropriate because it does not require the insurance companies to search the master death base. I would just point out that the policies that are at issues are probably not huge life insurance policies. Most of the policies are really to pay funeral bills, funeral expenses, and that sort of thing. Some of the policies a number of years ago would have been purchased at work, and a lot of employees don't even know that they have the policies in existence, and their families didn't know. Now, all the insurance company has to do is to take the names of the insured and run it against the death base. It's not a difficult proposition. As we showed last night, the New York State has required it since the summer of 2011. So it certainly can be done. I think that this bill definitely sets up a conflict. I think that it creates a question about whether we are going to actually require the insurance companies to search the death database, and I would urge that the members reject the bill. And I just point out that if you want to think about it, whether it's green or red today, red is stop. That's to stop what we've been doing in the past. Red says that the insurance companies are not to continue doing what they do. If you vote green, you're really saying, insurance companies, it's okay. Go ahead. You don't have to search the death database until the insurance commissioner requires you to do it. We're not going to put in code a requirement where it would logically go right in this section. By the way, this section's on unclaimed property. It's not in the insurance code. It's in unclaimed property. We're dropping a requirement that the insurance commissioner develop rules and regulations. So if you vote green, what you're saying is go ahead, just keep on going, doing what you want to do. If you vote red, what you're saying is no, I'm voting for the people who have these small policies, who not just today or next year should have had that death base checked. That's something that should have occurred years ago. This has been a national issue. As I pointed out, what New York State, of course, is already requiring it over 5 years ago. We just can't keep delaying this. So I really urge the members look at it and don't vote green, but instead vote red. And what red says is, look, just stop doing what we've been doing, and we'll have in House Bill 4739 a solution to the problem. So please vote red. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 12th, Doug Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
There's been a lot of numbers thrown around about this bill, about House Bill 4739. According to the National Association of Unclaimed Property Administrators, there's $41.7 billion worth of unclaimed property in the United States, District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Quebec, British Columbia, and Alberta. There's been some accusations there's $40 billion of that in West Virginia. According to West Virginia Bureau of Public Health, in the last 30 years, there's an average of about 20,000 West Virginians dying each year. Now, if the delegate of the 34th, remember, we learned math. We didn't have a Common Core math. We had good old math. So if you take an average of 20,000 deaths per year for the last 30 years, that's about 600,000 deaths over 30 years. According to most people, the average, there's about 20% of the West Virginians have life insurance, and that's a high average. So of those 600,000, 20% of those would be 120,000 people that had life insurance in the last 30 years that died. So again, we're talking about a small number of these claims are not turned in. So let's say 5%, which is on the high number. So that's 6,000 claims that have not been notified. So if you take the $400 billion that was said was in West Virginia, and I had to go to the delegate of the 42nd, who I call the human computer, to do this because my computer will not put 400 billion on it. But you divide 6,000 into 400 billion, that means that there's $6.6 million per claim out there. If that's the case, we do have a problem. It's not with this problem. 400 billion divided by 6,000 unclaims, that's $6.6 million per claim, unclaimed. That's just not true. Let's do some facts. In 2013, there was $2 billion of life insurance benefits paid in West Virginia. There was $401 million annuity benefits paid to West Virginia. The company that I work for, I sell life insurance, and I take good pride. I take pride in selling it because somebody comes to me, they want to be their families taken care of. Since we started this session, I've had 5 claims in my agency alone notified me. 5 people have died in my agency. I had one call yesterday. I had to go to work last night. Like some of us here, I work full-time in Ripley, and I work full-time here for 60 days. It's tough sometimes. After the session last night, I went home and I worked on this death claim. This gentleman lived in Sandyville. I sold a policy to him. His name was Greg. He's 48 years old, had a heart attack. I take great pride when I give that claim check to his family. Also, the insurance industry took a little hit on this. Let's stack back a little bit. Let's go back to 2012. This is not life insurance, but this is the same thing I do. There's a little 12-minute storm went through West Virginia called a derecho. There was 36,700 claims. The insurance company paid out $87 million. We didn't go hide. We were here. We were here that Saturday morning taking claims, just like I went last night and did this claim for this family last night. I take great pride in if we have a claim, we find it and we do it. There is some out there. I think that Senate Bill 599 is needed, and I really think House Bill 4739 is needed. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill, and thank you for listening to me.
The gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rule 49, candidate for Treasury.
The gentleman, similar to a previous ruling, to the extent this would have an impact, I don't believe it would be to you directly, even if you were successful in becoming the treasurer, but nonetheless, it would affect any future candidates or treasurers, and therefore, as a member of a class, so therefore the gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Byrd.
Same thing, Rule 49, as we discussed in the last bill.
The gentleman, again, I believe that the similar ruling, it's my understanding your spouse is employed by the treasurer's office, and therefore I think that we've determined that there are several employees that would be infected, so therefore it would be as a member of the class, and the gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Chaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 49. I work in the financial services business, deal with different types of insurance, including not limited to life insurance.
The gentleman, it would be as you would be as a member of a very large class, and therefore would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the ladies and gentlemen of the chamber to vote against this bill. Ladies, first off, we heard $400 billion, when really and truthfully it's $40 billion. It's 10% of the number stated. So let's get the facts straight before we vote on this bill. It's $40 billion, not $400 billion. 10% of what was stated. Secondly, I want you all to look at what happened in Kentucky last week. They voted the opposite the way this vote's probably going to go. They voted to protect the people and the beneficiaries of these policies. The state of Kentucky legislature, led one House Democrat and one House Republican, approved a very similar bill in the opposite manner, where these companies have to pay out what was paid for. Let's go back to a history lesson. A lot of life insurance policies were sold in coal camps back in southern West Virginia in the 30s and 40s. They would come to your door, they knocked on your door, they sold you a life insurance policy. Your grandpa, your grandma, somebody bought it. You might have been a beneficiary on it, but you don't know. That policy is still existing. That policy's out there. Grandma, grandpa dies. So are we going to vote that policy that somebody might not know about goes to unclaimed property, where the treasurer, who can be another check on this, can find out where the money should go properly? Or are we going to vote to give it back to the insurance companies? Are we going to vote to protect that big out-of-state corporate interest? Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage a red vote on this bill. Let's vote for the people and the beneficiaries that deserve what was paid for. They paid for these policies. They deserve what was paid for. So vote red on this to protect the beneficiaries and those who deserve what they paid for. Or you vote green and just vote for the big insurance companies. It's up to you.
Jonathan, 50th, Delegate Manchin.
I tried to explain this bill a little bit yesterday, but I know it's complicated, but the bottom line is if we pass this bill and if we don't accept or pass the bill that's coming back from the Senate, then we will create a humongous windfall for the insurance companies. We will be relieving them of the obligation to search their data rolls and a master death list, which is readily available to them and for which they frequently use it for other purposes, will allow them to skate out of that requirement and to hang on to millions of dollars worth of our people's money because they don't search out and find out if they're dead. Now, the theory, I'm not going to get into too much of this, and I explained some of it yesterday, I don't want to go over your heads, but the bottom line is that we just passed a bill the other day that said that our county clerks have not done a good job of going in and finding the dead people on our voter rolls and scrubbing them off of the list. We didn't tell them, oh, you only have to go back to 2000 and find out who's died. We told them they've got to get rid of everybody. But here we are. Those are our lowly county clerks, and we're telling them, incidentally, if you don't do that, well, the Secretary of State may come in and take over for you and do it. Here we are insisting on that level of conduct from them, but the businesses that make millions and millions and billions of dollars, we're going to say, no, we're not going to require that of you. Now, I know that the comeback is going to be, oh, well, our insurance commissioner has the authority to tell them when they actually have to go back and look. Well, that's what I tried to explain to you yesterday. This issue, and you even have a letter on here that takes it back to at least 2011, has been floating around even longer than that, and our insurance commissioner has not brought to us a single model act to pass in all those years. Our insurance commissioner has not brought to us a single legislative rule to set forth what the requirements are going to be. Our insurance commissioner has ignored the issue, and for us to just hand it back to the insurance commissioner who's had it all this time is a cop-out, and that's a giveaway. You can decide to be with the people on this, or you can decide to be with the insurance companies on this. Now, frankly, if the other bill comes back and it goes back to 1986, then there's nothing wrong with this bill. The problem is that there's a pretty strong feeling here that we're not going to go back to 1986, and that we're only going to go back to 2000 on the other bill, that we're going to take that to conferees, and that's what will be wrong. Or worse yet, we'll have no bill whatsoever, and then this will be all that stands. I urge you to reject this bill.
John from the 55th, Douglas Pennagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I likewise urge rejection. There's been a couple of bills here, but basically what we're talking, again, there are three people that were basically what this deals with. You have an owner. I go out, I buy a policy, and I'm going to name beneficiaries, probably my kids or my wife or whoever, my family members. I'm the owner of that policy. You have the holder of the policy that are making money off of it, which is the insurance company, okay? That's the second party. And then you have the third party, who's the trustee, which is the treasurer's office. What happens is when the owner dies, that money is supposed to be distributed out to the beneficiaries. That's an obligation that the insurance holder company is supposed to do. They are neglecting it. They don't go out and they don't look that hard for it, which resulted in a lawsuit this past year. Why is that important? Because they will constantly charge premiums. So if you're not around and your family members don't know that's out there, they will constantly just cipher off money off the cash value until they drain it to nothing. That's been a common practice, and that's what resulted in the lawsuit. We have the laws for unclaimed property that after 3 years after death, if the insurance company is unable to locate them, they contact the treasurer's office. They probably go to Ancestry.com or do whatever, but they do a pretty good job of locating people and getting that money out to them that they may not know. I mean, I'm sure it was common practice, especially in southern West Virginia or other places, that if you were going down the coal mines, you had a probably high likelihood of dying. So they wanted to take care of their family members, and they took care of them financially and signed off on these things. So it's the person that's been paying this money. It's their life insurance policy. It's the one they've been paying the premiums. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why we were so hard up and do not want to return that money to their heirs or to their people. We'd rather just let the insurance company sit there and have that money and totally just, basically like a vampire and just drain it. And there's nothing left to go back to the people. So I don't understand this practice at all. I don't understand why we're trying to basically harm and hurt widows and orphans. It's gotten that low in here. So we should just reject this bill flat out on principle. Thank you.
Lady from 51st, Douglas Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring this down to a little bit more personal level. I don't know how many of you in here have ever been an administrator of an estate, but I have for family members in Pennsylvania, for elderly family members who had dementia. One was a nice dementia and one was a mean dementia. And it is, if you had a family member, and a lot of times people don't tell anyone who the beneficiary is. Maybe they're suspicious and they don't want to, they don't want the person that they're going to pick to treat them any differently They want to know that their person they're leaving their money to is good to them because they care, not because they're getting their money. I know lots of people that change their will and change their beneficiary all the time, back and forth. And it can be a very, very long time before somebody who bought a life insurance policy actually passes away. And there may be nobody left who has any knowledge about that. I'm not even sure I've told my husband about a small insurance policy that I have that I've half forgotten about. So we have talked a little bit about how much money is involved, and we're not sure the numbers, but I think what matters are the older people who set aside money for their family members. Say maybe it's $6,000, and they paid money year after year after year so that they would have this little nest egg. And maybe they didn't explain to anybody what company it was with. And maybe that company was in Connecticut, or maybe it was in Massachusetts. And maybe grandma has moved 3 times. Once she stayed with a family member, and then she went into a nursing home. So there's no records that people can find when they're administering the state. It's very hard work administering a state, I think, especially if it's in another state. And people have gotten older and they maybe didn't keep very good track of their records. You're lucky when somebody keeps good track of their records, but that isn't always the case when somebody is older and not very well. And just the thought that this money would not go to where it's supposed to go, when people are so careful about getting the premiums and that they would not be so careful about paying the beneficiaries, it's very upsetting. And I think that the appropriate thing is to make them go back to 1986 and not give them the easy way out. And so I urge rejection.
Gentleman from the 17th, Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard yesterday that the Senate had just passed House Bill 4739, which was the first bill to deal with this issue. So it should be coming back here in a Senate message. And I, like my colleague from Jackson, want to support both 4739 and this legislation. So I would like to move that we postpone action on this bill for 1 day. We'll have both bills. We can look at them and we can sync them up so that we accomplish the goals of 4739 as it lies from the Senate, and make sure that this bill corresponds with it. And I would ask for the yeas and the nays, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 17th moves that the action on the bill be postponed 1 day. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
This is on Senate Bill 599, relating generally to Uniform Unclaimed Property Act.
Okay. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 86 ayes, 11 nays, 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, declare the gentleman's motion adopted. Action will be postponed 1 day. Further bills.
Senate Bill 613, defining total capital for purposes of calculating state chartered banks lending limit.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 38, Doggett Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 613 revises the section of banking code that addresses the calculation of lending limits for state chartered banks. The problem the bill seeks to address is the absence of a definition in the code for total equity capital for a bank, which is a factor in calculating the bank's lending limits. The bill harmonizes state and federal law by replacing total equity capital with the term Tier 1 core capital, which is a defined term under the Code of Federal Regulations that is already used by banks to submit quarterly reports to the West Virginia Division of Financial Institutions. Informal industry estimates presented to the Judiciary Committee indicate that 44 of the 49 state banks The change in lending limit will be less than a 10% difference in their lending ability. Predominantly, the banks will have a decreased limit for 18 out of 49 of them. 28 out of 49 will have an increased limit, and apparently 3 will have no change in their lending limits. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor, what purpose, gentleman from the 11th delegate Atkinson, seek recognition.
Rule 49. My wife's executive vice president of the bank.
To the gentleman, I do believe that to the extent there would be an impact on you or your spouse, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be required to vote. Gentleman from 27th, delegate Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a member of a small community bank board, and that's Rule 49.
To the gentleman, to the extent there would be an impact on you, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 43rd, delegate Hartman.
Same request, member of bank board.
Same ruling, the gentleman. Gentleman would be required to vote. Gentleman from 17th, delegate Reynolds.
Same request, Mr. Speaker.
You're a member of a bank board. Same request, same ruling. You would be required to vote as a member of a class. The lady from 16th, delegate Miller.
Husband's a member of a bank board.
To the lady, the same ruling. You would be as a member of a class and required to vote. Gentleman from 54th, delegate Evans.
Same request.
You're a member of a bank board. The gentleman, same ruling. You would be as a member of a class and be required to vote. Lady from the 21st, delegate White.
Shareholder in a bank.
Okay. To the lady, you would also be as a member of a class and therefore be directed to vote. Gentleman from 53rd, delegate Smith.
Same as before, Mr. Speaker, Rule 49. The bank owns almost everything I have, so.
That's a pretty big class. Gentleman would be required to vote. Gentleman from the 50th, delegate Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a bank in my backyard that I mow every 10 days. I'd like to know if I could be.
I'm not sure if that's a member of a class or not. I don't know. Gentleman from the 10th, delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just say with the comments we're having on the floor, this has been a long session.
The gentleman from 39th, delegate Walters.
A stockholder in bank stock.
To the gentleman again, I think that would also be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be directed to vote. It may be a pecuniary interest, but would be as a member of a class. Lady from 46, delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shareholder in a bank.
The lady would be as a member of a class, and therefore be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 42nd, delegate Amber. Same ruling. Gentleman would be required to vote. I think just in this room we have a class, so I think we'd be certainly as a member of a class. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 100 ayes, no nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 613.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 614, conforming statute with court interpretation by replacing unconscionable with fraudulent when referring to conduct.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it was originally introduced, Senate Bill 614 changed the language relating to the enforceability of agreements or transactions that are deemed to be unconscionable. Specifically, the bill attempted to define unconscionable as fraudulent conduct. However, the Senate adopted a committee substitute that addressed both the original intent of the bill and added additional clarifications to the West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act. It is my understanding that the clarifying language that was added by the Senate was the product of significant discussion and was ultimately agreed upon and passed out of the Senate by a vote of 34-0. As now before us, Senate Bill 614 clarifies the type of existing charges that may be assessed upon default of a consumer loan. In particular, the bill expressly states the type of costs and fees that may be recovered. It additionally adds limitations and conditions upon some of the charges that may be assessed upon default. Senate Bill 614 additionally excludes from the Consumer Credit and Protection Act obligations of a property owner, lot owner, or homeowner to pay dues, assessments, costs, or fees of any kind to a property owners association or homeowners association. The exclusion does not preclude civil actions for recovery of dues or assessments. It just makes clear that a homeowners association agreement does not fall under the purview of the Consumer Credit and Protection Act. Finally, Senate Bill 614 addresses the definition of unconscionable conduct language by inserting examples of that conduct. Specifically, the bill lists affirmative misrepresentations, active deceit, or concealment of a material fact as examples of unconscionable conduct. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Gentleman from the 67th, August Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
What reason should we exempt out the folks, the homeowners, from the Consumer Credit Protection Act and the protections that gives?
Well, I can give you an example of why I think so, but as far as putting myself in the mind of the sponsors of the bill, I'm afraid I can't do that. But I think that in terms of the expectation of the board of a homeowners association as opposed to a merchant and the level of expertise, I think most of these homeowners association boards are made up of people like you and me, well, not like you and me, who probably aren't lawyers, who probably aren't experienced and probably have no grasp of the Consumer Protection Act. They're just trying to do the best they can for their fellow homeowners to keep the homeowners project solvent and keep the streets paved and the yards cut and so forth. This is not the typical type of consumer transaction that in my mind, the Consumer Protection Act was adopted to govern.
Now, are you aware that these small HOAs have the ability to slap a lien on the individual homeowners?
I am aware that's in some of the declarations.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with all of them, but I've certainly seen that language.
Thank you, sir. I'll just speak to it if I may.
John, may proceed.
Thank you. This, my friends, is what happens when you win a case at the Supreme Court. And the other side has the ability to get some legislation passed. I urge rejection. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close? Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 67 ayes, 32 nays, one member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 614.
Other amendments to the title. Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 622, composition of PEIA Finance Board.
Jonathan, 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to place the bill at foot of bills on third reading.
The gentleman from 58 asks unanimous consent the bill be placed at the foot of bills on third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill be placed on the foot of bills on third reading. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625, revising exceptions from FOIA provided for in Above-Ground Storage Tank Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 38, Doggett Lane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 625 clarifies the information the public has access to with respect to the source water protection plans in the above-ground storage tank bill. The current law provides a great deal of public access unless it has been designated as restricted by the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management or as a trade secret or proprietary information. The bill before us would allow any information regarding the location, characteristics, and approximate quantities of potential sources of significant contamination within the zone of critical concern, which is currently in the public domain, to be disclosed by the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in response to a FOIA request. It also provides that utilities may use that information in crafting and presenting their source water protection plans. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The lady from 51st, Douglas Flushire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would strongly urge passage of this bill. We passed Senate Bill 373, and one of the main things we were trying to do is make sure the public knew if there was any threat to their water. Then we made several amendments, and last year we had our first public hearings on the local source water plans, and I went to a meeting and got virtually no information because all of it was deemed to be top secret. I think it's really important that any information that is open to the public be provided to the public at these meetings so people can know what the issues are. So I urge I urge passage of this bill. Thank you. I'm very pleased.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. So each member voted. So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, creating William R. Laird IV Second Chance Driver's License Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, asks unanimous consent to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to address the problem of individuals having their driver's license suspended or revoked due to unpaid court costs. To accomplish this purpose, the new article of code creates a program under which the Division of Motor Vehicles can temporarily stay a suspension or revocation of a driver's license under certain circumstances. The Director of the Division of Justice and Community and the Commissioner of the DMV will be tasked with implementing this program. Under the program, an eligible individual obtains a stay on the suspension or revocation of his or her license, conditioned upon agreement to a consolidated repayment schedule. The consolidated repayment schedule covers the amount of all court costs, fines, forfeitures, or penalties that the individual currently has outstanding at the time of his or her enrollment in the program. And it sets parameters for the payments to be a minimum of $50 each month and a maximum repayment timetable of 1 year. A licensee can have the stay or revocation of his or her driver's license revoked for various actions, including failure to timely remit payment or conviction of another criminal offense during the individual's participation in the program. Also, a participant's driver's license, upon staying the suspension or revocation thereof, shall be subject to restrictions on when and where the participant may operate a motor vehicle while the stay is in effect. All of those to be determined by the DMV Commissioner. Once the participant has paid all the obligations in full according to the payment schedule, the Director shall issue a program completion certificate to the Commissioner and the courts that the participant has completed the program in good standing. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made it clear in Roads and Transportation that I thought it was bad policy to be naming bills after sitting people. Not that I don't appreciate the efforts of Senator Laird in his pushing this issue for the past 8 years, but I thought we had agreed to not name things after people that are sitting in this chamber or the other chamber actively. I wish him well on his retirement, but I won't vote for it because of that reason, despite supporting the issue and the idea of the bill.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take an opportunity to commend the members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Roads and Transportation for getting this bill to the House floor. This literally will help West Virginians get back to work, and I urge passage.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. This question, 97 ayes, 3 nays, no members absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 634.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the passage, adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For the bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 691, modifying certain air pollution standards.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to make technical cleanups to Section 22-5-20, which was modified substantially during the 2015 legislative session by the passage of House Bill 2004 and requires the Department of Environmental Protection to submit its proposed plan to comply with the AP's Clean Power Plan to the legislature prior to its submission. In subsection C, the bill twice changes the word shall to may, first to permit rather than require the plan to be on a unit-specific performance basis, and secondly, to permit either a rate-based or mass-based model to be utilized. The term meter-based is also modified to mass-based. Testimony before the committee is that no other state has used the term meter-based, and that's why it was replaced with mass-based. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. That question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, 0 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 691.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman for the 58th. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House recess until 1 p.m.
Are there announcements? The gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to return to the second order of business for purpose of making an introduction.
Without objection, gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on behalf of my colleagues from Cabell County today, we have 2 pages from Nicholas Elementary. We have Nathaniel Falk and Brandon Elswick. Would ask that they stand and the House make them welcome.
Further introductions. The gentleman for the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I also have pages from Gallipolis Ferry, West Virginia Bill Elementary School, Abby Clendenin, and accompanied by Deborah Matthews, and also Jared Spencer. Would the House please welcome them, and the kids stand, please. Thank you.
Further introductions. Gentleman from further announcements. Gentleman from 64th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the finance members, lunch is being served in the Finance Committee.
Gentleman from 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the members of the Judiciary Committee, please meet down front in the well in front of the Speaker's dais immediately upon recess. Immediately upon recess. Thank you.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House Floor Session Live.
The lady from the 31st, Delegate Arbine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that all of the Government Organization Committee members to stick around for a group picture immediately upon adjournment. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 2nd, Delegate Weld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the announcement that you've been waiting all day for. The Conference Committee for Senate Bill 283 relating to a crime when fire is caused by operation of a clandestine drug laboratory will meet today at March 10th at 3 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room. Remind the conferees on this are the gentlelady from the 18th, Delegate Sponia, and the gentleman from the 52nd, Delegate Schaefer. Thank you.
The House is going to go into recess until 1 o'clock.
Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The final meeting on the Committee on Roads and Transportation will be at 2 p.m. or 10 minutes following our next recess in House Government Organization.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my motion to recess.
Gentleman asks unanimous consent to withdraw the motion to recess. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to return to consideration of committee substitute for Senate Bill 691 that we just passed.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent to return to further consideration of committee substitute for Senate Bill 691. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
That's why he had to withdraw the request to take a recess.
So each member voted.
In order to make it effective
Close the
from
machine and
passage.
ascertain the result. On that question, 93 ayes, 0 nays, 7 members absent not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, subject to any further announcements, I move the House recess until 1 p.m.
Are there any further announcements? Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet at 12:50 p.m. in the lounge behind the Speaker's podium.
Question for the House is the gentleman's motion that the House stand in recess until 1 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House recess until 1 p.m.
The House is delaying work on Senate Bill 622. The composition of the PEIA Finance Board moved to the foot of bills on third reading. And then when they got to the foot of the bills on third reading, they decided to recess. We'll find out what is up with Senate Bill 622. The Senate has just gone into session, some drama there. We understand it's being reported that all bills will be read in their entirety today as Democrats are protesting Republicans' move to remove 7 labor and Democratic leaders from various boards and commissions they have been appointed to by the governor. The Senate Confirmations Committee making that move yesterday, and we understand as a protest, all the bills will be read in their entirety in the Senate. That's a move to delay things and to protest. So let's take you now live to the State Senate.
This is a facility on 3 Mile Curve, as we call it back in Logan. And I can tell you there's 3 instructors here today that I personally have known all my life. They are the best of the best. They brought 6 students with them, and I can tell you they will change the lives of these kids based on the quality of teachers that they are. And the first one I want to introduce, I actually worked with at Kroger's for years and have been friends forever, Mr. Jack Fry, who is the machine and tool technologist for Ralph R. Willis. We also have Kitty Markham, who is the auto body instructor. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce my oldest son, who teaches electricity, Eddie Kirkendall. And the students they have with them today are Nate Smith, Andrew Ferris, Brandon Toller, Trent Lambert, Joe Shad, and James Bryant. Would you give these instructors, the kids, a warm welcome? To my rear gallery, I'm pleased on behalf of my senior senator to introduce some people that are making tremendous differences in southern West Virginia. And that is some of the projects that we have regarding day reporting and drug programs. And with us today, I'm proud to announce that we do have the Chief Probation Officer, Mr. Kevin Runyon. We have the Director of the Southwestern Day Report Center, Michelle Akers. We have the Adult Drug Court Probation Officer, Tiffany Robinson. We have the Drug Court Case Manager, Aaron Motto. And we have the Day Report Therapist, Ashley Bledsoe. These people have been, in my opinion, according to some of the reports that we get from the Supreme Court officials, the best run facilities and programs to give people a chance to go back in mainstream living and getting them off drug addiction and getting them back in the mainstream. And I would just like the Senate, ask them all to stand in the Senate and say thank you for the job that they do.
Further introductions. The hour having arrived for consideration of executive nominations, the chair recognizes the senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the further consideration of executive nominations be made a special order of business following the 10th order of business on Saturday, March 12, 2016.
Senator from Jackson moves that further consideration of executive nominations be a special order of business following the 10th order of business on Saturday, March 12, 2016. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will not resist that motion, but I must feel compelled to at least indicate that yesterday the series of events that occurred were unfortunate, obviously in confirmations. You know, they appear to be rare and unprecedented. And quite frankly, it was appeared the way things occurred, and some of us wish sometimes you can roll back the clock, but I think it was beneath the dignity of the Senate and some of the things that occurred yesterday and made us appear in many instances, you know, petty and small. You know, the people expect us to behave, Mr. President, all of us like statesmen, not like partisan politicians. And it is my hope and expectation over the next 2 days that we'll behave like such and lead by example from this chamber, Mr. President, as we tackle the very difficult problems that we have facing our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from Marshall be placed in the appendix of the Journal.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the Senator from Marshall be published in the appendix of the Journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to commend the manner in which the minority leader and others have dealt with circumstances that sometimes honestly do kind of get out of control. We absolutely want to maintain the dignity, honor, respect, and collegiality within this body. It is extremely important that we work together to move our state forward. And I think the process of delaying further consideration of this executive nominations gives an opportunity for us to rethink or to reconstitute our positions and work across the aisle to ensure that we do the right thing for the people of West Virginia. And I want to, again, thank you as Mr. President and the minority leader and those who have different opinions for working in such a dignified, honorable manner to hopefully find a resolution that we can all work together on, come together for the good of the state of West Virginia, and put our people first. And thank you to the minority leader.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to remarks of the Senator from Jackson be placed in the appendix
Senator
of the
from
Journal.
Marshall requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the Senator from Jackson be published in the appendix of the Journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Thank you both, gentlemen. The motion now to move further consideration of the executive nominations till the 10th order of business, Saturday, March 12th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Further consideration of executive nominations will be a special order of business following the 10th order of business on Saturday, March 12th, 2016. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the House has amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 6, requiring drug screening and testing of applicants for TANF program.
Message to be received, the Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 6. The Senate version of the bill based reasonable suspicion on the fact that an applicant has been convicted of a drug-related offense within the 5 years immediately prior to an application for benefits. The House lowered that standard to 3 years. The House also clarified that DHHR shall pay for the drug screening and the cost of any drug treatment and counseling program, and I move that the Senate concur and pass.
The senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 6. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 27 yeas, 7 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 43, clarifying means of posting to prohibit hunting or trespassing.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 43. I'll explain the amendments. Actually, the purpose of the bill was to enact the purple paint law for posting property. Listen, the amendment would provide for purple paint posting of property with one vertical line, 8 inches in length and 2 inches in width, no more than 100 feet apart on movable objects such as trees and readily visible. Again, the amendment will provide for purple paint posting of property, and I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 43. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question is now on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House has amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 47, rewriting licensing requirements for practice of medicine and surgery and podiatry.
Message to be received, the Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill number 47. The House amendment adds the words band member, cheerleader, or mascot to the team members in the section stating it is not unlawful practice for a physician or podiatrist holding one or more unrestricted licenses granted by another state or foreign country to provide medical services to a college or university affiliated sports team if written agreement with that sports team to provide care to team members is in place. And I move we concur.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 47. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and the title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 265, allowing library volunteers necessary access to user records.
Message to be received, the Senator from Jackson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur. Are we going to concur with further amendments? All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 265. It's title amendment. Just have him call me. We can get through this. He just needs to call me. I'll just say it's a title amendment.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the title of the bill.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment, as described by the clerk, is a title amendment only.
Questions on title of the bill? Questions on the adoption of the amendment? All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments and as amended with the title.
Senator from Jackson moves that Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 265. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senior Senator from the 4th. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those elected and having voted the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Our Senate reporter Ashton Mara is telling us now that there's been some sort of deal made and bills will not be read in their entirety as Democrats had threatened to do. But we'll see what happens. Also, the Senate will override the governor's veto.
The clerk of the House announced that the House amended the bill in title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 195, authorizing DHHR to promulgate legislative rules.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments as it relates to Senate Bill 195. The House of Delegates made some changes to the following rules in the Health and Resources bundle. Pain clinics, a definition for terminal condition was added. The in any 1 month language was reinserted consistent with the passage of House Bill 4537. They added language regarding patient thresholds and precluded recruit of new patients. Clarifies that a judge can issue inspection warrants upon proper affirmation and requires a clinic to maintain a record of all cash transactions and made some technical changes. With regard to neonatal abstinence centers, a clinic may be located within 15 minutes of any hospital and not just at a level 3 NICU. Cleaned up some references to mother that should read parent and deleted language on the location requirement section that limited noise sources such as railroads, freight yards, traffic arteries, and airports. And then with regard to the West Virginia CARES component, it added language to allow for expansion as the program is able, created provisions for dealing with pending charges. And the OMS rules, the House changed the current 2-year certification period to 4 years and added minor technical amendments, and I move the Senate concur in the House amendments.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 195. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted the affirmative declared the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 330, requiring automobile liability insurers provide 10 days' notice of intent to cancel due to non-payment of premium.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 330. The Senate Bill 330 shortens the time in which automobile insurers may cancel liability insurance for failure and the insured to make payment. The House rewrote the relevant subsection and drafted 2 additional subsections in an effort to make the section more understandable. The bill retains the general 30-day notice requirement of an insurer's intent to cancel. It now also provides that notice of cancellation must be sent by first-class mail to the named insured at the address supplied on the application of the insurance, or by email or other electronic means if it is at the request of the policyholder, in accordance with the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act as codified in Chapter 39A of the West Virginia Code. The notice must state the effective date of the cancellation and provide a written explanation of the specific reasons for the cancellation. If an insurer cancels a policy of automobile liability insurance because the insured failed to pay the insurance premium when due, then the insurer must give the insured at least 14 days notice of its intention to cancel. The notice period will begin to run on the date mailed, and the payment would be deemed accomplished by depositing valid payment in first-class mail on or before the expiration date of the 14-day notice period. And I move that the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 330. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, and declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 333, taking and registering of wildlife.
Message to be received to Senator from Jackson.
Well, that's all it is. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 333. The amendments were in title only. This is 265. Okay. I withdraw my previous motion, Mr. President, and I move that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 333.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senator Carmichael moved to amend the House amendment by striking out the title and substituting a new title.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the amendment is title only. The bill revises provisions relating to electronic registration of wildlife. The amendment incorporates provisions of House Bill 4339, which provides a procedure for those not required to buy a license, such as a landowner, to electronically register wildlife using a combination of the last 4 digits of the Social Security number, date of birth, and last name. This was done to avoid a code conflict between the 2 bills. I move the Senate concur.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have declared the amendment adopted. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 333 as amended.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 333. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 338, compiling and maintaining Central State Mental Health Registry.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 338. The House inserted language that any name of anyone under the age of 14 years be deleted from the registry. And I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 338. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products.
Message will be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 416. The House made technical changes and altered the name of the act to be, quote, the Ben Price Right to Try Act. And I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross Senate Bill 416. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 494, creating Legislative Oversight Commission on Department of Transportation Accountability.
Message will be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill number 495. The 494. The Senate bill creates the Legislative Oversight Commission on the Department of Transportation Accountability, and it contains technical changes as well as adds one more senator and delegate to the commission, specifies that not more than 4 of the 7 commission members appointed each by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Delegates may be the same political party, and requires annual reporting by the Department of Transportation to the Commission. I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 494. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 520, allowing PEIA ability to recover benefits or claims obtained through fraud.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross committee substitute for Senate Bill 520. The House amended the engrossed committee substitute for the Senate Bill 520 by changing the criminal penalties provided for in the bill. The House changed the potential prison term from the felony violation of the statute to be no less than 1 year nor more than 5 years from the not longer than 1 year provided for in the Senate version. The House also reduced the potential fine for a felony violation of the statute relating to a loss of overpayment from the plan or states from the $25,000 to $5,000. Lastly, the House changed the potential prison term for the same violation of the statute to be no less than 1 year nor more than 5 years from the no less than 15 days or more than 1 year in the Senate version. Mr. President, I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross committee substitute for Senate Bill 520.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 520. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Questions now on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed Senate Bill 573, prohibiting municipal annexation, which would result in unincorporated territory within municipality.
Message be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 573. The House amendment may be unconstitutional in that it denies citizens the right to petition their government, First Amendment. The amendment would deny citizens the right to petition to come into a city, whether for new development and that can't wait on a 3-year time to expire, or normal property owners who want to take advantage of city services and reduced insurance premiums. Second, it frustrates local control and decision-making in that it denies a county commission the ability to determine what is in the best interest of the county as a whole. Third, it doesn't apply to all the sections. Fourth, it contradicts some other sections. And fifth, the arbitrary 3-year standard is unconnected to local needs, conditions, and desires of our citizens and communities. I move we reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 573.
Senator from Jackson. Senator from Jackson moves the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 573. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 627, permitting physician to decline prescribing controlled substance.
Message will be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 627. The House amendments are as follows. They altered the standard by which a physician may refuse to provide further opioids to a patient in their care from reasonably prudent medical judgment to reasonably prudent medical judgment, and also provided that any person who has a prescriptive authority to prescribe an opioid may also refuse further prescriptions. I move the Senate concur.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 627. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 326, repeal and recodify law relating to contributing to delinquency of a minor child.
Message to be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill number 326. The House amendment merely returns language related to religion-based declination of medical care, which was deemed necessary. The addition does not affect the Senate language and content.
The Senator from Jackson moves Senate concur in House amendments to engross Senate Bill 326. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House adopted House Concurrent Resolution 29, naming the Harry C. Buck Markley Jr. Memorial Bridge.
Message to be received and resolution be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 74, naming the Arnold Miller Memorial Bridge.
Message to be received and resolution be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 79, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study state agency websites.
Message to be received, resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 90, naming the U.S. Army Corporal Fawn Mitchell Memorial Bridge.
Message to be received and resolution be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Concurrent Resolution 96, requesting the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission expedite the approval of 6 interstate natural gas pipeline projects in West Virginia.
Message be received and resolution be referred to Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 101, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to conduct an interim study on the areas remaining from the January 3rd, 2012 efficiency audit of West Virginia's primary and secondary education system.
Message be received, a resolution be referred to Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 102, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to conduct an interim study on the enrollment of students solely for participation in extracurricular activities.
Message be received and the resolution be referred to Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 103, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to conduct an interim study on the educational impact and budgetary and funding formula consequences of education savings accounts.
Message be received, a resolution be referred to Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 104, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the composition, qualifications, terms, and duties of the State Board of Education.
Message to be received, a resolution be referred to Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 105, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the composition and terms of the School Building Authority.
Message to be received and a resolution be referred to Committee on Rules. Communications from the Executive.
Have a proclamation by the Governor. Whereas the Constitution of West Virginia sets forth the respective powers, duties, and responsibilities of the 3 separate branches of government, and whereas Article 6, Section 22 of the Constitution of West Virginia provides that the current regular session of the legislature shall not exceed 60 calendar days computed from and including the second Wednesday of January 2016. And whereas, pursuant to Article 6, Section 22 of the Constitution of West Virginia, the 2016 regular session of the legislature is scheduled to conclude on the 12th day of March 2016. And whereas, Article 6, Section 51 of the Constitution of West Virginia sets forth the obligations of the governor and the legislature relating to the preparation and enactment of the budget bill. And whereas subsection D, Article 6, Section 51 of the Constitution of West Virginia requires the governor to issue a proclamation extending the regular session of the legislature if the budget bill shall not have been finally acted upon by the legislature 3 days before the expiration of its regular session. And whereas the budget bill has not been finally acted upon by the legislature as of the 9th day of March 2016. Now therefore, I, Earl Ray Tomblin, Governor of the State of West Virginia, do hereby issue this proclamation in accordance with subsection D, Article 6, Section 51 of the Constitution of West Virginia, extending the 2016 regular session of the legislature for an additional period not to exceed 3 days through and including the 15th day of March 2016, but no matters other than the budget bill shall be considered during this extension of the regular session, except a provision for the cost thereof. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the great seal of the State of West Virginia to be affixed, done at the Capitol in the city of Charleston, State of West Virginia, on this 9th day of March in the year of our Lord 2016, in the 153rd year of our state, Signed, Earl Ray Tomblin, Governor. Attested to by Natalie E. Tennant, Secretary of State.
Message to be received.
I have a letter dated March 9th, 2016, addressed to the Honorable William P. Cole III, President of the West Virginia Senate, and the Honorable Tim Armstead, Speaker of the West Virginia House of Delegates. Dear President Cole and Speaker Armstead, please be advised that I intend to exercise the authority granted to me under Senate Bill 558, passed March 1st, 2016, to borrow funds from the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund for deposit into the Unemployment Compensation Fund to be expended solely on payment of unemployment benefits to eligible beneficiaries. The amount to be borrowed pursuant to this authority is the amount necessary to adequately sustain the balance in the Unemployment Compensation Fund at a minimum of $50 million. This amount shall be reviewed and determined on a weekly basis to ensure the continued solvency of the Unemployment Compensation Fund at a minimum of $50 million. The weekly review and determination shall continue until deemed no longer necessary and terminated by subsequent executive order. All funds withdrawn pursuant to the aforementioned authority shall be repaid into the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund from funds on deposit in the Unemployment Compensation Fund or from other funds legally available for such purpose without interest within 180 days of their withdrawal. If you have any questions or would like any additional information, please contact Mark Imbrogno of my office at 304-558-2000. Sincerely, Earl Ray Tomblin, Governor.
Message will be received.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We are live in the State Senate. The House is in recess until 1 o'clock or sometime after that. We're waiting to see if the Senate will take up the governor's message, if they have it, regarding his veto of Senate Bill 10, the abortion bill.
Senate will be at ease for a moment.
Among the bills up for passage in the Senate today, Senate Bill 269, the budget bill, House Bill 4351, transferring the Cedar Lakes Camp and Conference Center from the West Virginia Board of Education to the Department of Agriculture. House Bill 4334, clarifying the requirements for a license to practice as an advanced practice registered nurse and expanding prescriptive authorities.
Senate will be in order. The clerk has another message from the executive.
I have a letter dated March 9th, 2016, addressed to the Honorable William P. Cole, President of the West Virginia Senate. Dear President Cole, pursuant to the provisions of Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of West Virginia, I hereby disapprove and return the enrolled committee substitute for Senate Bill 10. I am advised that this bill is overbroad and unduly burdens a woman's fundamental constitutional right to privacy. See Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania v. Casey. Among the bill's prohibitions is a leading pre-viability medical procedure, the dilation and evacuation method that, for reasons of patient safety, is preferred by physicians. The Supreme Court of the United States and the United States District Court for the Southern District of West Virginia previously struck down similar overbroad laws that unduly burdened a woman's right to choose this procedure. See Stenberg v. Carhart, Daniel v. Underwood. Declaring sections of West Virginia Women's Access to Health Care Act to be unconstitutional. Ban at issue encompassed the common dilation and evacuation method, and this unduly burdened a woman's constitutional right of privacy. In these circumstances, a veto is appropriate. Sincerely, Earl Ray Tomblin, Governor.
Message be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that in accordance with Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia, the Senate proceed to reconsider Senate Bill 10, heretofore disapproved and returned by His Excellency the Governor with his objections.
Senator from Jackson moves in accordance with Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia, the Senate proceed to reconsider Senate Bill 10, heretofore disapproved and returned by His Excellency the Governor with his objections. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the motion by the senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Is there a discussion? The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real briefly, I'd like to rise in opposition to this. And quite honestly, a second trimester abortion is something that's troubling to most of us, and myself included. But this bill, let's just understand what we're doing here. This bill has been passed in 2 states, enjoined in both states. This comes on the heels of us passing a clearly unconstitutional abortion restriction last year that hadn't been challenged, so it's still law, but there's no question it's unconstitutional. This one is arguably unconstitutional as it's been enjoined in 2 states where it's been tried. But beyond that, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, what we're doing with this is we're saying that the safest procedure cannot be used, and I know it's a troubling procedure to think about it, but it's the safest procedure that doctors can use with women who want to do this, and we're requiring them to do the less safe procedure, which has been told to me by an OBGYN in some situations is not even possible. We're requiring them to do the more dangerous, more difficult, and in some circumstances, the impossible with this. So and again, we're slapping the governor again and not respecting the governor's vetoes, which we're pretty common around here these days. But it just, to me, doesn't make any sense for us to do this, so I urge rejection.
Is there further discussion? The senator for Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again rise in opposition to this as well. We've heard clearly from the medical community that this is the safest procedure and frankly the only procedure that's available to do this second trimester abortion. So there's very few second trimester abortions to begin with. There are conditions where someone, frankly, may not even know they're pregnant until they're in the second trimester. And those same people, perhaps are quite overweight, are the ones that's the most difficult to inject something into the uterus to euthanize the fetus prior to this only procedure available. We are, again, it's going to be considered unconstitutional in the 2 states that it's been happened already. I don't know why we have to do something like this that takes away basically abortion in the 2nd trimester. That's what we're doing here, and I urge rejection.
Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I don't think it's any secret that I've had a long history of being pro-life in this chamber in my last 19 years. And that's been guided in many instances by recognition of 3 principles. Number 1, that under the law, abortion is legal. Number 2, it should be rare. And 3, and equally important, that it should be safe. You know, I have supported, sponsored, and voted for legislation in the past that have provided, you know, unborn victims of violence protections for women who lose their pregnancy to act of violence and hold those folks accountable. Informed consent to give women additional information, particularly as to alternatives as they make that difficult decision, that other adoption and other agencies might be available to for them to consider. That, you know, even the ultrasound bill that was accused of being mandatory, it was merely, as it passed this Senate, basically gave a woman additional medical information should she so choose to avail herself of it. But I've also been guided by the fact that any type of information that we were providing in any bills we passed also ensured that there would be no criminal penalties against any woman making that difficult, horrible, and gut-wrenching decision, nor to provide that any of the medical providers that are assisting the woman in carrying out the legally permitted procedure would suffer any criminal penalties as well. You know, I listened to the speech 2 weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, of the senator from Boone. And after hearing his comments, I had occasion to do some little bit of research of my own concerning this procedure. And I am concerned that the D&E that is permitted is in fact the safest and medically accepted procedure of choice to perform these 2nd trimester abortions. I'm concerned that if we pass this bill in its present form, that we will now be making illegal the safest procedure available to the medical community. I also am mindful of the fact that we passed last year the 20-year pain-capable bill, with recognition that at 20 weeks a fetus could feel pain. I guess the flip side of that is up to that 20 weeks, there is no pain being felt by the fetus. And I'm concerned that what we're doing by this bill is in that 2nd trimester, beginning with the 12 weeks to the 20 weeks, when under legislation we have passed, there is no pain. That we're going to force a woman to undergo a less safe medical procedure in order to proceed with the termination of the pregnancy. I just stand here today and tell you that under those 3 guiding principles of while it's legal, it should be rare and should be safe. I am extremely concerned that by passage of this bill, that we will be ignoring the safe principle, and secondly, making illegal the safest method known by medical science. For that, Mr. President, I cannot push the green button on this bill and this override, and I would urge others to do the same.
Further discussion. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had no intention of speaking today, but after hearing some of the comments, I think we need to clear the air on on a couple simple things. I think everyone in this chamber can agree that D&E is the safest procedure during a second trimester abortion. I will concede that. I'll agree with that. But I think we need to, it sounds like we're dancing around a little bit what it is. So I'm just going to explain. When we talk about a D&E, we're talking about ripping an unborn fetus part by part in order to cause death and create the abortion. What we're doing in this piece of legislation isn't prohibiting the safest procedure, the D&E procedure, but just saying that demise of that fetus should be caused prior to performing the procedure, so that child doesn't have to go through that horrific experience. And I get the gentleman from Marshall was talking about unborn pain and when they can feel pain. In the Health Committee in the Senate this year, we had medical experts testify, and one of the questions that was raised was, can you say with absolute certainty that fetus cannot feel pain at that point in their growth? And the gentleman who was testifying, he was speaking against this legislation, said he cannot say that with absolute certainty. So what we're talking about here is rolling the dice on whether or not that unborn child can feel the procedure, ripping them apart piece by piece. And I think when you look at it in that light, I don't see how you cannot support this legislation. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 25 yeas, 9 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate, having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. The senator from clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2110 relating generally to the tax treatment of manufacturing entities, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mike Call, Chair.
Report to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2110 relating generally to the tax treatment of manufacturing facility entities. First reading of the bill.
The bill be advanced to second reading.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2366 relating generally to the solicitation of minors, and has amended same engrossed House Bill 2605 removing the limitation on actions against the perpetrator of a sexual assault or sexual abuse upon a minor, and has amended same engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4201 increasing the criminal penalties for participating in an animal fighting venture, and has amended same, and engrossed House Bill 4724 relating to adding a requirement for the likelihood of imminent lawless action to the prerequisites for the crime of intimidation and retaliation, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that each of the bills be taken up for immediate consideration and the bills be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read each of the bills the first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2366 relating generally to the solicitation of minors. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2605 removing the limitation on actions against the perpetrator of a sexual assault or sexual abuse upon a minor. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4201 increasing the criminal penalties for participating in an animal fighting venture. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4724 relating to adding a requirement for the likelihood of imminent lawless action to the prerequisites for the crime of intimidation and retaliation.
Be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous. Maybe.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill the first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2849, creating the West Virginia Sentencing Commission. First reading of the bill.
Senator from Jackson. Bill be advanced. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous. I move that the House Bill 2849, further consideration of House Bill 2849 be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Jackson moves that House Bill 2849 be referred to the Committee on Finance. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 2849 will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration the engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4009, Letting Our Counties Act Locally Act, with amendments from the Committee on the Judiciary pending, and has also amended same, now on second reading, having been read a first time and referred to the Committee on Finance on March 8, 2016, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended by the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mike Call, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4033, adding criminal penalties for the unauthorized practice of pharmacists' care, with amendments from the Committee on Health and Human Resources pending, and has also amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as last amended by the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill the first time.
Engrossed House Bill 4033, adding criminal penalties for the unauthorized practice of pharmacists' care. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4046, relating to the promulgation of rules by the Department of Administration, and has amended same, and under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4150, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources. Engrossed House Bill 4151, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Education. Engrossed House Bill 4152, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Environmental Protection, Protect Our Water Fund. And engrossed House Bill 4155, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health, West Virginia Birth to 3 Fund, and the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Human Services, Medical Services Trust Fund. And reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Call, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that each of the bills be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read each of the bills the first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4150, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4151, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Education. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4152, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Environmental Protection, Protect Our Water Fund. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4155, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health, West Virginia Birth to 3 Fund, and the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Human Services, Medical Services Trust Fund. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4186, relating to additional duties of the Public Service Commission, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4186 relating to additional duties of the Public Service Commission. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4218, expanding the definition of underground facility in the One Call System Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4218, expanding the definition of underground facility in the One Call System Act. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4261, prohibiting the sale or transfer of student data to vendors or other profit-making entities, and has amended same. Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4566 relating to school personnel, and has amended same. And engrossed House Bill 4730 relating to computer science courses of instruction, and has amended same. And reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Dave Seipolt, Chair.
Order be received. Senator from Jackson.
Unanimous consent that each of the bills be taken up for immediate consideration and each of the bills be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read each of the bills a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4261, prohibiting the sale or transfer of student data to vendors or other profit-making entities. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4566, relating to school personnel. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4730, relating to computer science courses of instruction. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4299, increasing the amount volunteer fire companies or paid fire departments may charge for reimbursement, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Order be received. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed House Bill 4299, increasing the amount volunteer fire companies or paid fire departments may charge for reimbursement. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced to second reading and referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4364, Internet Privacy Protection Act, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed House Bill 4364, Internet Privacy Protection Act. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4542, allowing persons with property within rural fire protection districts to opt out of fire protection coverage, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Order be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4542, allowing persons with property within rural fire protection districts to opt out of fire protection coverage. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4605, prohibiting contracting with a state agency unless business entity submits disclosure of interested parties, and as amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4605, prohibiting contracting with a state agency unless business entity submits disclosure of interested parties. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4633, requiring the Division of Juvenile Services to transfer to a correctional facility or regional jail any juvenile in its custody that has been transferred to adult jurisdiction of the Circuit Court or who reaches his or her 18th birthday, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Order be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4633, requiring the Division of Juvenile Services to transfer to a correctional facility or regional jail any juvenile in its custody that has been transferred to adult jurisdiction of the Circuit Court and who reaches his or her 18th birthday. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4660, relating to the information required to be included in support of an application to the Public Service Commission for a certificate of convenience and necessity for a water, sewer, and/or stormwater service project, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Order be received. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, second committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4660, relating to the information required to be included in support of an application to the Public Service Commission for a certificate of convenience and necessity for a water, sewer, and/or stormwater service project. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced second reading.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4662, permitting the Superintendent of the State Police to collect $3 from the sale of motor vehicle inspection stickers, with amendments from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure pending, and has also amended same, now on second reading, having been read a first time and referred to the Committee on Finance on March 9th, 2016, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, to which the bill was first referred, and as last amended by the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Order be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4668, raising the allowable threshold of the coal severance tax revenue fund budgeted for personal services, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Order be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4668, raising the allowable threshold of the coal severance tax revenue fund budgeted for personal services. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced to second reading.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 60, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the state-level background check process for new employees and volunteers of caregiving businesses and facilities. House Concurrent Resolution 68, greenhouse gas emissions and fuel efficiency standards for medium and heavy-duty engines in Vehicle Phase 2. House Concurrent Resolution 78, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study professional and occupational licensing boards. And House Concurrent Resolution 93, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the Motor Vehicle Code. and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted, but under the original double committee references, first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report be received under the resolution's original double committee references. Resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 94, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the holdings of public property by departments, agencies, commissions, bureaus, and boards of the state, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report be received under the resolution's original double committee reference. Resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 67 by Senators Boley, Plymel, and Stallings, requesting study on effectiveness of civics education in West Virginia schools.
Under Rules of Senate, resolution allow over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 63 by Senators Trump, Kessler, Ashley, Maynard, Palumbo, Gaunch, Unger, Laird, Romano, Miller, Boso, Kirkendall, Klein, Walters, Plymel, Stallings, Yost, and Williams, recognizing the contributions of the drug courts to West Virginia.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge adoption of this resolution.
Senator from
I
Morgan.
ask unanimous consent to that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration and placed upon its adoption.
Senator from Morgan requests unanimous consent to resolution be taken up for immediate consideration. Committee reference be dispensed with. The resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 63, recognizing the considerable contributions of drug courts to the state of West Virginia.
Questions on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout the state of West Virginia, drug courts are making an enormous difference in the lives of many of our citizens, taking an innovative and intensive approach to the people and families of people that have addiction problems, brings the prospect of hope and change for the future of many West Virginians. It's appropriate that we in the Senate recognize this effort by the judicial branch of our government, the considerable time and energy that is being expended by judicial officers of West Virginia at all levels to make these drug courts work, to create them in places where they haven't existed. I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in favor of the resolution. Let me just mention that from Cabell County, we have Judge Patricia Keller, who's been on the forefront of the drug court endeavor from day one. We have Jan Rader also here. But more important, we have Kelly Strickler, who is a graduate of our drug court and somebody that we're very proud of, one of many, many, many success stories that are going to follow as a result of this amazing drug court program.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate's adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. This is a live look inside the state Senate, moving along with its business. The House is just coming back from a recess. We are monitoring the House, find out if and when they take up the Senate message on Senate Bill 10, the override of the abortion bill.
Senate will come to order. Clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 64 by Senators Leonhardt, Kessler, Beach, Prezioso, Williams, Seipold, Plymel, Stallings, Ashley, and Yost, supporting Morgantown High School Marching Band's efforts to represent the USS West Virginia at 75th Anniversary Pearl Harbor Memorial Parade.
The junior senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Junior Senator from the 2nd requests unanimous consent that a resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 64, supporting the Morgantown High School Red and Blue Marching Band's efforts to represent the USS West Virginia at the 75th Anniversary Pearl Harbor Memorial Parade.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? The Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. On December 7th, 1941, the Imperial Japanese Navy launched a devastating surprise attack against the United States Naval Base at Pearl Harbor. The attack led to the United States entry into World War II, where 2,408 Americans were killed and 1,178 were wounded. All 8 Navy battleships moored in the harbor were damaged. 4 were sunk. One of those battleships was the USS West Virginia. December 7th, 2016 marks the 75th anniversary of the bombing, to be commemorated at Pearl Harbor with a number of events, including a parade and a memorial service. A band from each of the states that lost a ship that day has been given the honor of being asked to participate. The band selected to represent the state of West Virginia is the Morgantown High School Red and Blue Marching Band. Support, whether financial support or moral support, is essential for the young West Virginians in the band who have been given the honor of representing our state at this historic event. We propose that the Senate consider this resolution supporting their efforts to make this trip and recognizing the Morgantown High School Red and Blue Marching Band as our state's official emissaries to this important moment of our nation's history. I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have declared the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate stand brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have declared the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution. Senator from Jackson. Senate will come to order. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for the purpose of an introduction.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very pleased to look in the rear of the chamber and see.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rules Committee met before the session and they moved two bills on the calendar, moved on the special calendar, moved and placed on the House calendar is Senate Bill 622 on third reading and Senate Bill 539 on second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 107, Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude A.M.
Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 65, recognizing the YMCA West Virginia Alliance on YMCA Day at the Capitol.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief because I got a text from the YMCA saying that they had to leave a little early, so they're not going to be here. But I do want to say some nice things about them just because of how great they are for our communities. I know that I'd say just about every single senator here represents a YMCA in their district, providing after-school activities for students, recreational activities, weight rooms for the most part, providing meals, places to stay. They're amazing across the state of West Virginia. And personally, when it came to my family, they did some great things for us. During the water crisis here in Charleston, West Virginia, our family was affected by that. We live in the area that fell underneath the tainted water, and my wife was pregnant at the time, and I had my daughter was 3, and we had nowhere to shower. We had nowhere to go, so the YMCA opened up their doors to my family and to many families to provide showers, to provide clean water, to take care of individuals throughout all of my district. I know the other senators that represent Kanawha County as well, so there's somebody that really embodies what West Virginia is about, opening up their doors, taking care of their neighbors, and we see that every year in the YMCA. So I urge adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 65, naming the John and Wilbur Hahn Dutch Hollow Pioneers.
We wanted to take you briefly to the House to confirm that Senate Bill 622, the composition of the PEIA Finance Board, is now placed on the House's inactive calendar. We'll go back to the Senate as they take up their third reading bills. The House is back in session, of course, and they're taking up second reading bills.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess until 1:50 p.m. today.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in recess until 1:50 p.m. today. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. The AFL-CIO will have a labor caucus immediately following the floor session in room 330 West, and lunch will be provided. Thank you.
Senate will be in recess until 1:50 p.m. this afternoon.
And 1:50 p.m. this afternoon, and Senate time means around 2 o'clock or a little bit thereafter. So we'll go on over to the House as they take up their bills on second reading. To the House.
Revision of the rule.
This amendment directs the State Tax Department to promulgate the amended legislative rule, which the department, in working with the Forestry Association, filed in the State Register on July 29, 2015, and which was approved by our Legislative Rulemaking and Review Committee on November 18th of this year, well, actually 2015, and which was subsequently withdrawn without explanation by the State Tax Department after the Legislative Rulemaking and Review Committee completed its work and adjourned. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
With other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. Gentleman from 63rd, Doug Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this amendment will make sure that we more accurately reflect the value of timber for tax purposes, and I urge your support.
Gentleman from the 50th, Doug Manchin.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Lady yield? Lady yields.
Obviously, we go through these things pretty quickly and don't
Yes.
always pay as close of attention as I would like. Can you tell me, if we don't adopt your amendment, what the effect of the rule will be?
Well, actually, the rule was agreed to by the State Tax Commission. And
I want, as we passed it out of judiciary, what would the rule say? What would it do?
well, this amendment was adopted by the Legislative Rulemaking and Review Committee.
I appreciate all that. I'm just trying to get, I've got this simple mind and I need to start in one place. So can you start me with what is the rule as it's come out of judiciary for our approval, and then we can kind of cover the amendment and I can figure it out.
Well, I can't tell you exactly what was in this whole entire bundle, but what I can tell you, the effect of this amendment would be, I'll just kind of go over it with you just a little bit. To foster optimum use and public benefit from the state's timberlands, as the Forestry Amendment to the state constitution contemplates, a method for setting the property tax values of properly managed timberland was adopted, which was based on what a long-term investor would pay for such lands. And it's using an approach. What it does is, the West Virginia Division of Forestry, working with the timber industry, and the State Tax Department have realized that the way that it's valued, this is managed timberland, and the way that it's valued is a broken system. It had not been modified in decades.
So how had they been doing it? Perhaps you could explain that to me.
This is going to use like a soil-based approach. It also, let me try to get some of my notes here. Right now, the way that it's evaluated is basically inside the mind of one person in the tax department. And so this is going to put into place, it's going to modify the way that it is the way that the managed timberland taxes are evaluated.
Well, I kind of appreciate that, but I mean, in any situation, you can adopt different methods by which you do it. Is the state tax department, I mean, are they just using fair market value approach? Are they saying, look, these properties in this area, when they sell timber, it's going for X number of dollars, and therefore we think that this is the same as that, and therefore we're going to appraise it at the same amount? Is that what they're doing now?
Well, I'll tell you what this amendment will do. This amendment is highly technical, but in the details, it will require the state tax department to promulgate the reformed rule, which there's several points to this. It will replace the outdated method of determining soil quality by mandating the use of modern and a more accurate integrated soil moisture index developed by the Division of Forestry to determine the quality and timber producing capacity of timberland soils. Another thing it will do is replace the reliance on a grossly inaccurate U.S. Forest Service stumpage value data with far more accurate stumpage prices obtained by the Division of Forestry's surveys. Another thing it will do is mandate the comparison of apples with apples by requiring the use of real values in the data and not mix that data with nominal values. It will also replace the arbitrary and extra statutory obsolete minimum values, which distort the income methodology, with a rule requiring that managed timberland values in 1 year cannot be less than 80% of what they were a year before. It will actually make sense in the way that it's calculated. This will spread out the impact of any trends of declining values and tax revenues. And another thing it will do is make another technical but practical improvement in the way that mapping is done to establish soil quality for each parcel in managed timberland, and will eliminate considerable vagueness in the current rule by replacing it with a mistake-proof step-by-step valuation formula.
Did you propose this amendment in rulemaking and in judiciary?
Yes, it has a few technical revisions to it from what was adopted by the Rulemaking and Review Committee. And what happened was
Well, did we adopt your amendment in judiciary?
no, because here's what happened. I'll just give you an explanation of what happened. The Forestry Association, working with the Division of Forestry and the State Tax Department, worked on this for 2 years because it was very needed. They needed a system that would make sense in the way that managed timberland is valuated. So after 2 years of work, they contracted with a professor, Dr. Ghazal of WVU, who is an economist with forestry expertise, and they came up with the rule that the tax department, they were in cooperation with the forestry division and the industry. So they developed the rule. It was put out for public comment. It was filed in the registry with the Secretary of State, and then it was before our Rulemaking and Review Committee. We worked on that. We adopted it. We had proposed a small amendment to the rule, and the tax department had expressed maybe a concern with it, but then we got the industry together with the tax department. We put it to the foot of the calendar. We had them go out and work things out. They came back to us with an agreement that they were okay with the revised amendment to the rule that the tax department had promulgated, and then it was adopted by our committee in a nonpartisan manner. After we recessed, after our November 18th meeting, after we had adopted it as a bipartisan committee, the tax department sent forth a letter dated December 11th, 2015, to myself as the co-chair of Rulemaking and Review, along with Senator Maynard, and it states, without explanation, the tax commissioner and the Department of Revenue hereby respectfully withdraw the tax department's proposed legislative rule from further consideration by the Rulemaking and Review Committee and the legislature. Please adjust your records accordingly. So this is seeking to put back in the work that our committee worked very hard in establishing what the industry had worked with WVU in their study.
So let me go back. I thought I asked earlier whether you proposed the amendment of putting this back in judiciary. Did you do that?
No, I did not, because it got away from me. I didn't actually have the idea to do this until after it left judiciary. But would you also agree that just because we don't offer an amendment in judiciary doesn't mean that we don't have the opportunity to do it before the full body?
I would agree with the gentlelady when the amendments are such that they're easily understood and can be discussed and understood and evaluated on the floor. I don't agree that this is one of those types of amendments. This sounds like it's extremely complicated. It's been rejected by the tax department, and it sounds to me like it needs to be further vetted next year. But that's my opinion. Sorry. Thank you.
Well, can I answer that? Thank you.
Does the lady wish to address the amendment? Lady's free to speak to the amendment if you wish to.
If there are further questions, I could close on this.
I'll come back to you to close then. Thank you. Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairwoman of Legislative Rulemaking Review did state, we did spend quite a bit of time on this in the rulemaking efforts. And it was quite a shock to me, being a first-time person on rules, that all this calculation is currently being done by one individual in his head. So the value of timberland, if this guy gets hit by a bus tomorrow, is not recorded anywhere. So what we're trying to do here is make sure it's codified and that it can be followed by anybody and not just one tax guy that has the calculations in his head. So I urge adoption.
John from 66, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also rise in support of adoption of the proposed amendment. In speaking with members of the industry and also the business community in my area of the state, I think it's clear that the current process for valuation of managed timberland is very much outdated. And I think the approach that the distinguished Rules Committee Chair has outlined will address that really outdated process. A great deal of work has been put in by members of the industry, by the tax department and others to formulate what I think is a common sense approach to updating our evaluation process. I would urge adoption.
Lady from 16th, Doggett Miller.
Thank you. Would the chairman yield? Thank you. Madam Chair, often what you do in the Rules Committee, rulemaking and review, is very, very complicated. In order to simplify this for our comrades here, would you say that this is a more fair and modern way to evaluate the value of timber?
I would, and to the gentlelady, just to answer your question, our Rulemaking Review Committee, we take rules that are promulgated by different agencies of the state, and they go out for public comment. They're completely vetted, and this rule did go out for public comment. There was ample time for the public to weigh in on it, either for or against it. There was a lot of work that had gone on. Like I said, this has been the culmination of a 2-year ongoing cooperation, and the tax department had been very cooperative with the industry. This is something that the industry very much needs. They need to, have a way to evaluate this program for managed timberland in a way that makes sense, and so that it could be a fair way to do it. And there has been a study done since the Rulemaking and Review Committee had adjourned the work of this rule. And overall, the benefit to the counties overall in the state will increase. So it could be beneficial for the counties, but we have to have a way of a method of evaluation that is not antiquated, not broken, that actually makes sense. And if I could just continue to answer your question, here's a description of the problem that led to the new rule, or maybe I could address it in closing on the amendment.
Please do. I think you understand that I tend not to pontificate quite as well as many of people who are on judiciary, and I like to keep it simple. So it is fair and more modern. Is that correct?
Right, and to answer your question, it was vetted in the Rulemaking Review Committee, and this is a committee. It's a joint committee of the legislature made up of senators and House of Delegates members, and it was vetted very, very significantly by that committee. So it's not like because it wasn't offered in judiciary, that it wasn't vetted. It was very much vetted with the authority we're given as a committee, as a joint committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John from 63rd, Doggett Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to realize the difference in what takes place at the federal government level with rules and regulations and what takes place at this state. We're very, very unique in the sense that we as a body and the other chamber across the way there have final say on what rules get passed. And that's one thing I like about our state governmental regulatory scheme is we actually get the final say. And more importantly, the Rules Committee took this proposed amendment that we're proposing now and adopted it, but yet some bureaucrat at our state government decided to take it out of the final rule. Obviously, the chairwoman recognized that after it came out of judiciary and decided we needed to put it back because it was adopted by our joint rulemaking committee that meets during interims. So, again, I support this because it more accurately reflects, because it's a new methodology, a more proven methodology, and we should adopt it. Thank you.
John from the 19th, Doggett Purdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Generally yield.
Lady yield. Ladies.
Yeah. Can you help me here a little bit? And I don't know, it's maybe too complicated for my poor mind. But I believe it refers to page 6 there. That 80% figure shall be not less than 80% of the previous year. Can you tell me what the effect of that? I mean, were we seeing that it was 70%, or was there any indication that percentage, where that came from?
Well, that came from 2 years of work, and it basically, from my understanding, is like a floor. Okay. So but what this basically seeks to do is, right now, there is no uniform way of evaluating this program. And this program is important. You know, it came about from the legislature decades ago because of the forestry industry was basically decimated because of the World War II and all of the timbering that went on. So this was a program designed.
And it was very profound
to be
the
very
way you
beneficial.
delivered that information. But again, I'm trying to figure out, you know, what was happening before that we had to change this to say that the appraised value not be less than 80% of the value per acre of the comparable grade of managed timberland in the immediately preceding tax year. I mean, part of the fragmentation of this law, was it that we were all over the map on those percentages, or
Well, it's
what?
just the way that the counties were, different counties were assessing it differently.
Yeah.
And so this is trying to do apples to apples instead of apples to oranges, taking in different factors into consideration.
Okay.
You know, the thing is, we're not trying to manipulate the outcome, but we're trying to correct the formula so that there's actually a process in place that makes sense.
Okay, so some counties were at 70%, some were at 90%. It was all over the map?
I can't answer that. I'm not a forestry expert by any means. I just know the work of the committee.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gentleman from the 10th, Doggett Dean.
Will lady yield?
Lady yield? Lady yields.
To my esteemed friend, yes.
My buddy, what percentage of appraised value is timberland assessed at?
I really can't tell you that. Maybe somebody else on the committee might have that answer.
Well, that's the point of the whole argument. If you're having a new method of appraising timberland, I want to know how it's going to be compared to what it is today. I know Wirt County used to be in my senatorial district, and most of the land in Wirt County is managed timberland, so that they don't have enough money in Wirt County to run their county government. And henceforth, the chairman of the Finance Committee in the Senate gave extra money to Wirt County to run their county government. Now, I want to know what's the percentage of managed timberland now as appraised value? Is it 50% or something like that?
I can't tell you. I can't answer that
well,
question.
Well, you ought to know that answer. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about.
Right.
How much money are we giving away, or are we changing hands because of the new way timberland is going to be appraised?
Actually, this is going to have it be a better system in place because you're taking in different situations of the soil, moisture content, and things like that. So overall, they just had a study done by WVU, and the results just came out. And overall, across the state, it's going to increase revenue for counties across the state.
Mr.
Overall.
Chairman, I hate to complain, but the acoustics are so bad in this room, and I've spoken to you about it, that I can't hear. There's so much echo of what she's trying to say that it's terrible, and we ought to do something about it. But that's another question. But
If the House will be in order, there is a little bit of chatter as well that may be making it harder to hear. So if the House will be in order.
I'd still like to know how the timberland value is going to be with this new appraisal method compared to what it is today.
Well, I have some notes here I can read for you exactly what it is. I don't have it memorized.
Well, you can't answer my question, right?
Not at this moment, no.
I still like you.
He still likes it.
The gentleman from the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I should jump into this or not, but I'm trying to put this in a sort of common sense terminology as I understand it. And I was not on the committees that dealt with this, but as someone who has cut timber in the past and who has done excavating work to help on some of these managed timber properties, I believe what this is, this is kind of like an inventory tax, like you'd have at any retail store or whatever, a fair way of looking at the inventory in this case, rather than being bicycles or rather than being toilet paper, the inventory is the timber here. So what we're looking at is a way to come up with a fair method to evaluate the value of the timber of the property so that our timber industry can remain competitive with all the other states, North Carolina, South Carolina, and so forth, where we're selling wood for furniture and where we're selling wood for pulpwood to make paper and all of that. So again, this is just a fair way to figure out the tax on the inventory on timber. And I urge adoption. Thank you.
The gentleman from 61st, Doug Duke.
As I understand it, one of the things this particular rules bill does has to do with the apples to apples comparisons and inflation adjusted figures. So the other thing is that it does provide, which I think is absent today, a step-by-step valuation formula on managed timberlands, and also the 80%, as I understand it, is that it's a sort of a protection for counties in terms of the tax revenue, that no managed timberlands can be appraised or taxed at less than 80% of the value that they were taxed at in the previous year. This is sort of a protection for counties that are facing declining property values. So that's a smoothing that would help those counties. So I would urge adoption of the rules bundle. Thank you. Amendment.
Further members desiring to speak to the amendment before I recognize the lady from the 18th to close debate. Lady from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have become a forestry expert since the Rulemaking Review Committee met. I'm just going to give you a detailed description of the problem that led to the new rule. In 2013, some managed timber landowners experienced abrupt, dramatic increases in assessed values, notably a 25% increase in one region. Since managed timberland values were dramatically increasing at a time when timber prices were at historic lows, the West Virginia Forestry Association initiated meetings with the tax department to learn what occasioned the increases and to explore what could be done. The tax department was cooperative, and the West Virginia Division of Forestry provided invaluable support. A review of the increased values revealed significant issues with the way in which values were calculated. An ad hoc group of forest landowners hired by Dr. Catherine Gazal, a forest economist at WVU, to help rewrite the rule. They found that because of the existing rule was not clear as to procedure, the department was mixing real and nominal values in different parts of the formula, and that was the problem. They were mixing real and nominal values. Calculation of future values was based on the United States Forestry Service Timber Assessment Update that was not appropriate for West Virginia and had not been updated since 2005. The methods being used to calculate value were incorrect and had the effect of decreasing land values as prices increased and increasing value as prices decreased. The problems were not evident previously because the value floor was masking value declines. In 2012 and before, high timber prices would have resulted in assessment decreases. It's important to note, if this would have been in place back then, when the forestry prices were higher, actually counties lost revenue because this was not in place. They lost revenue. Had this been in place, they would have not lost revenue. Mr. Speaker, this amendment, the impact of the reformed rule, a just-released preliminary study by independent forest science and economist professionals at WVU with the input of the West Virginia Division of Forestry, applying the reform rules methodology, yields not only more objective, realistic, and accurate managed timberland values, but projects somewhat increased state tax revenues from that type of property. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this important amendment that's important for our Forestry Association, has been vetted, has been studied for 2 years, and I urge adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Request for the House is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Each member voted. So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 84 ayes, 16 nays, no members absent, not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Ambler moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Ambler 3-10.
The gentleman from 42nd asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deals with the distance between a building in an area in my district. It is an old ROWE building that was set up, and if you remember, it goes from one street to the other way. They were built in the 1920s and 30s. The business is located on, say, to my right end of the right side of the chamber, and that's where it's located. It deals with the Lottery Commission. There's a 300-foot barrier that is set up there, and not to read all of this to you, but to simply say that the location of the 300-foot, I'm asking in this amendment to change that to 200 feet as the distance of the business that sells petroleum products capable of being used as a fuel in an internal combustion engine. Now, what that simply says, there's a gas station setting up here from the back of the building where no one's been occupied for several years now. There's nothing there. If you measure from that distance to the petroleum, to the gas station, it's 214 feet. If you measure from where the business is located, on the other end, it's 450 feet. No problem. But because of the Lottery Commission's rule of 300 foot from the structure, it puts this business at jeopardy. And I would ask you to vote favorably on this amendment, because we are job creators, and this is a job sustainer is what this is. This individual is having trouble trying. He has, and remember something, it may only be a couple of jobs, but jobs are important to you if it's your job that you're about to lose. This is a business that is a tax-paying business. It needs some help, and I would ask you favorably to vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Not the question for the House is the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. It occurred. The amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment? What purpose does the lady from 51st seek recognition?
Asking unanimous consent to return to second order of business for the purpose of an introduction.
If we could dispose of this one amendment, then we'll come back.
Yes,
That's
thank
okay.
you.
The question now before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. The lady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshire. Ask unanimous consent to turn to the second order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Lady from the 51st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very excited. In the West Gallery is the director of the Morgantown High School Band, South Gallery, Keith Reed. And the reason I'm excited is our band has been chosen to represent our state, honoring the USS West Virginia and the veterans who served at the 75th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. There's going to be a commemorative parade on December 7th, and it's in Honolulu. We're so proud of them. They have a booth out there if anybody would like to stop by. As you know, we don't have money in our budget for that kind of thing anymore, but if anybody could help, and would you please we had a bunch of students there and they got really, really hungry and left who are hoping to go to Honolulu, but would you please give Director Reed a very warm welcome? And I forgot to say that I was making that announcement on behalf of our fellow delegates, Statler, Kerchaba, Fritsch, and Flanagan. And you should have a sheet with some information if you would like more information on that on your desk. Thank you.
Gentleman from 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some special guests with me today. Eli, stand up. Stand up. Tell me your name. Tell me your name.
My name is Eli.
And this is my youngest boy, Sawyer. And up in the South Gallery is my beautiful wife, Brittany. And if the House please stand and make them welcome, I truly appreciate it.
Further introductions. Further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 159, authorizing promulgation of legislative rules by miscellaneous boards and commissions.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 3-8, number 1.
Gentleman from the 27th, ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another rules bundle. This one is the miscellaneous rules bundle. It includes 31 legislative rules promulgated by 16 different boards, commissions, and entities, and I intend to read it word for word. No, I think I'll defer until tomorrow, the explanation of all these rules, and instead highlight the rules that were amended into the rules bundle by the Judiciary Committee. First, consistent with the other rules bundles, there are 23 repeal rules that were amended into this bundle. These have been bundled together by the Senate in Senate Bill 589 and were amended with the other miscellaneous rules to keep all rules to the bundle together. Second, the strike and insert amendment includes clarifying amendments to Rules 27 CSR 1 and 27 CSR 8, both by the Board of Examiners in counseling. Third, the strike and insert amendment removes Rule 61 CSR 29, which is a Department of Agriculture rule related to industrial hemp. The rule did not go through legislative rulemaking and was added in the Senate. The Judiciary Committee removed the amendments to the existing rule that were included in the Senate's committee substitute. Fourth, another Department of Agriculture rule, 61 CSR 34, relating to captive cervid farming was amended to clarify the minimum acreage for a commercial shooting preserve from 200 to 150 acres. Fifth, it corrected statutory reference for the authority to promulgate Rule 189 CSR 5, which is a rule for the Property Valuation and Procedures Commission. Sixth, it adds clarifying language in Rule 29 CSR 2, which is a rule of the Board of Examiners for Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. It removes the inclusion of the pathologist and audiologist in several places of the rule. Finally, the Judiciary Committee added in Rule 213 CSR 1 relating to the Enterprise Resource Planning Board. This was a new rule that was promulgated last year. However, an amendment by the House Finance was omitted last year. Therefore, the rule was this amendment has been added into the strike and insert amendment. Again, we will take up the entire rule bundle tomorrow. Stay tuned. In the meantime, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield, please?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please tell me more about the what the Senate did on line page 6, line 21 through, I guess, 24 about the industrial hemp?
Yes, give me just a second.
Do what? Not.
Yeah, the Senate added restrictions upon the existing rule that did not go through rulemaking, so we just simply took that out because it hadn't been processed through rulemaking. So the rule basically remains the same without those changes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Ellington moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Ellington 3-10.
Gentleman from 27th, Delegate Ellington, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment was adopted by the Health Committee but was inadvertently removed in the Judiciary. It affects Section 10 on the Board of Medicine and 27 on the Board of Osteopathic Medicine. What the amendment will do is permit physicians who prescribe certain medications that are approved to assist with binge eating disorder. They are currently prohibited from doing so, even though the product has been approved by the FDA for such use. Without this change, an MB or DO could face disciplinary action from their respective boards for doing so. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Oh. I'm sorry, are there additional amendments to the amendment?
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We are live in the House. The Senate is expected to go back in at around 2 o'clock or sometime thereafter. We will be going to the Senate as they take up bills on third reading, and the first bill up for explanation is Senate Bill 269, the budget bill. So, for now, we'll stay in the House as they take on amendments to bills on second reading.
There are no additional amendments to the amendment, so the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as amended. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 262, eliminating need for law enforcement to obtain court order prior to having access to inmate mail and phone recordings.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude, AM 3-3, number 1.
The gentleman from 38, Delegate Lane, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 38.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment to Senate Bill 262 relates to the access and record keeping of inmate mail and telephone recordings. The Judiciary amendment clarified the record keeping policy that was added into the bill by the Senate committee substitute. The amendment simply adds a reference to the Department of Corrections existing document retention policy with respect to mail and telephone recordings of the inmates. The amendment additionally made technical changes to the bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. To declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 267, modifying removal procedure for certain county, school district, and municipal officers.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude, AM 3-7.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate SHOTT, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a strike and insert amendment adopted by the House Judiciary Committee to Senate Bill 267. When the bill came over from the Senate, it had certain triggers for removal of an elected official. It was intended to address some problems that had occurred, I think, locally here in Charleston, where a minimum number of people were able to petition for the removal of a city officer, and it had become quite a problem because of a low number. The Senate bill came over with a lesser of 2,000 or 10% of the registered voters in the election in which the person was elected. The committee felt like that we needed to adjust that in terms of the size of the city, so we added population triggers for that type of petition based on the size of the county or the municipality. This strike and insert incorporates some of the stricken language to account for situations not covered by the bill for which removal may be desirable or necessary. It also incorporates limiting language for misdemeanors used elsewhere in the code to harmonize this section with the remainder of the code. It also adds a good faith test from the case of Powers versus Goodwin, which was a 1982 case decided by our state Supreme Court, to determine whether court costs should be borne by the prevailing party. Yes, finally, language allowing the prosecuting attorney to bring such actions is reinstated. Mr. Speaker, I urge the adoption of the strike and insert amendment.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegates Schaefer and Azinger move to amend the amendment. This is HFA, Schaefer and Azinger 3-10.
Gentleman from 52nd, Delegate Schaefer, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As our distinguished chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for that. As our distinguished chairman of Judiciary explained, this bill come over from the Senate, and basically what it was, the purpose of it was to make it a little bit harder for citizens to try to remove county officers or municipal officers. And basically when it came over from the Senate, the criteria was 2,000 people to sign a petition or 10% of the people that had voted in the election. And the Council for Judiciary and Judiciary modified it. However, in the delegate from the 10th, in my opinion, we believe that it still has made it harder for citizens to remove an officer of a county or municipality that has did something wrong. Now, the bill does a lot of good things. It has clarified and streamlined official misconduct, neglect of duty, and incompetence. And in the back of the proposed bill, it does have an area that clearly states that if in the judicial proceeding, if it's dismissed or otherwise resolved in favor of the challenged officer, the county or the city would reimburse the individual for their attorney fees and costs they incurred in doing this. However, the existing law, the way it is now, if citizens want to remove a county official, basically it takes 50 signatures or 2% of the people that are in the county. In a municipality, it was 25 people or 1%. So basically, what we've did is we've took it from the existing law where it's real easy, and we've put numbers in it that makes it almost impossible for the citizens to remove someone that is not performing their job right. And I know that we're down here. Some of us was appointed by the governor, but most of you were elected by the citizens. I don't think the municipalities and the county officials sent you down here. So we need to remember that we are here because of the voters. And basically what our amendment does, first off, I want to talk about the counties. The counties are broken down into 3 areas. You've got counties that have over 50,000 residents or citizens. You've got counties that have 10,000 to 50,000, and you've got counties that are less than 10,000. Basically what the bill says, if you have a county over 50,000 residents, that there has to be 2,000 signatures on the petition to remove someone, or 10% of the registered voters. In a county that has 10,000 to 50,000, you would have to have 500 signatures, or 10%. And in counties less than 10,000, you'd have to have 100 people, or 10%. And basically what our amendment does in the counties, in a county over 50,000, we would reduce that number to 250 voters, and we also put a clause in the back of the bill that states that the county clerk would have to verify, and it would be the people that signed the petition would have to be people that participated in the particular election where the challenged officer was chosen. In other words, if you didn't vote in the election, then you don't get a gripe. You know, hopefully this will encourage people to get out here and vote. If you want to have a say, if you think a county or municipal officer is doing something wrong, then you need to get out and vote for someone, and that way it gives you a gripe on it later on. In the cities are divided into 4 classes in West Virginia. You've got a Class 1 town, over 50,000 people. You got a Class 2 town that has between 10,000 and 50,000 residents, a Class 3 town that has 2,000 to 10,000, and a Class 4 town
of under 2,000. And basically, what is in the existing bill, a Class 1, it was the same as a county over 50,000 people. There had to be 2,000 people sign the petition, or 10% of the registered voters. In a Class 2 town, it would be 500 people, or 10%. A Class 3 town, 100 people, or 10%. And a Class 4 town, 50 or 10%. And what our amendment does is modify that. In a Class 1 town, there would have to be 250 people sign the petition. That's 10 times the existing number right now of 25. I think that's still going to put a pretty good burden on someone that if they want to remove a county or a municipal officer, you know, of getting 250 signatures, or 2% of the registered voters. In a Class 2 town, 125 people, or 2%. In a Class 3 and Class 4 town, it would be 50 registered voters that voted, or 2%. Now, I wanted to just give you an example of what those numbers mean. In Preston County, we have approximately 34,000 people. There's right at about 17,000 registered voters. About 50% of the people in Preston County are registered voters. You have a lot of senior citizens that doesn't have any children, where there might be a husband and wife, 2 people in the household, both of them registered voters. Then you would have households that would have a husband and wife and a couple kids. So basically, if you take those numbers, and if we have a 25% voter turnout, if you use the numbers in the existing bill, if you take the 4,000 voters, and 10% of that would be 400 people we would have to have in Preston County to remove someone. If you look at the 2% or under ours, it would be a lot less. So we have a good bill here. We've added that clause at the very end that says, if you don't vote, you don't get a gripe. And that petition, it would have the names of the people that signed the petition. The county clerk could then verify that as to the people that voted in that election, and that way we would have a cross match on it. We believe this would be a good amendment to a bill. It would make it tougher for someone if they want to complain about a mayor, city council, county commissioners, county clerk, but it's not going to make it impossible. If you're an average person out here and you ask someone to sign a petition to remove a mayor or a sheriff, county clerk, people are a little bit leery about signing a petition because of repercussions. That's why we don't want to make it to where we have 2,000 people to sign a petition. And so the delegate from the 10th and I would ask your support in adopting this amendment. Thank you.
John for the 10th, Delegate Azinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. My friend from Preston did a good job with the details, but essentially what this does, we're not against the bill. It's a good bill, and it's important for it not to be too easy to remove someone from office. But we just feel like this bill is an overreaction or an overcompensation for a problem. And that's sometimes what we tend to do is, as in politics, we tend to overcompensate for a problem. This amendment that the delegate from Preston and I are bringing to you is kind of a happy medium. And because we feel like the bill is taking the power away from the people, and our amendment will bring the power back to the people. The main issue being that a lot of times, a scenario that I've found where this essentially is coming from is people are intimidated from signing a petition to remove someone from office. And I've heard numbers in a real case, real life scenario, 80% of these people wouldn't sign a petition because of fear of retribution. And if you have 10% of registered voters, that's really not a realistic number. It's not a number that is going to give power to the people to remove somebody when it's a legitimate reason to remove somebody. So, I would just ask for your support and hope you'll vote yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from 27th, Doggett Shot.
You hit your glasses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would describe the proposed amendment, although I understand the gentleman's desire to be neither happy nor medium. Let me just back up a minute. This bill came out as an effort to avoid nuisance suits for public officials. As you all know, when you're in a public office, you're not going to make everybody happy. And the odds are you defeated somebody in the election, and they're probably not happy. But we've had instances where public officials have been dragged into court to defend a suit that's filed by as few as 50 people and have had to expend public resources or their own money to defend those lawsuits. Now, when this bill came out of the Senate, frankly, we thought it was set too high a bar. If you recall, I mentioned earlier the bar was 2,000 people for any size city, which of course obviously in a small town may be more than there are people there, or 10% of the registered voters in the election. Our committee worked this bill seriously. We came up with some numbers that were much less strenuous than that, which we thought were reasonable, and based on the number of people not registered, but the number of people registered who participated in the election. And we took it by size of city and size of county. And it was given a lot of thought and debated in the committee, and what's before you is the result of the Judiciary Committee's deliberations. And basically the amendment seeks to reduce the number of voters in almost every category by 4/5 or 80% of what the Judiciary Committee indicated. So it opens the very real possibility that a small group of disgruntled voters, or perhaps supporters of a defeated candidate, can basically file a petition and drag the successful candidate into court and in an effort to have that person removed. It really is, and I know we talk about public policy a lot of times, this really is a public policy. Where do we balance those competing interests? Do we want to make public officials accountable? Of course we do. But do we also want to protect public officials from nuisance lawsuits by small groups of disaffected voters or perhaps even the supporters of a defeated candidate? We believe this is a reasonable balance. It's much more open and much more makes accountability much more transparent and available than the Senate bill. But I would rise in opposition, and I do oppose the gentleman's amendment. I think it makes it too easy for public officials to have to deal with nuisance removal petitions, and therefore I recommend that the amendment be rejected.
John from the 37th, Doggett Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, first of all, as I have the honor of representing most of the city of Charleston here, but this bill is not about Charleston. This bill is really, the original intent is to protect smaller municipalities that don't have city attorneys. Charleston can defend itself. The officials here can defend themselves. There's a lot of towns that don't have city attorneys, and when you're talking about 10% of the registered voters who voted in a particular election, in some places that could wind up being less than 10 people. I don't think the bar is set too low. You can get 10 people together who are upset about potholes or stray cats if they have a problem with the mayor or a city official, and then whether there is any merit to that claim or not, that city official has to then defend himself. And I remember the mood of this body last year in addressing frivolous lawsuits. That's what this bill is supposed to do. We don't need to lower the threshold. What we do is cost the taxpayers a lot of money if we do that, because any 3 or 4 people in some of these towns that are upset with the outcome of an election can get a petition together and put that city official in court at the taxpayer's expense. I would also like to remind the body that any one of us, you could have 1.8 million signatures on a petition to remove any one of us, and that's not going to start the removal process. We can only remove ourselves, if I'm correct. Was it like 3/4 of the body has to vote to remove a member of the House of Delegates? So we're going to lower the bar for city officials who are also elected, but there is none for us. You can't remove us with a petition. We can only remove ourselves. So I urge rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman for the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also encourage rejection. Ladies and gentlemen, we worked this bill in committee for, as many of you know, judiciary for hours. And this amendment was never proposed, never mentioned. And this was a complicated bill. We worked hard. We worked hard on this bill. The part that gets me, if you don't vote, you can't petition to remove. So we're removing citizens' voices from holding public officials accountable if we pass this amendment. So basically, we're requiring someone to vote with this amendment before they can remove someone from office or actively petition to remove someone from office. So what we're doing is we're taking 60 to 70% of the constituents out of the pool where they can petition to remove an official from office for misconduct. So we're making it so much harder to even get the signatures by doing that. I mean, we're setting the bar so much higher, even though they're lowering the numbers. You pull those numbers out of the pool, if you don't vote, you don't petition, it's going to be impossible to ever get a petition filed where someone can remove somebody from office. So if you look at this bill was worked hard, and it's to protect against frivolous filings. So I would encourage rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Judiciary Chairman yield for a question, please?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, it seems to me like we have three options here. We have the current legislation, what's in the law today, what the Judiciary Committee reported out, and what the amendment is. And I think we all like to know what the reasonable number. And you feel like what the Judiciary Committee report out is a reasonable number to have somebody removed from office. And can you review those numbers briefly, please?
Be happy to, and I think I would agree with you that all of the members of the Judiciary Committee are eminently reasonable. So this is what all of those eminently reasonable people came up with. All right, we'll begin with it. A county with a population in excess of 50,000. The number is lesser than 2,000 or 10% of the number of registered voters who participated in the particular election in which the challenged officer was chosen.
Now, wait a minute. Now, the current amendment we're acting on provides that they have to have voted in the previous election. Is that not true?
Well, the number is calculated based on those who voted, not those who are just registered and failed to vote. And I think that's true in the amendment as well. I think that's the way it reads, although I'll defer to the authors of the amendment if I'm incorrect on that. And I'm not going to repeat that phrase throughout this because each of these sections is based on the number of registered voters who participated in the election of the person who's being challenged for removal, okay? So in a county of in excess of 10 but not in excess of 50,000, it's the lesser of 500 or 10% of those number of registered voters who participated. Then if you got a county of not in excess of 10,000, it's the lesser of 100. So in your small counties, you only need 100 or 10%, whichever's less. Now in the municipalities, in a Class 1 city, which I believe is 50,000 or more, it's the lesser of 2,000 or 10% of those number who participate, registered voters who participated in that election. In a Class 2 city, it's the lesser of 500 or 10%. And in a Class 3 city, it's the lesser of 100 or 10%. In a Class 4 town or village, it's the lesser of 50 or 10%.
While the
And I believe
House
that
works
covers
on
all
bills on second reading, we're going to go ahead and take you over to the Senate. They'll take up bills on third reading. Here we go to the Senate.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 597 relating generally to healthcare authority.
Message to be received, Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the amendments to Senate Bill 597.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 597. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have. Declare the motion adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 269, the budget bill, third reading of the bill.
Are there amendments? Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just make a few brief comments. You know, when we began the year, there were lower collections for the current fiscal year, projected to be $354 million below for this fiscal year. And the proposed budget that addressed the $466 million gap with assumption that the legislature would pass some legislation was given to us. So today we're going to talk about not the 16 problem, we're actually looking at the 2017 budget bill. We were able to balance our general revenue budget by the actions of the Finance Committee and the Senate. The total amount of general revenue in the committee substitute is $4.3 billion and change. This budget is not balanced by or does not rely upon or include funds from the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund at all. The Senate passed several revenue measures, including tobacco tax, durable medical goods, stopping workers' compensation, old fund distributions, among a few others. We also incorporated nearly every one of the governor's recommended budget reductions for fiscal year 2017, which, let me check with Michael. The budget reductions were about $250 million and did little to restore any of those cuts to those agencies that were included in his recommended budget, with a couple of exceptions. Our bill did increase appropriations to Cedar Lakes and the state police, and for funding for the Division of Protective Services, basically to take care of our new security entrances that are at the building. It's very important to note that each of the agencies appeared before the Finance Committee. They all came, that's why we have those budget hearings, and provided information about the programs and services they provide, as well as the budget issues facing them. Each agency indicated they could live within the appropriations recommended by the governor. However, a number of them indicated that any additional cuts in their operating budget could be devastating. So when working on this committee substitute for Senate Bill 269, we set out to try to do nothing more than to maintain the current programs and service levels without having to incorporate any additional cuts, either across the board or targeted, all the while also trying to generate ongoing revenue measures to maintain the budget, as opposed to one-time sources like the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund. We realized that some of the measures we were successful in passing could be more difficult to pass in the House of Delegates, but wanted to maintain a position of maintaining funding at levels recommended to and by the governor. As you look through the document, you'll notice that many line items of appropriation changes are very small, with the exception of items that I mentioned earlier. All the differences are resulting from adjustments to the retirement system and moving PIA from its placeholder in the government's budget bill. On page 27, Fund 0200 for $43,457,151. That was the PIA funding that was on that line on page 27 that I did point out one afternoon or morning from the floor. You do not see that line in the budget because each of the agencies' personnel lines now reflect that money spread to them appropriately based upon the premiums that will be collected or paid out of the salary lines, out of those personnel lines. Just by way of note, I think as you look inside the general revenue budget, it's about $330 million or $40 million, something like that, that goes for PIA premiums right now. So this 43 was added to all of that. So when you compare the committee substitute to the introduced version, the number on that line is now 0. It's gone, but it's been distributed to each agency as required. And that's how it was that because the governor put that line in the budget that, quote, PIA had been brought to the level of that many of our citizens were concerned about, and it's funded in the budget. It's funded in the budget that way. Once the revenues were established by our actions, we began assembling the general revenue portion of the budget, and after adjustments were made to PIA and PERS and other expenditures adjustment, a large portion of which were in education and school aid formula. But when we didn't pass Senate Bill 452, we were made to reflect other areas of change. So the Senate budget was over the available amount of general revenue in by $21 million that would have been captured in that bill that did not pass. To balance general revenue, Medicaid was reduced by that amount and moved it to the excess lottery portion of the budget bill. Excess lottery was able to absorb an additional cost of the two measures that affected excess lottery. Senate Bill 116 generated $4.2 million, and Senate Bill 641 generated $21.2 million. I would like to mention that the Senate's own operating budget has changed over the last couple years. Last year, the Senate operating budget was reduced by $500,000. The Senate budget includes another reduction for 2017 in the amount of $930,000 for a total appropriation of $5,022,000. Further, the Senate has agreed to participate in the governor's 4% cut, Executive Order 7-15, with an additional reduction of $238,000 to offset the 2016 revenue shortfall. And the Senate, through language in this bill, it's important, it's not in the line you see, the $5 million line, but below it, the Senate, through language in this bill, increased its commitment to $2.5 million for fiscal year 2016. So we've taken some of our Senate reappropriated money and have put it in for the 2016 problem. And we've also taken an additional $5 million out of our reappropriated money and put it in the language of the bill to contribute to the 2017 problem. Once this bill goes to conference and legislation has been completed, we'll have a better idea of what revenues are available for the 2017 budget, and we'll work accordingly. Absent some additional revenue measures passed by the House, we will most likely end up using multiple sources of one-time funding, which could include the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund or whatever. So that's where we stand, and that's the Senate's budget, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Senior Senator from the 4th yield?
Senator yields.
Yes.
Thank you. On this 58th day, would you consider this one of the most important pieces of legislation that we are required to pass during a legislative session, right?
Not only important, I think it's constitutionally required that we leave here eventually this year with a balanced budget. Not necessarily, as you know, we can go on and have other sessions, but yes, it is. We have to deal with this. Yeah.
So this is the most important in the sense of all other legislation would be secondary to the budget.
I think you're right. If we assemble as a legislature and do nothing else, we must do this.
Now, I guess my question, and you covered it, but I want to make it clear or to be understanding of this. The structural changes. There's been some criticism out in the media in the sense of this one-time money, and have we moved forward in the area of structural changes? And you referred to the governor's budget. When the governor presented the budget, he had recommendations for structural changes, did he not?
I guess we could argue that. To me, the purest way for him to give us a budget is that we don't have to pass several measures. You know, budgets I've seen in the past, you know, the governor says, here's the revenue and here's the expenditures, and usually you're just getting a little hassle over the expenditures. But what we've been given for the past 2 years is a revenue with estimates at $4.3 billion approximately. But when you dig into it, the actual tax collections, the general revenue taxes, are about $200 million below. So basically the governor has generated $200 million in his revenue estimates by giving his state of the state and telling us that he gives us a revenue estimate based upon we passing certain measures, which this body did. We passed a tobacco tax. Now, initially, he introduced it at a certain level, which would have generated $78 million. What this body did is passed a tobacco tax, and it ended up being $115 million, which, when you do a budget between House and Senate, since we have to do it before the end of the 60th day, we don't know what they might do on the other side. Maybe tomorrow they come figure out a way to raise revenue and so forth. So we have to build our budget that way. So, but I would say this, a structurally sound budget would be one that is funded with ongoing revenue that's pretty approximate to ongoing expenditures. So when the governor sent us up a budget that said, now you got to pass this tax and that tax, and by the way, you've got to take $9 million from highways, and as you know quite well, Senator, that he wanted us to take $21 million from the school aid formula. He wanted us to take money from water projects and gave us all sorts of bills where we had to strip money from services that we've all come to know and rely upon, and then say, and you got to pass taxes on cell phones or the telecommunications tax. And I look at those two taxes, and particularly the tobacco tax, and I say, I hear two things when people are talking about tobacco tax. One is it's for health reasons and people are going to stop smoking. And then the other is, oh boy, we're going to get $115 million. Now, which one is it? Because eventually you would think that if it's to tax something that you want to decline, I don't know if you'd call that a structurally sound revenue measure. In theory, you can't have it both ways, so a structurally sound revenue measure to me is one that's predictable over a long period of time. And I've mentioned on the floor, the structurally sound revenue that we have in our current fiscal life now, there are two of them that are pretty structurally sound. Income tax and sales tax, pretty structurally sound. We can pretty well predict those. And then there are some others along the list. So as he hands us one, now you could say that the tax on telecommunications would have been a good structurally sound decision. So I question whether or not the tobacco tax is. And then all these other measures are one-time money that he recommended to us. So to say whether or not he gave us a structurally sound budget doing his revenue measures is a matter of debate. And as you know, we did not do all those revenue measures, those one-time revenue measures, but because of that tobacco tax we did, we were able to project revenue and present to you on the floor today the Senate's actions which fund the governor's budget as he presented it to us and as the agencies all said, quote, they could live with. I hope that answers your question.
Well,
long answer, but
No, I appreciate that. I think that, one could say there are structural changes. I guess the debate where you're coming in on some of those is how stable would they be? You would agree with me that those proposals, although, like you mentioned, the tobacco tax may decrease and may not be as stable, they are not one-time monies. I mean, that's I guess when you say structural changes, it's something that goes forward. The revenues may go up or down in that revenue source, but they're not one-time monies, like coming from a rainy day fund and plugging the budget. It's a structural change where you'll have it on a reoccurring annual basis.
Well,
that's what I'm referring to.
You would be correct. I mean, you could probably argue that if you passed those two taxes and generated, as the governor presented them, about an extra $120 million a year that you could see going forward added to the current tax collections, you'd probably be 80 to 100 million under what you would expect the expenditures to be going forward.
Okay.
Because he filled the rest of it up with basically one-time money.
Right. Okay, so what I understand from your presentation and looking at the budget, and maybe there's others, but there seems to be that the Senate had passed at least, and I think maybe it's only these, but maybe you can correct me, 3 different structural changes as far as revenues.
Yes.
One is the tobacco tax that you mentioned that would raise approximately $115 million. I've seen estimates of $121 million too, but let's just use the number you used. The other was the Greyhound racing. Okay, that was the body, and that was $20 million. Is that correct? And the third was Senate Bill 116 that would increase the video lottery terminals, and that would bring in an additional $4.3 million.
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any other structural revenue sources that we passed that that's built into this proposal that you have in front of us?
All right. Let me comment though on the last two you mentioned. Those would go to the lottery lines, and so we don't count lottery revenue as a general revenue tax source. Sometimes lottery money does fall to the general revenue, but there are numbers of things that are funded by lottery and excess lottery that get first shot at that money. Let's talk about a few of them. The Promise Scholarship, seniors, horse purses, dog purses, tourism, more seniors. There's all kinds of money bought, and the critical thing is to say that those two revenue sources do something structural for general revenue. I kind of question it, because you also have to pay off the bond obligations, the $19 million that we put in a few years ago when we had our own stimulus package here and built several things around the state. The ballpark here in Charleston, the Pullman Square in Huntington, and Cabela's, and all of these. Remember we did that? $19 million obligated out of excess lottery. When I was elected here a few years ago, I remember this. First vote I got pressured on was to vote for a bond float to help the Clay Center, and it was started out at $25 million, and it ended up $100 million, Christmas tree by everybody, and we have a $10 million obligation there. Then you've got school bonds to pay. So I don't think that I would add to that list for structurally sound general revenue those lottery enactments, purses and so forth. And if you listen to the horse and dog guys, they'll tell you, and you're from that area, Senator, they tell me that getting rid of all that would cost the general revenue a lot of money because of the 5,000 jobs that would be lost. So it's pretty hard to argue that those two are part of the structural. I'll give you the tobacco tax, but I would, in an argument, not give you the other two. So we're still 80 million short on structural with what we did, even though we're talking about what really didn't finally happen, but in terms of what we did.
Well, but you know, it's the excess lottery, and we use those dollars, and I understand they go into certain areas, but we do use those dollars in funding certain aspects of the budget that can free up monies in the general revenue to fund other things. It's kind of a shell game in the sense that you pay Peter to pay Paul. in some of those aspects of those accounts.
But, you know, if you say it's not general revenue money and you got a general revenue budget to balance, I don't have to balance the lottery budget. I just note what it is.
Okay.
But I have to balance the general revenue budget.
All right. So even taking away the Greyhound racing and the increased video lottery, you're saying that those aren't built into this budget here? Those aren't assumed since it passed this body? Are they in this budget?
They very much are. The question you asked me was, is that a structurally sound thing to do?
But they are built in this budget.
And knowing that lottery itself has been challenged, I mean, we've seen the lottery receipts go way up and way down and back and forth, and so just like coal severance, these are not, if you're in the business as our guys, as you know, revenue is, and across the country you can go to these meetings, NCSL or wherever, and hear what are good stable revenue sources. Some of these are not. Every state that's relying upon the extractive industries is having this problem. I mean, we're having this problem because we had a revenue estimate given to us last year that was $353 million, as it was reported. Wrong. It was wrong. The governor gave us a revenue estimate last year that was wrong. Remember that. And why was it wrong? Because he projected revenue from coal and nat gas, and I don't think they did this frivolously or on purpose. We all know who does these revenue estimates. They did not foresee what happened. They foresaw, in my opinion, problems in the out years. They didn't foresee the collapse of that revenue. And that's why we're here now. And I would say a year ago, if you told me the coal severance tax was a structurally sound revenue, and your answer to that question was yes, well, you've been proven wrong in 1 year. And so, and that may be true going forward. So I think there are certain revenues that are structural, and I'm not sure that I would concede the tobacco tax is. I'm not sure about the rest of it.
Okay. So, but I want to be clear. Those three revenue sources are built into this budget proposal that we have in front of us.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you know that those three revenue sources, is my understanding, did not pass the House.
I absolutely know that very well, sir. Maybe more than most.
Okay. And if you add those three up, that's built in this budget before us, it's approximately around $139.3 million.
Correct.
Okay. So the other aspect, we play this dance game. So we pass our proposal, we go over there. The House takes their proposal, strike and insert in our bill their proposal and send it back. And then we have this dance that goes on in the last 2 days of the session over this very important document. My understanding, and I'm sure you've been in communications with the House and the House Chair, is that the way they're approaching it is that they have $29.7 million coming from their rainy day fund. And also what I understand from you, you made a statement earlier that any additional cuts would be devastating to the agencies because we've had over $200 million of cuts in the last 3 years for our state agencies. And I thought I heard you said any additional cuts.
I did, and that's probably, people can disagree with that particular statement.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but you made that any additional cuts to state agencies because of, I think you said, around $200 million over 3 years, and any additional cuts would be devastating to these agencies. Well, you know, the House is actually looking at taking away funds from agency accounts of $72.8 million, and then additional $10 to $12 million in additional cuts to agencies' budget in order to balance their budget. You're aware of that?
Would you say that again?
So the way they're balancing their budget, the House, and that's going to come back. And
I haven't seen their. I don't know exactly, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's $29.7 million from rainy day fund, $72.8 million in the unexpended funds from the various agency accounts, which I understand from the governor is that these agencies, that's how they run their operations from these accounts. And another $10 million at least in additional cuts to agency budgets. It would be an additional cut from our budget. Our budget doesn't have the cuts on that. They will have additional cuts that you said would be devastating to our agencies, and that's the posture.
Let me clarify that there are probably certain areas in state government that we would concede probably could be, let me just clarify what I mean by that. Across the board cuts, you know, just going across and cutting without looking could be devastating here and there. There are probably areas in state government where there still is some necessity for them to do well, you know, do better. I read an article the other day by our former colleague from Kanawha County, Senator McCabe, who wrote, and I don't know if it was even in the Journal or somewhere, that, you know, going forward, we may be able to do some privatization and do things for less money. So I wouldn't necessarily say that there are not areas that could be cut more, but an overall $100 million cut or whatever, you know, without finding a way to look and see where we've got to go, where what could have in certain areas a devastating effect in the sense of, and then we've got actually, you know, I did not participate in the letter that was written, but there was a letter written to the agencies, and they responded with what would happen if a 6.5% cut occurred to them, and trusting that what was said in these documents is accurate. There are several things in here that I would consider problematic to our citizenry, things that we need to do. Most centrally to me would be in public safety. I mean, I think even you've got your scripture there. It says that, you know, that the thing about government is to protect the pax romana, the common good, to protect us. So, and there are other areas we've come to rely upon that, so in answer to your question, which I've kind of forgotten in all this verbiage, but is that we would, yes, it would be, I think we've seen 20% cuts. We're down in a lot of areas to certain places that we'll hear from people if we do it. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so here's the concern, and don't want to have people's eyes glaze over, but the process.
It's all right.
So we go to conference, and the conference is to try to hold the Senate position, and the House tries to hold the House position. And then you have compromise going back and forth. Theoretically, each proposal is supposed to be legitimate, a reality. I mean, you don't put a proposal up that can't be done, because how could you hold the position of a proposal that really isn't reality, okay? And so we go to conference, and you just admitted that in our budget, we have $139.3 million of this proposal here that doesn't even exist. It's not even reality. It's fictional. We know that. So all of a sudden, how are we going to hold our position on these proposal when this proposal, a portion of this and a vast portion of this of $139.3 million is fictional? Because even if there's no way of doing it. So then all of a sudden we have to go to the House, because their proposal.
Is there a question here?
Yes.
Okay, because I
kind
of know everything you're saying. I just want to know what are you.
Well, the question is, how do we defend a Senate position of a proposal that's fictional?
Well, let me answer that question, because it sounds bad to the public that we would put a document out here that was fictional. But so let me explain to the public so they'll know that we were irresponsible in doing this. When you do a budget, and you know, because you've been on finance and you've been in the leadership here before, and you're dealing with your analysts, that you have to pick a date certain where you're going to do your budget. You have to stop. Michael says, I've got to know where I can start doing the budget. You can't wait till day 60 at 11:59 before the clock clicks to know everything that's happening. So tradition has had it, and in actual fact, and this was vetted with both the Revenue Department and a direct meeting I had myself only meet with the governor, who's been a former finance chairman, who said, Mike, that's the way you have to do it. Now, my hope was, maybe even my prayer was, and maybe it was unanswered, Senator, that the House might generate some revenue. I guess I don't have enough faith or something. But so they didn't. But it's legitimate for us not to create a fictional document, I would say, but a document based upon our actions. Now, the rest of your narrative is accurate. Going forward, when we go over there with an unfunded budget, we know that, and we'll have to deal with whatever revenue and, whatever revenue they try to come up with or whatever, we will be in a pickle. We will be. The governor will lower the revenue estimates, and we'll be where we are. That's all I can say. But, so, fictional is quite an accusatory term. Like, I didn't mean to bring out a fictional document. I didn't mean for this to be one of the greatest, you're holding it there, volumes of fiction ever produced in the history of the world.
It's a good read, Senator. It really is a good read.
Yeah, it's a good read, but it's based upon how the process is done, and I think your narrative is correct, that when we go to conference, unless between now and midnight, Saturday night, something happens, they've got a couple bills in their possession that they could resurrect and bring us a little more revenue to conference. The governor would be willing to sign, and then we'd be happy. But right now, we face a situation. That's all I can say.
Well, Senator, you and I both being pastors, we believe in miracles or we wouldn't be that. So, but I'm not banking on it, and I don't expect it. But the thing that I'm concerned with, and this is no reflection to you, and I understand the process. We've been through that. Although we've had opportunity to amend and update it. My concern is that the Senate proposal, and I want to say that you and the staff have worked very hard, and it is a good document, but there's a large part of it's fictional. It's not real. We can't even stand on our position to try to get the House to recede. So in essence, we're going to be the ones recede because ours is not real. And what is coming over from the House is pretty scary, to tell you the truth, but to a lot of people. I would say even in this chamber, there's a lot of people that's pretty scared about this. And my concern is this proposal doesn't make our posture strong enough to hold because of that deficit of $139.3 million that does not exist, that's written into this narrative of this thing. And I'm just not sure how you are going to approach or how you suggest we approach the negotiations when it comes to that time, because I know you've been in touch with them, and surely you've been talking to them before this time, because, of course, we just don't put a document together on the 58th day of the legislature. It's a process that goes all during the session. So can you shed a light on how we're going to hold our position when our position, a portion of it's fictional?
Shed a light. Can I have your light there for a minute? Well, I think your narrative is somewhat accurate that we're going to be in a weakened position because we have put certain items at a certain level and they've put certain items at a certain level. And I am aware, as obviously you've done some research or talked to some folks, that their budget reflects cuts. It does not reflect 6.5% across the board cuts. It does not. It does reflect targeted cuts. I won't hazard a number, but it's not hundreds of millions. I mean, there are cuts that are there, and we would have to, obviously, as you know how it is in budgeting, although this rule has been violated, but normally when you go to conference, if we've got, say, an agency funded at $100 million or $1 million, and they've got something funded at $800,000, we in conference go between the ranges. You know, we might have to drop to theirs or they come to ours. In this case, I think what you're asking me is that are we going to be in a position, because of the revenue, that the governor may reduce the revenue estimates when we go into this process? Are we going to be in a position where we have to drop back to their position? That may be the case. I hope not, but that may very well be the case. Or we could, you know, use the revenue shortfall reserve fund to fill in some of these differences and hold our position that way in conference.
And I just want to share with you a conversation I had with the governor regarding the revenue shortfall. And in essence, the question is that if the House version, or if a version of this budget that is mostly associated with the House version, if it passes, our bond rating will be downgraded probably immediately in Wall Street, because Wall Street reacts very quickly because of the fact that we are dipping into the rainy day fund. We do not have structural changes. We do not have steady revenue sources coming in. We're rating accounts that are one-time only, patching the work. And all of a sudden, that ripple effect will go through all West Virginia in school building authority, bonding of projects, and everything else. The ripple effect goes just by the passage of that budget and Wall Street reacting to it. Is that your understanding? You've been to Wall Street quite a bit. You've taken many trips up there in the past.
Let me give you a couple. First of all, in your conversation with the governor, was it assumed that he would sign our bill if we gave it to him?
No, I never asked him on that. I mean, I just heard from, in the sense that with the passage of it, it sends an effect. Now, you've been to Wall Street on these things, and what they do is they look at trends and they look at what's happening. And this would send a ripple effect out to the financial markets, and they could react to it quickly.
Is that a question? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I actually was, years ago, when I was in when Underwood was in office, invited to participate in what is now done often by phone, although sometimes by travel, in New York to visit with those people that make these decisions. Now, let me tell you something about them that I learned that day. It was very exciting 2 or 3 days. They're pretty smart, and they kick the tires, and they look below the surface, and they make sure before they downgrade somebody or upgrade somebody that they're not going to react to an immediate event like this. They would probably, if I'm one of those guys up there, they're looking at West Virginia and saying, well, you know, they are an extractive industry state, and they're losing, and their legislative session met, and they didn't do anything about it, but if maybe they can still fix it. You know, maybe it can, and the reaction would be, I think we looked the other day, what was the bond rating of Moody's? It was AA, 1A. I mean, you know, they took these things. It's been a while since I took the securities exam, but, you know, you got ratings of AAA, AA, single A, B, AA1, all these different ones, and I've forgotten. And then you've got different ones that have their rankings. And I remember after that meeting that year, we went down there. Well, they raised our rating a little bit. They heard what we said and so forth. So you might have to make an argument, but to paint the picture that wholesale devastation is going to occur if our bond rating goes down a tick, you know, because of this, and I doubt that it will, but I don't think they're going to drop us from AA to D. I mean, it can have an effect in the bond market in the sense that all new issues may have to pay a little more interest rate. All currently held secondarily traded bonds, if they're of long maturity, and I'm just going to go ahead and use the language of the securities world, if they're of medium or long maturity, could have an effect on their valuation if you had to sell them before maturity. But if they're short duration, they're probably safe. So, but to say that, to try to make a point, that there is an effect in that direction, I would concede with you that we'd like to not see that happen. I would not go as far as to say that the world is coming to an end and we could remedy it, and they would probably understand it looking at us, and they know that. I was surprised how well they knew us well. I mean, one of the ladies up there brought up a bond default that occurred with turnpike bonds back in the 50s. It says it's still in the file. So they know us well, and I'm not so certain that we would get an immediate reaction, although we might. But, you know, we still have the rest of this fiscal year, if we had to hopefully fix this problem, and that won't happen.
Well, I'm assuming, and I'm
Without
sure,
assuming the governor's going to veto our budget.
I'm assuming, and I'm sure I know the governor and probably his people are constantly in contact with the financial market people, so they would have a handle on this. But for those who are, you know, maybe not as familiar with bonding and on this, what happens with our rating drops, and I want to ask you this question if I'm right about this, when the rate of the bonds start dropping, that actually it costs more because interest rates, or the interest rates goes up on paying off bonds. Is that correct?
All right.
Yeah, give us the scenario.
All right, here's the scenario. A bond is not like going to the bank. You know, it's a bond. When you do a bond float, basically the guys that issue the bonds, and I'm always amazed at this, but, you know, we did tobacco bonds a few years ago. The marketplace, the world around there bought our tobacco bonds, $800 million worth. What happens is that the bond buyers will look at the underlying payer, the revenue source. In this case, let's say we're doing a school bond, or let's say we're doing a road bond like we're talking about. The bond buyers would then say, well, first of all, it's tax-free bond, so we're going to get less interest rate, and then they would question in their minds whether or not the state of West Virginia would have the capacity to pay them back. Now, over the years, we've not defaulted on anything. So the sophisticated bond buyer might look at that and say, well, hey, I'm getting a good yield here for something that I know I'm going to get my money back. But if it's the good faith and credit of the state of West Virginia, it'd be better if our credit rating was higher, but it's a market-established rate at that time. And you know, for example, a few years ago, we talked about a road in my area about selling bonds because the overall marketplace had driven municipal bond rates to the floor. And there was an attempt to try to sell those bonds in November of that year in order to raise enough money, because the lower the rate, the more money you can borrow based on the revenue you're bringing to the deal. But in 2 months' time, the marketplace, not the credit rating of the state, drove the interest rates up about 1%. So that if they would have gone to the market in November, they'd have gotten 2% deal, and I'm just, you know, guessing at the numbers. But waiting till February because of market conditions, it went to 3%. So it's not only our credit worthiness, but it's also where that particular market is and what the world is willing to pay for. There are all sorts of economic factors that affect the interest rate you're going to get.
So is it safe to say, if the bond ratings drops because of this budget, that it will cost more to build the same? It will cost, what would it build a school or a road or whatever? When you do it on bonding, it would end up costing that entity more money than if the rating was higher. Is that
It's
true?
not necessarily safe to say that, but if the bond rating would drop dramatically, yes. If the bond rating would drop very incrementally, and you know, there are 3 agencies and maybe one drops and one doesn't. But and the fact that this state, for example, and the governor knows this, and that the New York bond rating agencies look at us very favorably for some things that we've done here that other states have not done. And let me tell you what they are. When we faced years ago a devastating unfunded teachers retirement system, when it was finally actuarially discovered after years of not looking. And you go back to the Caperton years and a little earlier, and they said, we better take a look at this. The state of West Virginia set up a 40-year payment schedule to pay off a $4 billion liability. Now, that, if you look in our budget right now, we're still paying that. And it's at $400 million a year this year out of a $4.3 billion budget. It's been a 10% payment. You know, Wall Street looks at that and says, this state for 24 or 25 years, even in budget crisis, has not done what other states have done. Governor Christie this year, $3.5 billion, he reduced it to $2 billion to pay on the pensions in the state of New Jersey to balance his budget. I suggested, but have pulled back on the position, that you could, without impunity, with impunity I mean, do that here and refinance that long-term debt. You know, but I kind of don't think so. This budget does not do that. Wall Street would look at that very favorably when we dealt with our OPEB problem and when we dealt with our workers' comp problem. And, you know, we're coming to an end of having to pay off that debt. They just don't look at a budget problem for 1 year. They look at how responsibly you've acted across the spectrum of things that are of interest to them. And so I can't imagine that if we have one budget for one short period of time that's unfunded or funded dipping into the rainy day fund to a certain level, which, by the way, we still have one and other states for a period of time did not, then I just can't imagine that our bond rating was going to suffer that much and the whole thing collapsed. But I know where you're headed. It's like we need a structurally sound budget. And I just simply say that I'd love to see that too, and I think at a certain point we're going to have, the whole building is, and I think it will, have to man up one of these days and decide on revenue and expenses and getting them in line.
But you would agree that this is not a structurally sound budget?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean,
well, you just said someday we need a structurally sound budget, and I'm just saying you would agree that this is not that budget.
I would agree that it does not, at this point, without having, well, first of all, a structurally sound budget to me would have been if the governor would have said, here's your expenditures and here's your revenues, and you don't have to pass any other bills. When we get to that point, we have a structurally sound budget. Right now, I don't know if you say about the budget, but structurally sound in terms of our finances going forward, that budget is not, you're right, that budget is not in the sense of being fully funded by revenue, but I wasn't handed one that was fully funded by revenue. I was handed one that was funded by passing bills and raising taxes in order to say now we're on a structurally sound basis financially in West Virginia. I probably have been handed one of the worst financial problems. And the Senate, now let's be direct here, the Senate passed revenue measures that would have balanced this budget, but it did not bring our revenue projections to the level going forward even with this. It gets you close, but it doesn't get you to, say, funding the types of services and expenditures that our people have come to expect that are funded in this budget.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, not having of course, this is no lack of respect for the finance chair and the hard work he's gotten, but I'm going to vote against this budget. And for many of the things that was actually talked about here. First of all, it was admitted that this is not a structurally sound budget. And I'm not sure, I would have thought that we could get there this year, but maybe factors didn't allow that to happen. And as far as me going back to my constituents and facing them and being fiscally responsible, I'm not going to be put in a position to vote for a budget that's not structurally sound. The other thing, Mr. President, I'm going to say is I'm not into the business of voting for fiction. This is real life. These are real people this is going to affect. And it's definitely $139.3 million in this budget is pure fiction. Does not exist unless there's a heck of a miracle that occurs, which I don't think it's going to happen in 2 days. And so therefore, I'm going to vote no on this budget. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? See, Senator from Oregon.
Will the senator from Berkeley yield?
Will the senior senator from the 16th yield? Senator yields.
To my good friend from Berkeley County, do you think it was, you used the word fiscally irresponsible. Do you think it was fiscally irresponsible for the governor of this state to send us a revenue number based on laws and taxes that don't exist?
I think the governors in the past that I've been down here, Senator, and I've been down here since Governor Underwood, and all the governors that I've served in this body with have sent budgets up with certain legislation that accompanies that budget.
But you used the word fiction. It is fiction, isn't it? It was fiction when it arrived here from the executive, wasn't it?
At that time, it had the opportunity to actually happen.
It still has the opportunity to happen now, doesn't it?
How realistic is that?
The House could pass a bill.
Senator, you know the process as well as I do, and you know that's not going to happen. Let me share with you the tobacco tax, okay? And this is what's happened here. The tobacco tax was, as you know, Senator, and I think that with the Democratic caucus and the Senator from Marion offering up $1 a pack, which raised that revenue in Senate Bill 420, it passed out of this chamber 26-6 votes. It went over to the House and it died in the House Finance Committee, 21-3. Died in the House Finance. It's not even on the floor. You need 3 readings in order for a bill to pass, and it's not even out of the Finance Committee. It's been rejected. Now, even if they come back, reconsider, and do all that, that's a heck of a marathon, but that one's not going to happen. The other bill, let me finish if you want me to answer the question here. The other bill that I understand of Senate Bill 116, that's going to be $4.3 million. That's the increase of limited video lottery. It passed out here with a lot of support, and it's still on House Judiciary Committee. It hasn't even been brought up again. And my understanding is that the committees are shutting down over there, so I can't see that. Today is the last day for a bill to be taken up for immediate consideration and read. So we know, and the finance chair, Senator, just admitted that he knew those 3 revenue sources were dead. He just admitted. He knew it was dead. Everybody knew it was dead. So when the governor introduces his package at the beginning of the session of day 1 of 60, there's a lot of time for that to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then it's on us to balance the budget. If we don't pass something, we balance the budget. We have to find the revenue source. But we all know that the revenue sources that are built into this budget, $139 million, is not a reality. It's fictional.
Well,
and that's fiscally irresponsible.
Let me just say again, you will concede then, will you not, that the governor sent up to this legislature a revenue estimate for fiscal year 16-17 based on revenues that were neither enacted into law or taxes that were not in place. And in that regard, the revenue estimate came from the executive. Do you agree with that?
I would agree that that's the case, and that's happened with all other executives, yes, sir.
But you would not call that fiction?
I would say at that point it was hopeful.
Hope, an aspiration, but not fact. Right? Not something that had happened.
It could have been fact that this body had acted on it, yes, sir. And it was under the anticipation that this body would act, and if they didn't act on those, then we'd have to find revenue sources. But to put forward a budget, now we're talking about the 58th day. We have 2 days left. We have before us a proposal that we're going to negotiate with the House knowing full well that a large portion of this is fictional. And we can't even stand on our position because it doesn't even exist.
Our position would be the revenue estimate provided by the executive that we built into our budget. Isn't that the basis of our position?
I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, we build, he gives a revenue estimate of what we're going to bring in. That's what we have to stick to, and we got to find the money. We got to look at budgeting that money where the revenues are going to come from.
And you're decrying the Senate budget as a work of fiction because it's built on the revenue estimate given to us by the executive. Is that right?
No, sir. You know what my issue is? My issue is not the revenue sources that the governor gave us or proposals. My issues is the inability of this body, of the legislature, and maybe not the Senate, but the West Virginia Legislature not acting, not doing the most responsible thing of getting our money to our roads, fully funding PEIA, making sure we don't have cuts that are going to be, as the finance chairman says, devastating to our state agencies. I'll tell you what upsets me is the inability of this body, as the West Virginia Legislature, to act. That's what leadership is. Well, the governor proposes, we actually take it up and we try to make it happen, and we failed.
And you concede, do you not, that this body, this chamber of the legislature, passed the revenue measures, or a great many of them, recommended by the governor?
We passed a lot of them. Matter of fact, we didn't pass some, because of the increase. But I'll tell you what we did. We have a proposal here in front of us that's not realistic. It's fictional. $139 million is not in. We don't have that, and it actually says it's here. Are we going to vote on $139 million that doesn't exist? And that's what we're doing right now, is a proposal that basically is a great work of fiction with that amount of money that's not even realistic, and it'll never happen this session because of the inability of the West Virginia Legislature not to act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to stand up here and actually commend the Chairman of Finance, commend the staff of the Finance Committee, and commend this great body over here, the Senate of the West Virginia Legislature. You know, standing here and hearing that we didn't act when we made some very tough votes this session over on this side is just, you know, almost a slap in the face of the work that we did here in this body of the Senate. We passed a tobacco tax out of the Senate, which was not an easy vote. It's not easy to raise taxes on West Virginians. We have gone through the budget. We have just passed out of the Finance Committee a measure dealing with the modernization fund, which was heavily scrutinized, which was done on a party line vote to be able to get $9 million more towards the budget. It was a tough cut. It was a tough consideration, but we had to act. And act we did, Mr. President. We're continuing to do what we can for the budget. Talking about PEIA, in this and the House budget, PEIA is fully funded. In both budgets it is. And I understand that the House did not take up a lot of the measures that we would like them to have taken up, but that's how the legislative process works. All we can do in the Senate, all that we can do and all that we ever have done, no matter who's been in charge, no matter who's been the finance chair, no matter who's been the governor, is set a budget based on the actions that we have completed here in this body up to a certain date and point in time. If those actions aren't acted on beyond us, beyond this chamber, there's not really much we can do about that. But per what the chairman has said and per what chairmen of the past have done, there is a cutoff date. And then after that, we have to go with the measures that we as a body have passed and set together a budget. Because you can't put together a budget on the 58th, 59th day. Now, I understand the governor's extended the session and probably will be looking at other sessions in the future before this year is out to figure out where to go from here. But, Mr. President, we are in the worst fiscal situation as a state in a very, very long time, and we didn't get there overnight. Measures were not passed in the past to help take care of the 6-year forecast that has been before this legislature and legislators before us. Matter of fact, measures that were passed, like increasing DMVPs in the past, were even vetoed in the past. So there have been measures that have been done to try to have some foresight that did not move forward. But I do want to commend this body, both sides of the aisle, because you all, this side, the Democrats, Republicans, worked together over here, have made tough votes, funded roads. We have made tough votes to fix the budget. We have made tough votes to fix and fund PEIA, and we have to work off of what we did. Because at a certain point, you have to stop, put together a budget, and I think under your leadership, Mr. President, the Senate has done a very good job. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Berkeley yield?
Senior Senator from the 16th yield.
Feel like I'm the finance chair. Yes, sir.
Senator yields.
Thank you. I'm kind of curious because I'm not on finance, and we've worked from pretty early in the morning till pretty late at night in judiciary, and I have to admit that as it relates to the budget, my depth of knowledge is not particularly deep, and I also have to say that just from what I've heard here as part of this discussion, you clearly have a fairly deep knowledge of not only what has occurred in our finance committee, but even the workings that have gone on over in the House side, and I commend you for having acquired this knowledge, and clearly you've put a lot of time and effort into it, but it raises a question for me, because if you've paid attention, you've seen that I haven't voted for some of these revenue measures that have been here, because I'm generally opposed to that type of thing. At the same time, I have to wonder, given your depth of knowledge on it, I assume that you have put together an alternative plan to what has been put forth by the Finance Committee for the budget. I mean, you're not up here just criticizing. You've got an idea yourself of how this can be put together in a way that resolves the questions that you've raised?
Well, Senator, I think that if the House acted on the various bills that actually passed the Senate, then this proposal would no longer be fictional, it would be reality, and that this would probably be close to what we could work with. But because it's evident that the House is not going to pass those revenue sources, and this document, this proposal still has it built in, that makes this a fictional document, and what I'm saying I'm voting against is a document of fiction.
Right, and I guess what I'm wondering is, because my experience even from judiciary has been that the House is where my bills get sent to die.
Well,
that there doesn't seem to be any reason to think that what we passed out of this body would have been met with anything other than the death it met with over there. And so I'm simply asking, knowing that this wasn't going to happen, and having the insight and clearly a very great depth of knowledge of what has occurred in the Finance Committee, you've had an opportunity that I haven't had, and many members on both sides of the aisle haven't had, to consider the likely events of what would occur in the House. And so have you prepared for that, knowing that that was going to occur, or being fairly sure that it was going to occur? Have you prepared an alternative proposal, a solution? And if so, why wasn't such a solution proposed yesterday when we were on second reading, and such a thing could have been considered by this body?
Well, Senator, you know, I don't have all the knowledge, okay, and I'll be the first to admit to you in a humble way, but I'll tell you this. I do know that the Senate Democratic Caucus has a plan, and we implemented that plan. The first thing we did is we raised the tobacco tax and was able to get the revenues that we needed, and you all went along with that amendment. And it was a bipartisan approach. Now, you may have voted against it, I don't remember.
I did. Yes.
Okay, so it went over. The second thing we did is people cry out for the roads. We need roads. Now that the warm weather's coming and the potholes are just springing up, and I'm sure the senator from Jefferson can tell you how many potholes are in the radius of a couple 100 miles from here. But I'm going to tell you what happened there is the senator from Wayne actually offered up on behalf of the Democratic caucus a proposal that with bipartisan support we supported in order to fund our roads. That's a reality. Now when it goes over there, I can't say what's happening. But what we have in front of us today, okay, even though we put forward these plans, these ideas, all during the 60 days here, it wasn't acted on. But all I can tell you, the only thing I'm voting on right now is what's up on that board. Senate Bill 269, which is this document right here that has a fictional amount built into it of $139.3 million that does not exist.
But I
does
agree
not
with
exist.
that
So I'm not
part
going to
of
vote
that.
for this because it's a good piece of fiction that is not responsible. I want to vote on something real, and that's what that is. And the budget is real to the people of West Virginia, and that's why I'm on my position. Senator, I'm not asking you to vote one way or another. I'm just stating my convictions and what I believe to be the most important thing.
I can appreciate that. And I guess my question most fundamentally is, knowing that it wasn't going to work, knowing that the cigarette tax died in the House, I believe, I'm not quite sure, but more than a week and a half ago, you even know the vote total of how it died in finance. You've known for some time that that wasn't going to occur, and yet yesterday an alternative could have been proposed, and it wasn't proposed. And rather than voting for or against this, and I can understand wanting to vote against it, at the same time it seems incumbent upon you to have at least tried to present an alternative proposal that was based on reality, knowing that tax had died. And I appreciate you answering my questions. And I look forward to hearing the rest of this discussion.
Well, Senator, you make an excellent point. That cigarette tax died, you said, about a week and a half ago. We all knew it. I mean, it was well reported in the papers. And here we are with a proposal that doesn't even reflect the death of that. It says it's still alive. And we all know that's fictional. So you're exactly right. We knew a week and a half ago it was dead, but it's still here today. And Senator, you know, on the second reading yesterday, it could have been amended. It was discussed. It was brought forward, but it wasn't. But now this is where we are. So you're exactly right. Thank you.
Senator from Wayne.
Senior Senator from 8th Yield.
The senior senator from the 8th Yield.
Senator, let's make sure we get our facts straight on the Modernization Fund. The motion that you're talking about that was defeated was the motion by the senator from Ohio. The bill went out on a voice vote.
No, the bill went out on a roll call vote.
No, it did not. Check your facts.
Have to get an attorney to come down, but I remember it being a roll call vote on the bill. And
the roll call vote was on the amendment by the senator from Ohio, and that was the roll call vote.
I think the amendments were ruled not germane, and then the roll call vote was on the
No,
final
Senator,
bill.
you better check your facts. The actual facts are, now I'm talking to you, you're the one that made the statement.
Yes, sir, I did.
And the statement was that the Senate Democrats did not vote for the Modernization Fund.
Yes, sir, that was my statement.
There was an amendment from the senator from Ohio. It was not ruled not germane. We did a roll call vote on that, and it was defeated by us voting against it.
Right.
And I did vote with the senator from Ohio. But when it was reported out with the bill, it was a roll call vote. Just check your facts.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I thought it was on the bill, and I did not think it was on the amendment, my friend. And
Senator from Wayne.
so which?
I moved the previous question.
Senator from Wayne moves previous question. All in favor will say aye. Opposed?
Move to previous question cuts off debate on the bill, which is the budget bill, Senate Bill 269.
Chairs in doubt. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes Senator from Wayne demands division. All those in favor will please stand.
And everybody in favor of cutting off debate will stand, and they'll count heads, and then everybody who is opposed will be counted.
Those opposed, please stand. Vote being 16 in favor, 18 opposed, less than a majority having voted in the affirmative, declare the motion rejected. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to offer closing remarks on the bill.
Senator from the 4th.
First of all, we just checked with the it's up to you.
Senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I came in this body with integrity. I'm going to leave this body with integrity. If you challenge something, you need to back that challenge up. And you can sit here and say whatever you want to. I was there. I heard what I heard. But I will also tell you this. I'm going to vote for this because this is a process that we have. This bill does have the things that the Senate passed. I'm not going to play games. I'm not going to do anything. I don't like games being played with me either. And we can sit there and not do something by all this partisan crap that we've been doing. But I've had it up to here on some of these things. It's time for us to move these things on. It's time for us to quit this little bickering on some things, and it's time for us to vote on some stuff. But I will not sit here and listen to some of the things I'm listening to when somebody says, well, the Democrats do this. Look, what we had yesterday was shameful. We should not have that again. It's time for us to do our work here, move on. You can vote against previous question all you want. The last one, Mr. President, I'll ever do here this year. But don't start telling me that this is sound, that's not sound. The bottom line is what we're sending out of here has flaws in it. They all the time has flaws in it. Don't blame it on the governor. The governor presents things up here. They all have done it. I've been here with a number of them, and they have all put up budgets that have revenue estimates whether you take them or not. Gas taxes, all kinds of things that have been up here. But to start saying, well, we voted this in and the modernization fund didn't do this. The budget bill we have here now is sound from the process that we had in the Senate. Now, I guarantee you what we get back, most likely will guarantee you that it will not be sound coming back, but for the vote here, this is a sound vote on what we passed, which was a tobacco tax that did make a budget much more sound. Thank you.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. You know, I know how difficult it is to put a budget together, and it takes a lot of people with a lot of coordination. It takes your staff on a daily basis to work countless hours to put this thing together. And this thing wasn't done last night or this morning. It was done through the course of the year. You know, we could look at the budget from the very first day and then make adjustments accordingly. You know, I commend the chairman of finance. He had a very difficult job, and the staff did too. I am concerned as we send this budget over, because the senator from Berkeley is absolutely right. There are things in our budget that are not reflected in the House budget. And when we get into the conferees, I'm concerned that their revenue estimates are not exactly what ours are. So therefore, are we going to use the least common denominator and have to settle for the House budget that I think makes some draconian cuts? You know, we've got a lot of work to do yet. I would suggest that, you know, both sides of the aisle try to cooperate and get this thing in a position that we can walk out of here and everybody's a winner. The bickering back and forth is certainly horrendous, and there's enough blame for both sides. You know, I knew several years ago, and I stood on this floor and made several speeches that, you know, we're hitting into really tough times. We knew that the coal industry was on the decline. You didn't have to have a magic ball to look at to see that. All the indicators and all the analysts suggested that we were going to be in this situation. What we didn't realize is that the gas industry was going to take a dip the way it did, and the price of gas would certainly be as low as it is. We knew that it wouldn't the price of gas and the gas industry wouldn't supplant the numbers that we were getting from coal, but we thought we could work with it and, you know, come out with at least some semblance of a balanced budget. So at this time, you know, when we get into the budget process, and I assume next week we'll appoint the conferees and we'll work together, but I am seriously, Mr. President, concerned that as we send this budget over, and we know that there are things here that the House did not take up for whatever reason, and we can't second guess what the House did, and you know, I'm certain that they have their reason. But I would hope that when we get into this process, and I don't know if it's going to work or not. We've never been in this situation before. Generally, when we pass a budget to the other side in the years that I've had experience with, we were close, and we would look at certain budget line items and make decisions accordingly, and generally come to a compromise and come out with we'd give and take. It was a give and take process. I don't know if there's any give and take in this budget. The numbers are not going to add up. I don't know whether we pass a bogus budget and the governor will veto it and we'll come back and start all over again. Maybe he'll readjust his revenue estimates and bring them down. You know, there's a lot of questions out there of what's going to happen. We don't have the answers, and certainly I don't think anybody in this body does. But I would say let attitudes sort of temper out, and let's work together and get the job done.
Further discussion? Now I'll recognize the senior senator from the 4th to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple remarks to some things that have been said. One in particular. It was said that I knew a week and a half ago that the tobacco tax was dead. But what I also knew a week and a half ago is there was a 1% sales tax alive. And I went over to the House and tried to talk to them about that. I even went as far as to publicly talk about that in interviews. Got asked by a lobbyist, are we going to have a 1% sales tax? And I would usually respond and say, that would be a structurally sound solution to our budget. It's in the possession of the House. So to report to my members of the Senate, fully aware that the tobacco tax was dead, that tax was not. So I just want to be perfectly clear, having been said on the floor that, oh, I just brought a budget out that's fiction, full well knowing that, you know, and it was an amendable document. But here's the trouble, Mr. President. The only way you could amend that document was to bring out the cuts. That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to go in and cut about $130 million worth of money out of the budget. Now, I got the document right here that says this is what $130 million will cost you. And it is the response of all the agencies. So rather than frighten people and do that, I could have come out and, hey, well, here's the amendments right here. We're not going to get into tobacco tax. So I held out the possibility, though it didn't happen. Maybe it was an unrealistic possibility, but I will say this. It was considered for a while, but then they could not garner the vote. So I just wanted to be clear to the public that what we did here was operate as we've always done, as the Speaker, I still call him the Speaker, but the Revenue Secretary Kiss The governor said that's the way you have to do the budget. So, Mr. President, just to clarify those few things, I do recommend, and I recognize the problems we got ahead of us, but I do recommend that you vote for the budget.
Question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those voting and present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative to declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 4 p.m. Today.
Are there announcements? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your conference committee on Senate Bill 283, which includes myself, the Senator from Nicholas, and the Senator from Cabell, will meet immediately in the rear of the chamber.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet briefly in the rear chamber for 5 minutes.
Further announcements?
Since the Senate is going into a brief recess, at 4 o'clock they'll come back or thereabouts. We'll take you back into the House of Delegates where they're still working on second reading bills. They've just started on Senate Bill 618, allowing Economic Development Authority to make loans to certain whitewater outfitters.
It took portions of these bills and added them together with additional bills relating to rulemaking reform. Among the various items added by the Senate was a requirement that each rule have a separate economic impact analysis.
Okay, they are now on Senate Bill 619, the 2016 Regulatory Reform Act.
Executive agencies review all existing rules and report their continued necessity. Further, the Senate empowered the Secretary of State with the ability to reject rules. The judiciary strike and insert removes the ability of the Secretary of State to reject the rule and instead left that power with the legislature. It additionally removed the requirements of an economic impact and health impact for each rule. Finally, the strike and insert restores House Bills 4002 and 4031 into the bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Are there further amendments? If not, the bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 621, exempting taxi cab companies with independent contract drivers from providing workers' compensation coverage.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Manchin moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Manchin 3-10.
Gentleman for the 50th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would request unanimous consent to reform the amendment by striking the last proviso, which says, provided, however, that the insurance commissioner may also establish criteria for designation of such persons as independent contractors.
The gentleman from the 50th asks unanimous consent to reform the amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Amendment may be reformed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this amendment is that when we pass this bill that is designed to, I guess, address a Supreme Court ruling from many years ago that the insurance commissioner appears to be following, wherein they determined that taxi cab drivers could not be considered independent contractors for purposes of avoiding workers' compensation coverage. We considered legislation which said that in the future they would not be considered independent, or that they would be considered independent contractors. The only problem with that is that that wouldn't necessarily require that the structure that we're addressing would remain so in the future. In other words, right now, what's happening with most taxi cab drivers, as I understand it, is that they lease the vehicles, that they pretty much are independent businessmen because they pay a fixed amount of lease, and then, you know, they either make a profit or a loss that evening, depending. And that there's very little control over the way in which they perform their jobs. Now, of course, if they were being paid hourly, that would make the circumstances very different. Well, with the statute that we passed, or the bill that we passed, theoretically, sometime after this statute were passed, they could change all of the ways in which they compensate, and then we would have done something that was wrong. All that this provision does is it moves it to the correct section of the code that deals with exemptions from workers' compensation, and it says that they will be allowed that designation so long as it is not inconsistent with the United States Internal Revenue Service requirements for persons acting as independent contractors. For those members of the committee, you'll recall that the gentleman who appeared before us said that he had specific rulings from the IRS that declared that they were independent contractors, and all this says is that that will be kind of the standard in going forward. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from 38, Doggett Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the intent of the gentleman's amendment is consistent with the purpose of the bill and the placement of the language in the workers' comp chapter or article rather than where we had it before. I think makes sense, and for those reasons would support the gentleman's amendment.
The other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from 37, Doggett Pushkin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a ruling on Rule 49.
Okay. Because you operate taxi cabs.
I'm an independent contractor. I would be affected by this.
Okay. To the gentleman, to the extent it would have an impact on you, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be required to vote. Further members desiring, does the gentleman from 50th wish to close? Okay. Request for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 686, authorizing local governing authorities hold sanctioned motor vehicle races on roads, streets, or airports under their jurisdiction. Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 3-1, number 1.
Gentleman from 38 asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the strike and insert is to change the underlying bill, Senate Bill 686, by making technical changes and by requiring the county commission or municipality to provide at least 60 days notice to the West Virginia Department of Transportation, Traffic and Engineering Division of any racing event permit issued under this section. The notice shall identify the following. First, the time, date, and location of the event, nationally or internationally recognized racing organization sponsoring the event, the road closure plan that specifies the public roads, municipal streets, alleys, sidewalks, airport, runway, etc. that will be temporarily closed or obstructed, traffic control plan that specifies the on-site traffic controls and detour route to be used during the event, and the names and phone numbers of emergency and law enforcement contacts overseeing the event. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Are there amendments to the amendment?
Delegate Falk moves to amend the amendment. This is HFA Falk 3-10, number 2.
Gentleman from 63rd asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 63rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just like a clarification proviso that, so when you're dealing with regional airports, which are defined in code as 2 or more bodies, whether they be a county and a city combined to form a regional airport, and this amendment reads that the decision to issue a permit for any airport formed pursuant to Chapter 8, Article 29, shall be made by the governing body of the regional airport. And that way you have the body making the decision, which is usually appointed by half, in the case of like our airports, half members from the city and half members from the county, so the body can make the decision instead of just the county or the city. Yeah.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? Gentleman from 38, Doggett Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the gentleman's amendment further clarifies the intent of the bill, specifically with who has control and decision-making regarding any racing events on airports, and would suggest the adoption of the amendment.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentlemen wish to close debate? Gentlemen wish to close. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. The gentleman from the 19th. Question for the House now is the adoption of the committee amendment. The gentleman from the 19th.
Would the gentleman from Kanawha yield?
Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Do you anticipate by your amendment there are actually roads in West Virginia you could have a race on?
Well, I would note that the language of the bill also allows for off-road vehicles to race on these roads. So I believe there could be some races.
That would make sense. Off-road in West Virginia is probably the only way you could race. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not to go be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 702, allowing title of real estate to pass to individuals entitled to sale proceeds if executor fails to do so within 5 years of closing estate.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 3-5.
Gentleman from 27th, August Schott, asking unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to clarify that in instances where a testator has devised certain real estate to be sold and the proceeds distributed to certain recipients, title to the real estate passes to the named distributees if the executor does not sell the real estate within 5 years of the closing of the estate, such as in the case of an executor being unaware of the testator's ownership in certain real property. This occurs in the absence of any contrary intent, and it occurs automatically in the absence of the sale. The proposed committee amendment makes minor technical changes. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
No.
Not to go be advanced to third reading. The clerk has a message from the executive.
Dear President Cole, pursuant to the provisions of Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of West Virginia, I hereby disapprove and return the enrolled committee substitute for Senate Bill 10. I am advised this bill is overbroad and unduly burdens a woman's fundamental constitutional right to privacy. See Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania versus Casey. Holding the state may not prohibit any woman from making the ultimate decision to terminate her pregnancy before viability. Among the bill's prohibitions is a leading pre-viability medical procedure that, for reasons of patient safety, is preferred by physicians. The Supreme Court of the United States and the United States District Court for the Southern District of West Virginia previously struck down similarly overbroad laws that unduly burdened a woman's right to choose this procedure. See Steinberg versus Carhart. Declaring sections of West Virginia's woman's access to health care to be unconstitutional, ban at issue encompassed the common dilation and evacuation method, and this unduly burdened a woman's constitutional right of privacy. In these circumstances, a veto is appropriate. Ray Tomlin, Governor.
Message will be received. Clerk has a message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that in accordance with Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of West Virginia, the Senate repassed without amendment, enrolled committee substitute for Senate Bill 10 by a majority of those elected to the Senate to take effect 90 days from passage, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Master will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House proceed to consider the bill notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House proceed to consider the bill notwithstanding the objections of the governor. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Is there debate? Not. Question before the House is the passage of the bill notwithstanding the governor. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
This is the override of veto of Senate Bill 10.
Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 85 ayes, 15 nays, no members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed notwithstanding the objection of the governor. Clerk, please report the title.
Enrolled committee substitute for Senate Bill 10.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House recess until 5 p.m.
The Senate voted to override Senate Bill 10 this morning. That vote was 25 to 9.
Are there announcements? The gentleman from the 27th, Doug Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Roads and Transportations will hold its final meeting 10 minutes after recess in the Government Organization Committee room. I will remind the members of that committee that we have 13 resolutions on the agenda. The total number of signatory spots on those agendas are 103. We will not approve those without a quorum, so I would suggest you please attend. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 8th, Doug Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans will caucus in the chamber at 4:30 p.m. today.
Are there further announcements? Not the motion. The question for the House is the gentleman from the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats will also caucus at 4:30, room 252. Thank you.
Question for the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House stand recess until 5 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The House stands at recess until 5 p.m.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. The Senate is also in recess until about 4 o'clock, but in Senate time, that's about 4:10. The House, when it returns at 5 o'clock, will have to take up its version of the budget bill, House Bill 4017, and two other bills on second reading. The Senate still has not taken up its third reading calendar, all the bills up for passage today. One of them is House Bill 4014, preventing the State Board of Education from implementing Common Core academic standards and assessments. We're just going to go ahead and go into the Senate. Looks like they are going to convene on time, so we will stay with the Senate as they debate and pass bills on third reading.
Senate will come to order. Clerk has a conference committee report to file.
Have a conference committee report to file as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 283, creating crime when fire is caused by operation of a clandestine drug laboratory. The report is available on the chamber automation system, and copies are available in room 269M.
Report will be received. Clerk will read the next bill on third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2494, creating a provisional plea process in criminal cases. Third reading of the bill.
Senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2494.
Senator from Morgan. Time out. Senator from Wayne.
Requesting after consent to address the Senate.
Senator from Wayne.
Mr. President, sometimes you do impassioned speeches and you start really getting going into the senior senator from the 8th. I was wrong. I checked my facts, and I apologize.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on passage of the bill, the Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2494 amends a single section of the code, creates a new section of the code, 61, Article 11, Section 22A, authorizing provisional plea agreements and deferred adjudication. We discussed it at length yesterday because it's a strike and insert amendment. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2826, requiring the Commissioner of the Division of Highways to approve points of access to and from state highways to real property used or to be used for commercial, industrial, or mercantile purposes. Sarah Knotzlaw, third reading of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill, Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, as amended, would require no parking signs or no parking markings in yellow paint on each side of a driveway entrance of property used for commercial, industrial, or mercantile purposes that front state highways if the following applies. The speed limit on the state highway is more than 45 miles per hour, the access is more than 50 feet wide, and the Division of Highways Commissioner deems it appropriate due to heavy traffic or other circumstances. Such signage or markings would alert the public that parking at such area points is prohibited. The law would be known as Sarah Knott's Law in memory of a 21-year-old driver who lost her life in 2014 in Mason County when her view of Route 2 was blocked by trucks that were parked along the road. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative. Declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have declared the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4014, preventing the State Board of Education from implementing Common Core academic standards and assessments. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Questions on passage of bill, Senator? Are there amendments?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Education moved to amend the bill on pages 5 through 7.
Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the committee amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there further amendments?
Yes, sir. Senator Seipolt moved to amend the bill on pages 5 through 11, section 5, lines 84 through 230.
Senator from Jefferson. Preston, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senator from Preston requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment comes from the Education Committee, and it revises the membership of the Academic Standards Evaluation Panel by requiring that the deans responsible for the math programs, the deans responsible for the English programs, and the deans responsible for the science programs at WVU and Marshall each appoint one member, by providing that any dean that is responsible for more than one of the three programs are to appoint one member from each of the program he or she is responsible for, and by requiring that the chancellor of the HEPC or his or her designee to serve as the ex officio member and be responsible for facilitating the work of the panel. It changes the language in two places that require the panel to evaluate the math and the English language standards, in addition to recommending revisions. It removes the prohibition on implementing the science standards and instead includes the science standards as a part of the review being conducted by the Academic Standards Evaluation Panel. It requires the panel to use facilities, staff, and supplies provided by the HEPC. It removes the requirement that the state board adopt the standards. It removes, I repeat, the requirement that the state board adopt the standards as revised by the panel. Instead, it requires the panel to submit its recommended revisions to the state board and to LOCIA. It provides that the science summative assessment can only be administered once during grade spans of 3 through 5 and once during the grade span of 6 through 8. It requires that the summative assessment and the college readiness assessment be aligned or augmented to align with the standards in effect at the time the test is administered. It makes career readiness assessment voluntary for students. It removes the requirement that the required work-ready certificate be nationally recognized. It removes, I repeat, it removes the provision to allow for the opting out of the assessment. It removes the requirement for a report to LOCIA on the on-site review finding appeals to resolve a conflict with 369, which was passed earlier this year. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Senator from Preston yields. Senator yields.
I don't have the benefit of being on the Education Committee, so I'm hoping that you can answer a couple of questions for me. Will our teachers be able to teach our students about any human impact on our climate?
I am not intimately familiar with the science standards which are going to be adopted, but tentatively my answer is yes.
Your answer is that yes, that our teachers will be able to give instruction to the extent that, I mean, is it settled in your mind that we as humans have had an impact on climate change? Did that come up before the committee?
I will tell you with respect to the standards, I understand, I've been told that the standards which are going to be adopted by the Board of Education include provisions for the impact that man's involvement has changed the environment, yes.
Did the House version dispute that man or that human beings have had an impact on our climate?
Well, I'm really not sure what the House's version disputed, except that they had asked that the version, they asked that the new standards not be implemented for another year. I'm not exactly sure on what basis that was grounded.
But you're telling us that the new standards do not tie the teacher's hands behind his or her back and will allow them to let our children know that human humans may in fact be having an impact on our climate in terms of CO2.
Well, I will tell you, I'm not an expert on the standards, but it's my understanding that that is part of the science standard which is being put forth by the Board of Education.
Okay, so I shouldn't have any reservations that our teachers are going to be in a position where they will be sanctioned in some way if they let a curriculum be implemented that we do in fact have an issue in our world with changes in our climate.
Senator, are you aware that this amendment that we are voting on removes the stay on the science standards, which allows them to be implemented?
I was aware of that, but just from media reports and my own cursory reading of some of the comments from the other side of the building, I just had the questions that I wanted to make sure that our teachers are going to be able to allow our students to keep up with the rest of the country when it comes to science.
Okay. Well, Senator, I will tell you that in as far as the contemplated standards to be implemented this July 1st by the Board of Education include those provisions, then yes, the teachers will be allowed to implement and teach those.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Preston. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4014, preventing the State Board of Education from implementing Common Core academic standards and assessments. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. The senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to mention that the short title of this bill is now inaccurate. Although that bill started out as a prohibition against the implementation of Common Core standards, it in fact does not do that now. The bill is amended by the Senate Education Committee, adds digital literacy to the list of areas that the State Board is required to adopt high-quality education standards for. It sets forth legislative findings relating to constitutional educational requirements and defines academic standards. Recognition is also made of the State Board adopting what it represented were academic standards in the ELA and math that are no longer aligned with Common Core state standards. The bill establishes an academic standards evaluation panel and requires that the deans responsible for math, English, and science at the respective West Virginia University and Marshall University shall appoint one member each to that academic standards evaluation panel. It also requires that the HEPC chancellor or his or her designee to serve as an ex officio member and be responsible for facilitating the work of the panel. The panel is required to evaluate and recommend revisions to the standards. I will repeat that, evaluate and recommend revisions to the standards based on empirical research and data to ensure grade level alignment to the standards of states with proven track record of consistent high-performing student achievements in English language arts on the NAEP and in mathematics on both the NAEP and the TIMSS International Assessment. They will review the next generation content standards and objectives for science in the West Virginia schools and recommend revisions. I will repeat that. They will recommend revisions. Thirdly, it removes the Common Core strategies that require instructional methods. Fourth, they will use facilities, staff, and supplies provided by the HEPC. And fifth, it is to submit its evaluation and recommended revisions to the State Board in Lucia by October 1st, 2016. The bill also requires that the State Board withdraw from the memorandum of agreement entered into with the Council of Chief State School Officers and the National Governors Association for Best Practices, which required the State Board to agree that Common Core represents 85% of West Virginia standards in English language arts and mathematics. And second of all, withdraw as a governing state in the SBAC. The bill also requires that any academic standards adopted by the State Board first be age level and developmentally appropriate, particularly as it relates to the sequencing of content standards and the measurement of student academic performance. Second of all, be free of instructional strategies. Third, meet national and international benchmarks empirically proven to increase and sustain student achievement. And fourth, be based solely on academic content. The bill also includes the provision relating to requiring Lucia to review the proposed rules relating to the academic standards. Relating to assessments, the bill removes the following: the requirement that the State Board promulgate a rule establishing the Comprehensive Statewide Student Assessment Program, the requirement that the State Board align the Comprehensive Statewide Student Assessment with the college readiness standards adopted pursuant Chapter 18, Article 2, Section 39, or develop other aligned tests so that the progress toward college readiness in ELA and math can be measured, and authorization for the State Board to require the students' proficiencies by measured through the ACT Explorer and the ACT Plan. I'll repeat that. The bill removes those provisions. The bill requires that beginning in school year 2016-2017, the State Board review and approve the summative assessment system for administration to all public school students in grades 3 through 8 and once in early high school that assesses students in English, reading, writing, science, and mathematics. It further provides that science can only be administered once during the grade span of 3 through 5 and once during the grade span of 6 through 8. The assessment is to include those students as required by IDEA, and Title I of the ESEA. The summative assessment system is required to meet the following requirements: be vertically scaled, benchmarked, standards-based system of summative assessments, document student progress toward state standards and national college and career readiness benchmark derived from empirical research, be capable of measuring individual student performance in English, reading, writing, science, and math, be available in paper and pencil and computer-based formats, be a predictive measure of student progress toward national college readiness assessment used by higher education institutions for admissions purposes, be aligned or augmented to align with the standards in effect at the time the test is administered. The bill also requires that the State Board review and approve a college readiness assessment to be administered to all students in the 11th grade for the first time in the school year 2016-2017 and subsequent years. The 11th grade college readiness assessment must be administered at least once to each 11th grade student and must meet the following requirements: be a standardized, curriculum-based achievement college entrance exam, assess student readiness for first-year credit-bearing coursework and post-secondary education, test in the areas of English, reading, writing, science, and mathematics, have content area benchmarks for measuring student achievement, be administered throughout the United States, be relied on by institutions of higher education or admissions, be aligned with or augmented to align with the standards in effect at the time the test is administered. The bill also requires that the State Board to review and approve career readiness assessments and assessment-based credentials that measure and document foundational workplace skills. The assessments are to be administered to public secondary school students in grades 11 or 12 for the first time in the school years 2016, 2017, and subsequent years. The test is voluntary and may only be administered to students who elect to take the assessment. The assessment-based credentials is to be available to any student that achieves at the required level on the required assessments. The assessments are required to meet the following requirements: be a standardized, criterion-based or criterion-referenced measurement of broadly relevant foundational workplace skills, assess and document student readiness for a wide range of jobs, measure skills in all or any of the following areas: first, applied mathematics; second, locating information; and third, reading for information. Align with research-based skills requirement profiles for specific industries and occupations. Lead to a work readiness certificate for students that meet the minimum proficiency requirement on the component assessments. Be available in paper and pencil and computer-based formats. And other provisions in the bill include prohibiting the State Board from acquiring or implementing any assessment instrument or instruments developed specifically to align with Common Core state standards, including the SBAC or PARCC. Requiring for any online assessment the State Board to provide online assessment preparation to ensure that students have the requisite digital literacy skill necessary to be successful on the assessment. Requiring the State Board to develop a plan and make recommendations regarding end-of-course assessments and student accountability measures and submit its finding to Lucia by December 31st, 2016. requiring the state board to develop a policy which sets forth accountability measures for students taking the comprehensive statewide assessment. And probably most importantly, it limits any summative assessment approved by the state board from taking any more than 2% of the student's instructional time. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. And if there are none, Mr. President, I urge passage of Senate Bill 4014.
Question on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise in favor of House Bill 4014. Over the summer, I was appointed to be on a task force with the Department of Education, where we met extensively about the testing of our students and the over-testing of our students. And I was fortunate to be the representative for the State Senate, where Delegate Andrew Byrd was representative for the House. And who sat on that task force was principals, administrators, teachers, special education teachers, people that provide the tests to the schools. There was different groups that were there that looked at all the assessments that we have, and we found out that the federal government requires certain minimums of testing, and the state of West Virginia went well and above those minimums of testing. And the largest complaint we continually hear from our teachers is the over-testing of our students in West Virginia's education. Well, Mr. President, this bill helps take care of some of those concerns of the teachers. It removes testing in 9th and 10th grade, which is something that multiple teachers have come to us about. It removes the Smarter Balance test, which you don't get the results back immediately. So the teachers are unable to truly assess their students and move forward. And it puts into place moving to a better test. And I feel like the test that we should move to, and it's kind of spelled out in this bill, is the ACT test. Something that was neat to me about the ACT test is not just the ACT that we all know about in 11th grade, but the ACT Aspire system, which is 3rd through 10th grade tests, which does a vertical measure of students all the way through school. So when a 3rd grader takes a test, they can see a prediction of how well they will do later on if they were to take the ACT test. And you can see how that student performs and progresses every single year. I had a chance to listen to some of the testimony in the Education Committee, and I don't know how I found the time with how busy that we stay here and not serving on the committee, but somehow things seem to align where we can listen, and some responses were done about the ACT were just unfactual. One thing that was stated was that the turnaround of the ACT would be 2 to 3 years. Well, in the state of Colorado, they just passed the ACT requirement in December, and they are administering the ACT to 60,000 students, matching the curriculum of the state of Colorado next month. Their turnaround is 4 months, and the turnaround of the test scores is only a couple weeks as opposed to 5 months with the current tests that we're offering. So teachers are really able to get a true evaluation. They talked about how there have been changes to the test, substantive changes to the ACT, and again, that's not true as well. The SAT has gone through substantive test changes, but the ACT has not made any major changes because there's no empirical, relevant, or educational need for such change. The ACT and ACT Aspire has been compatible across states. They conform to the standards as placed by the boards of education of the states. So the test evolves to meet the standards regardless of what they are by the states they're in, and they're in 21 states. You know, one of the great things about the ACT that the other 21 states have found is that whenever their students took the test in the 11th grade and the state paid for it, some students found out that they were actually able to make it in college. They were actually able to get the scores that otherwise they wouldn't have taken the test. So in other states, they've seen students go to college more often when that's been the final end of the year exam. And we're fortunate in West Virginia where our promised scholarship is tied to ACT scores. So I really think that from serving on that board, from working with teachers, to working with individuals that work with special education students, working with principals, working with everyone, the ACT seemed to be above and beyond what they would have recommended had we been able to make a final recommendation out of that board. And I can speak confidently to that. So, Mr. President, I really do urge adoption of this piece of legislation. I commend the chairman of the Board of Education Committee for all your tireless work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent, not voting more than a majority of those present. Having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Education move to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have declared the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4080, Department of Veterans Assistance Rule relating to VA headstones or markers. Third reading of the bill.
Senator from Wayne.
Consent to address the Senate.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Wayne.
Mr. President, this bill that we just passed, I would like to make sure that I do make a few comments on it. First off, it is much improved from what the House sent us. However, I do want to make sure that I clearly think that it is an overstep of our authority as a body, and I think it is also an attempt to direct a specific testing mechanism that could be quite lucrative for one company. That has not been proven that is a real true test. And I do believe that it usurps the authority of the State Board of Education and does have constitutional issues related to that. So I just wanted to make sure that I went on record to say that I do oppose that bill for these specific reasons. Thank you.
Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the Senator from Wayne be amended in the Journal.
Senator from Preston requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the Senator from Wayne be published in the appendix of the Journal. Is there objection? Clerk will read the next bill in third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4080, Department of Veterans Assistance Rule relating to VA headstones or markers. Third reading of the bill.
The questions on passage of the bill, Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4080 is a rules bundle. It's one of the ones that the House of Delegates worked first this year. It contains two rules, both from the Department of Veterans Assistance. One relating to it's the rule relating to VA headstones or markers, and all that is name change. It changes the Division of Veterans Affairs to the Department of Veterans Assistance throughout the rule. The other rule is related to the State Home for Veterans, and it provides for free transitional beds without charge to the veterans. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the result on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting more than the majority of those present voting. Having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4265 relating to payment by the West Virginia Municipal Bond Commission or State Sinking Fund Commission or the governing body issuing the bonds. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4265 amends provisions of the code providing for the issuance of revenue bonds by certain state governmental entities. The bill authorizes the direct payment of principal and interest on these bonds as opposed to flowing through the West Virginia Municipal Bond Commission. Happy to answer questions. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting have been voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4334, clarifying the requirements for a license to practice as an advanced practice registered nurse and expanding prescriptive authority. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Questions on pass? Are there amendments?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment adopted by the Committee on Health and Human Resources made a number of significant changes to the bill. First, it returns a collaborative agreement to existing law, including the prescriptive authority of advanced practice registered nurses and the requirement of a 5-year collaborative arrangement with a physician. It adds joint rulemaking for the Board of Examiners for registered professional nurses, the Board of Medicine, the Board of Osteopathic Medicine, the Board of Pharmacy for the prescriptive authority of advanced practice registered nurses. It creates a joint advisory council made up of APRNs, physicians, pharmacists, each appointed by the respective boards. They are to advise the Board of Examiners of registered professional nurses on the nature and extent of collaborative agreements, a means to transition APRNs to an independent practice, and to better serve underserved areas of the state, and on joint rules. Are also required to report back to the legislature. The fourth and final change was the amendment grants signatory authority for APRNs to sign death certificates of patients in their care and assigns specified other certificates such as sports physical forms, advanced health directives, excuses from jury duty, etc. I urge adoption.
The clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senators Leonhardt and Williams move to amend the amendment.
Junior Senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment rather than having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Junior Senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment to the committee amendment makes substantial changes relating to the collaborative agreements and APRN prescriptive authority. It established required guidelines for collaborative agreements, including that it must be entered into with a physician licensed in good standing. It allows for APRNs to obtain the authority to prescribe limited prescription drugs without having to be a collaborative agreement if the APRN has practiced at least 3 years with a granted prescriptive authority and a collaborative relationship with a physician. An APRN must apply to the Board of Nursing in order to obtain prescriptive authority without a collaborative agreement. The amendment would limit APRN prescriptive authority to Schedule III drugs with a 30-day supply without refills. APRNs cannot prescribe any Schedule II drugs. The Board of Nursing retains jurisdiction over APRNs and the granting of prescriptive authority. The amendment does create a joint advisory council on limited prescriptive authority, which is composed of 4 physicians, 6 APRNs, 1 pharmacist, 1 consumer representative, and 1 representative from a school of public health. The council is given numerous duties, including review and evaluation of APRN applications for prescriptive authority, review and advising on complaints against APRNs, development of pilot projects, and development of studies relating to APRNs. Lastly, APRNs are granted signature authority on numerous healthcare-related documents within their scope of practice. I'll be glad to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment as described by the Senator from Monongalia. It's critically important that we modernize the current health care rules in our state that may delay the care of to patients, especially in our rural communities and underserved areas. West Virginia's aging population and a changing U.S. healthcare system continues to present significant challenges to the healthcare demands of the state. These demands lead us to modernize our healthcare delivery model and utilize highly trained group of advanced practice registered nurses we have available. 21 other states and the District of Columbia have been proactive in planning strategically for this new demand by eliminating the regulation of the overregulation of ARPNs. Iowa has allowed full practice for APRNs for 33 years. Alaska 28 years. New Mexico 20 years. No state has repealed the full scope of practice authority once it was enacted for safety concerns. I represent a rural district, as many of you in this body do, and I'm concerned about access to care. If citizens can enter the healthcare system as at the nurse practitioner level, that will provide them with the access to care all along the healthcare continuum. By adding more regulatory barriers to the APRNs and nurse practitioners, many healthcare professionals in counties in my district that border Maryland, a full practice state, may look to leave the state of West Virginia in order to practice the full extent of their education and training. One was just telling me this week about barriers placed in West Virginia which did not occur in Maryland. Last year, there were 10 healthcare providers, either physicians, physician's assistants, or nurse practitioners in Tucker County. 6 of those were APRNs. If we lose even one provider in that county, the coverage gap will grow even wider. In Preston County, 2 APRNs have left the county in recent years and are now practicing full-time somewhere else. I believe without this amendment, we'll see even more healthcare providers leaving the area. West Virginia Rural Health Association suggests areas that were both an aging population and aging healthcare workforce. It is critical to plan for the future for our healthcare delivery. The Huntington Herald-Dispatch had an editorial March 2nd of this year, and in part they said, "It is a change that we should provide more access to care in rural areas, where the state has fewer doctors and patients face longer waits and longer drives for treatment. Arizona is one of those states that expanded the role of nurse practitioners a number of years ago, and studies there show the change increased access to health care in rural areas by 70%. We need to be proactive and take action that now addresses the critical shortfall among our healthcare workforce and utilize our skilled nursing professionals that can help to provide all West Virginians access to high-quality primary service that they want and deserve." Mr. President, I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the junior senator from the second yield.
Senator yields.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. You know, it's been indicated and represented that there have been some ongoing discussions, but there have been some, I understand, some ongoing discussions between the APRNs and members of the medical community to try to reach a compromise of their respective positions. Is it your understanding that this amendment is presented now before the body is an embodiment of that agreed upon compromise?
Yes, Senator, I do believe that. I think there's been a lot of extension negotiations and discussions, and all parties have agreed.
Thank you.
Further
Thank
discussion.
you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the amendment, and I can tell you that it's been an issue that has been considered for the last several years down here. I think listening to the comments of the senator from Taylor, I would echo those that there are, in fact, and has been a shortage of access to health care in many regions of the state. I can tell you, particularly in New Martinsville, Wetzel County area of my district, there have been a complete absence of ability to serve many of the rural communities of this state. So I recognize the professionalism of these medical providers and believe that they are going to be practicing within the scope of their practice, and West Virginia will be better served by having more access to health care by trained professionals in our communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Yep. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. Nobody pass out. There has been a lot of debate in the past 24, 48 hours on this, and I think it's somewhat ironic because I've said for years in the hospital system, I have fought for APRN's rights amongst the medical boards of the hospital systems. So, but I've somewhat gotten the reputation of being against ARPNs. There's nothing further from the truth. I've said many times that I think that it is absolutely a integral part of the healthcare system, and the only way we're going to provide care is by getting APRNs along with physician assistants involved. They're highly skilled individuals. I've got some concerns. I think you, Mr. President, said that a good compromise means both parties come away a little bit bruised and not completely happy. I think the bill could have been a little stronger for both sides. But we have come to an agreement, and it's one that I think will work. I think there's oversight. I think some issues that I have with training differences, accountability, with variances among the different training methods of the profession. And again, this has absolutely nothing to do with individuals, has absolutely everything to do with the amount of clinical experience. A disease cares not what the initials are behind your name, but cares if the person taking care of you can identify that and properly treat it. And I think there's high potential for a lot of APRNs to go out there, and I hope 100%. If there are gaps, I think this bill will catch those and not in a punitive fashion, but in ways to better train and make sure those individuals are capable of providing the quality care that those in West Virginia need. I've heard a lot, senators from Taylor and Mon talk about the improvement of rural care, and I certainly hope that that comes to fruition, and for those reasons, I stand in support of the bill.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the amendment and thus the bill. And we have been afforded a lot of, the bill has been debated, and through the what I would call artful compromise, have come to a bill that I think will help strengthen the entire healthcare delivery system in West Virginia. Just again, so you know, I mean, the unified message was provide care to underserved populations. And I serve an underserved population. We have a tremendous federally qualified health system and rural health clinic system in West Virginia that incorporates physician assistants, APRNs, and primary care physicians. I had hoped for a mandate that they would go, in fact, into underserved areas. Could not get that in there. There's no requirement or even suggestion that they go into underserved areas, but I think they will. I think they will. There's a bright light being shown here, and with the APRN Advisory Council that has 4 physicians on it, there's no Schedule II drugs. There is a biennial report to let us know where people are going and who they're seeing and how well they're doing. They have more continuing medical education requirements than I once thought. And for that reason, I think it's a time to, like I told my secretary, I said, I don't feel real good about this. And I think the APRNs don't feel real good about this. I think they may feel a little better than I do. But that being said, I urge adoption of the amendment and passage of the bill.
The senior senator from 15th is recognized for about 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise to keep us within 30 seconds and that's what I promised him, and I'm wasting some of them now. When I first come to this chamber, I was ill, and I didn't realize it, and there was an APRN and 2 doctors that actually saved my life. And I cannot tell you, everybody in this chamber, Mr. President, how proud I am that where we're at here today. And the senator from Boone was there for me, my APRN back home, and former Senator Doc Foster, and it makes me feel good. I hope this whole board lights up green and we can go home with a big smile on our face for the people of West Virginia, because I think everybody won here today. Thank you.
Question is on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment offered by the junior senator from the 2nd. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Now the question is on the amendment as amended by the Committee on Health. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 4334, third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've heard the explanation by the senator from the 2nd. I won't belabor the point, just urge passage.
Well done. Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Leonhardt moved to amend the title of the bill.
Questions on adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment from the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Now the Senator Leonhardt moves to amend the title.
Questions on the adoption of the title amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have declared the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4351, transferring the Cedar Lakes Camp and Conference Center from the West Virginia Board of Education to the Department of Agriculture. Third reading of the bill.
The questions on passage of the bill, Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill transfers Cedar Lake Camp and Conference Center from the West Virginia Board of Education to the Department of Agriculture effective July 1st, 2016. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? The Senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, will the chairman yield for a question?
Senator will yield.
Senator, you mentioned during the budget presentation that we had added additional money to Cedar Lakes. Do you know how much that was?
It was $750,000.
Was that not what the original appropriation was? Did we increase it by $750,000?
It was, and the reason it's in there is to clarify in conference, if we get there, the needs of those funds. The House budget is at zero, so as I was explaining in the budget presentation, we can reduce our number. We can move this around based upon what the Commissioner of Agriculture says he needs.
So we had $750,000 in the budget last year for Cedar Lakes.
Correct. That's its operating, yeah.
Yeah, it's the operating money, and that's the same number that we have this year.
Exactly. It's not increased. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2016, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from July 1, 2016. Request unanimous consent. The roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill effective from July 1, 2016. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4360, increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law. Third reading of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill, Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4360 amends a single section of the Code, Chapter 30, Article 2, Section 4, defining and prescribing the penalty for the unlawful practice of law. Penalty is increased under this bill for a first offense to jail of up to 90 days, fine of up to $5,000, a misdemeanor. Second or subsequent offense, fine of up to $10,000, jail up to a year, still a misdemeanor. Be happy to try to answer questions or urge passage of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? The senator from Braxton.
Would the chairman yield?
Senator yields.
Mr. Chairman, on this bill right here, would you repeat again what the first offense was?
The penalty for a first offense is a fine of up to $5,000 or confinement in jail for up to 90 days or both fined and confined.
Do you think it would be okay for me to make an amendment that says if you didn't go to college and didn't know any better the first time, you got a free pass?
We're past the amendment stage. Otherwise, I'd be all over that amendment, Senator.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine.
And with that vote, we are out of our allotted time for legislative coverage today. We will be back tomorrow with more coverage of the West Virginia Legislature. Remember the Legislature Today, our nightly broadcast of legislative news and information, airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every weeknight on West Virginia PBS. The program also can be heard on public radio weeknights at 6:30. The Legislature Today is repeated at weeknights at 10 and weekday mornings at 6:30 here on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.